one was spicy.
So the Warriors have to play 48 minutes.
So I think it's going 7. I have it. I have the Nuggets in 7.
Ant-Man, Batman, Watchmen, Lakers at 5.
Well, it's money time now.
Hey, what's going on, YouTube streets? How y'all doing? It's King's Peace Live, King's Peace Row, back at it with another episode of 10 Toes Down. Looking to get, let's see who's pulling out. JB is here. What's going on? Oh, we got the Young Soldiers Lakers on here, the Minneapolis throwbacks.
What's up, fellas? What's up? What's up,
What's
everybody?
going on, man?
What's up, Ro? What's up, CW?
What's going on? Yeah, see, JB got an early day, so we're gonna get into it, and we're gonna, first we're gonna talk about the Knicks, right? And I got again, he's JB is Mr. Young Soldiers. I'm Mr. Knicks, man. Knicks in 26. Hey, I'm jumping out the window. I jumped out the window last year. Obviously, Thibodeau kind of messed that up with his shoddy coaching, but I think this year is going to be a Knicks year. You know what I'm saying? I think my squad has got it. I think we got a clear path. Like, apparently, Matt Struth broke his foot or something like that. So Cleveland's already down a man, and they're
gonna be out like 3 months.
Yeah, they're gonna be a 3-month injury, right? So, I mean, he'll be back. I saw that mean he'll be back before Christmas, December, whatever. But so things going around. Malik Beasley thing. Supposedly he's not in the clear yet, but they say he's not. He's an item, but not a target, or something like that. So he might be testifying, and he's still got the phone going on or whatever. But at the end of the day, there's some things going around. Trying to see if I hear. Well, say something about JB, so I can, because I can't really.
Yeah, I just noticed something, man. With all these off-season moves heading to the NBA campaign this upcoming year, man. I just noticed, and this is the best scenario that I could think of, that all my real players, man, they all on playoff teams now.
Yeah,
so I get all of them more, man. They all on playoff level teams, even like the Mo Wagners of the world. I really try to follow all of them as much as I can. And hey, that just shows you what we drafted. It's what I've been saying the whole time. And I ain't gonna just be saying it just to be talking. But
told you, man, give Christian truth, bro. Spit your truth.
Yeah, they all over. We got 2 in New York. We got 2 in Cleveland. We got 1 in Minnesota. 1 in with the Clippers. 1 in Milwaukee. We got 1 in Indiana until further notice.
Yeah, see what Thomas Bryant do.
Mm-hmm. And we got 1 in Memphis with Scottie Pippen Jr. We got 1 in Dallas with Matt Christie. We got 1 in LA. I mean not LA, but Orlando with Mo Wagner. And I know I'm missing somebody. B.I.
Defending champs, OKC.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yep. Caruso. And then Ingram said he said Toronto going to the playoffs. So
hey, Toronto. I like Toronto. And if they get Emmanuel Quickly and RJ Barrett, Scotty Barnes already an all-star. A lot of wings, and that's the way it goes, right? They get some good center play. Yeah, they could definitely make the playoffs too. So, what I say.
Case scenario for me.
You know what I say? The Lakers not making the playoffs. I don't care what nobody say.
Man, I'm telling you, man.
We gonna see how this plays out on the court, but yeah, shout out to Najee. Najee was in here earlier, said the Knicks are going 0-82. And I mean, man,
Oh, and 82.
it's 0-82. You know how it go. You know how it go.
Oh my
But
God.
yeah, we look, the Knicks have got a real squad. They got everything in front of them. I think Mike Brown is out to prove that he's a really, really good coach. You know what I'm saying? And again, he's a good coach. He is. He's a good coach. I'm not saying he's Pat Riley, because you know what they said over there in LA. That JJ Redick is the next Pat Riley. Look how he combed his hair. Like, I guess that's what the similarities
Oh
in
my
for me,
God,
because
man. Oh my
yeah,
God.
we all saw what happened. I mean, again, you got third seed in the first round flameout. That ain't the Pat Riley way. You know what I mean? I don't remember too many Pat Riley teams getting smoked in the first round. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Woodage. Wait till the Bulls trade for Zion and Isaiah Stewart. Is the Bulls gonna be in trouble or Toronto? Woodage? Nah,
Mm.
Zion is that guy. I hope he comes and gets himself in shape because Zion is too good of a talent. He's still only 25 years old.
No, the Pelicans should be better. You got Joe Dumars down there as the new president of basketball operations, and they traded for Jordan Poole.
Yeah,
The thing that's been hurting them, because I remember that was like during the 21-22 season, about 37 games in, the Pelicans took over first place in the West, and that's when
hmm
Zion hit that windmill dunk on Phoenix. And while nobody's saying nothing, then it's just the injuries. The thing that's been holding them back is injuries for
and
whatever
they and they
reason.
and shout out to Nick Apocalypse. We don't agree on the LeBron stuff, but we agree on the Knicks stuff. Yeah, the Knicks. Yeah, listen, man, that was the issue, and I called it out the whole time about the Knicks buffoon of a head coach. Like, he was too damn stubborn. He has a 10-man coaching staff that he did not allow for anybody to put their imprint into the game. We ran his archaic style and got out adjusted, you know. But I think Mike Brown is a guy who's learned from every one of his coaching stops. You know what I'm saying? And he learned from every one of his coaching stops. This is the one thing, because FYF had challenged me, said talk about the Knicks. I said, "Oh, you didn't hear me say that the Knicks are going to win it all next year?" Because when I said the Lakers ain't making the playoffs, he's like, "Oh, it's easy to say that." Well, I said the Lakers ain't making the playoffs. Y'all got the Lakers being a good team. I say Atlanta's not going to make the playoffs either. Everybody glazing up Atlanta. I'm like, look, I understand why these teams are missing what they're missing. They're missing key elements. I think the Knicks got everybody. Once we got Yabusele and once they got Jordan Clarkson, and another young soldier, two of them in New York. We might get the third if we spin that spot. Matter of fact, Beasley was there in LA for a minute too, wasn't he? No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't in LA. He wound up. No, what's the big? Oh, okay, no, Beasley and Scottie Pippen Jr. linked up in Minnesota. Oh, no, not Minnesota, Memphis. Hold on, let me look at Beasley. Let me look
Who
at
was that?
Beasley's
Who was
career.
that?
Something tells me Beasley was in LA. Hold
Oh, who
on.
was in LA?
Yeah, because I remember making a joke about LeBron LeBron and Scottie Pippen Jr. both had teammates sleep with their moms. Yeah,
Yeah,
he was in
yeah.
LA for a hot minute. So in 23, this is the year after the Russell Westbrook trade. So Beasley was there after the Westbrook trade. He had came in 22-23. That's the year they got to the conference finals. So I was making a joke that LeBron and Scottie Pippen Jr. are the first two set of teammates to have a teammate sleep with their mom. Because as we know, that Larsa Pippen was dating Malik Beasley famously.
Man,
So
that's crazy. That's wild.
so yeah, I mean, but Beasley don't necessarily count as a young soldier. He just came there in a trade, but that's funny though. Um, but yeah, man, Mike Brown with the 2-man game with the offense he was able to implement down in Sacramento, which worked for 2, 3 good years. And he's always been a good defensive coach. Remember, this is a Greg Popovich student. He's a Greg Popovich coaching tree guy, and I think he knows how to coach. So I think he's relishing this opportunity. I think the Knicks was the greatest job, the best job available this summer, obviously. Um, and I think that will show out on the court. Rebounding is everything. Like Knicks need another player. We needed probably another 3-point shooter. So I mean, either Brian's going to fill that from the 5 position. Malik Beasley, if he ever gets in the clear, he'll fill that from the from he's a great 3-point shooter all around. Um, but I think we got enough to go out there and compete. You know what I mean? Like the Knicks were
Yeah.
fourth in offense last year, despite Thibodeau. He just played a slow pace. So I think the pace will go higher. You know, I think the pace will go higher if we trade for LeBron. If we trade for LeBron, man, I'm kicking something over.
Ah, man,
Because
y'all don't
again,
even
at
want
this
that, man.
point,
Y'all don't even want that, man. Y'all got a good thing
this is
going. And remember Mike Brown first year in Sacramento, he was coach of the year. They
yeah,
offense, they had the number one, they had the best rated offense in NBA history that first year.
yeah, yeah. And honestly, it's the gift of the curse, right? When you play with that certain guy, when you play with that certain guy, you'll get a certain level of success because between the way the league treats him and his actual talent, you'll be good enough to get to the playoffs and whatnot. But the problem is you won't get any credit for any success that you occur. Mike Brown was 2-time coach of the year, 2-time coach of the year already. And he gets no credit for how good they wound up being. Now again, like was Mike Brown fault that either they couldn't develop or could get a second score around LeBron? No. And but end of the day, like I said, he ain't got those problems here in New York. Again, Jalen Brunson and Karl-Anthony Towns, I think they're going to run a great 2-man game. He's going to coach around their weaknesses defensively. Um, you got all the elements there. OG Anunoby should be all NBA defensive. They say like Atkinson winning coach of the year. Atkinson coach
Now,
damn, I don't. It's so crazy. These coaches jump around so much, man. You don't even know who's with. JB Bickerstaff is with because he was with Cleveland a couple of years ago. Oh, Atkinson's with Cleveland, ain't he? I don't
JB
even.
Bickerstaff, he was coaching Cleveland, wasn't he? And then
Now he
they
with
placed him with
Detroit.
Atkinson.
Yeah, now he with Detroit. JB Bickerstaff.
Oh, for what's your coach name up there? The former Toronto coach, Casey.
Yeah, Casey
Uh,
was somewhere. Nurse won the championship. Look at Mar. Look at Mar. Hey, we're gonna drop the link, Mar. Let the cap begin. Knicks are winning, bro. I don't put it out there. Your boss FYF asked me to pick a winner. I'm picking the Knicks. Johnny's supposed to be pulling up too. He's usually a man of his words. So we'll see where he comes on. He got the link already. But yeah, I do believe what I say because I stand 10 toes down on it. I stand 10 toes down on it, and usually I'm proven right. You guys just be saying all types of nonsense and be you know. I was looking earlier at the player's choice video, and they was talking about how LeBron quit in the '07 finals, and they was comparing it like Chilltown had. I think I showed you that Chilltown pretty much talked himself into a corner, saying that LeBron was only 22. Well, again, Kobe won ring number 2 at 22, right? And Kobe, and against the closeout game against the Kings when they swept them, he had 48 and 16. But he tried to attribute that all because Shaq was, they was triple teaming Shaq and Kobe was. I'm like, see, this is the problem y'all like to do, man. Like, why can't Kobe have 48 and 16? I don't care what they was doing to Shaq. I don't care how much attention they had. That man had 48 and 16. He had
Against
9
Sacramento.
offensive rebounds. You understand what I'm saying? And he had all 9 of them in the first 3 quarters. Fourth quarter, Shaq fouled out of that game with like 6, 7 minutes to go. They had to close that game out. What did Kobe do? You can tell me better, right? Because you probably remember it better than I do.
Oh, you talking about against Sacramento?
Against Sacramento that second round.
Oh, yeah,
And
they
see,
closed that game. Yeah, he dropped
yeah,
40
you
and
talk about
16.
monster performance. See, LeBron gets talked about for his monster performance against Detroit. That's cool. Kobe did that. Kobe did. You know what I'm saying? Kobe did that shit. Like, what? There's nothing, and that's why we getting into the 6-0 is overrated part. We're gonna get into the 6-0 is overrated part pretty soon. I want to see people push back on my Knicks prediction. Chilltown is a LeBron fan. Yeah, he is. He's a LeBron fan, and it's cool. He's a knowledgeable brother. But and I actually there was a good conversation they had because they watched that film. Kobe was a beast. You can't just say, "Well, he had a shot." You can't just keep saying that. That just can't be your answer to everything because the man was 22 and played like a monster, which he did in the Western Conference Finals. See, which what guys like Mar will pull up and talk about is how, Kobe had Shaq, Kobe had Shaq. But y'all don't account for how the Western Conference Finals, shit, the second round was a better matchup than the goddamn finals. And Kobe was killing in them series. Yeah, he went 33-9 and 7 in that series, bro. No, 35, 9, and 7. But y'all call him a second option, a Robin, a sidekick, all types of dumb shit, bro. I don't believe in sidekicks. The same way, and again, I think last time we was up here, CWN we agreed there's no such thing as super teams. You know what? That's what I'm saying. You know what the problem is? There's no such thing as super teams. They're great teams, and then what y'all think are super teams are these teams that y'all throw. Y'all throw a bunch of star players on one team and try to think that that's going to be but they're not super teams. They're just thrown together teams. You know what I'm saying? Because we got to differentiate. Motherfuckers think that the Boston Celtics were super teams. Who did Kevin McHale play for before he played for the Celtics, JB?
University of Minnesota Gophers.
Thank you. So how could you be a super team if you never played so what they try to do is penalize teams for drafting well and developing well. Because guess what? Next thing you know, they're gonna be calling OKC a super team. Despite the fact that most of you cats don't even know don't even know where Jalen Williams went to.
Well, they penalizing teams for winning. That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah.
'Cause like you said, Kevin McHale, I mean, he wasn't really even getting any significant minutes in his rookie year, and he was he was start off as a 6 man. Now he did start like later on down the road at times,
Yeah. Yeah.
and that was really after like when Len Bias. Well, we all know what happened to him,
Uh-huh.
and they had to try to cover for that. So therefore, McHale was probably the second best player on the team per
Yeah,
se,
'cause, at the end of the
per
day,
se,
when you
that
had
he was
Cornbread
drafted.
Maxwell in them, yeah, but when you had Cornbread Maxwell in them there, you had a crowded front court. So it's like, yeah, you had to bring in McHale off the bench. He could play either forward position at that time. You know what I'm saying? He could even play center, block shots at an elite level. All these guys was developed. Now read the screen, JB. You see what it say? Most importantly, he had Phil Jackson. Now, it's so funny because Mars, a dude who used that same talking point against Michael Jordan. Well, who did he had Phil Jackson? Who did how many championships did Phil Jackson have before Michael Jordan, Mar? And Scottie Pippen, Mar? Because that's what y'all do too, right? It- we have got this is why I say, man, this like, bro, one of the mission statements here, and I put that the way y'all talk about teams, man, the way
Well,
y'all talk
he
about
said Phil
basketball
Jackson won 6 titles before he.
before he coached Kobe. Yeah.
Oh,
Because again,
oh, talking about before he
and that's
coached
just,
Kobe. Oh, okay, okay. I got
yeah,
you.
because I'm
I
saying
got
he's
to
gonna
figure
use
that
the
out.
same talking point for Jordan, but yet Phil Jackson was a CBA coach before coaching Jordan. He was an assistant with Doug Collins. And he was the guy that said, "Oh, I like this triangle system." That text, mind you, somebody in that Go James Kingdom group said they took. I talked to an OG. Now, mind you, OG in his day and age was 40. That means he was born in 85 and probably was 13 when Jordan retired. Right? I talked to an OG, and he said that Phil Jackson created the triangle offense. Phil Jackson did not create the triangle offense. The best thing you can say about Phil Jackson is the triangle offense reminded him of the ball movement style that the Knicks played in the 70s under Red Holzman. That's
Yeah, that's a
that's
good
pretty
point.
much it. That's pretty
Good
much
point.
it. And it's like and that's why I say when they keep doing that, okay, well, LeBron James, we all knew, but LeBron James, especially with Cleveland, had every ability to get who he wanted as coach. Why didn't he get Phil Jackson at some point? I know Phil Jackson didn't get free until what, 2011, 2012. But I mean, what you want to do? What you want to do again? I mean, does Phil Jackson make Kobe, or did Kobe make Phil Jackson? At my point, I think they needed each other because they brought out the best in each other, right? They brought now, look. There was a percentage. There was the thing taken, right? Kobe was double teamed on 39% of certain plays. Jordan was double teamed 21%, and LeBron is double teamed 10. LeBron is the guy you notoriously don't want to double team, and usually don't have to double team. You don't have to double team LeBron unless you get to the point where you've scouted out that little simplistic offense they run. I'm waiting for Johnny to pull up because he's going to tell us the offense that they run under LeBron James, which is the same no matter where he goes, right?
And see, this the thing.
Mm-hmm.
It just shows how the super team era devalues every aspect of what we traditionally, well, I ain't gonna say traditionally, but historically known as to how a team builds itself up to become a champion, which include all those contributions from players, front office, coaching staff. So what I'm saying is like every great team had a great coach behind them. Uh, Pistons had Chuck Daly, who started off as an assistant coach under Billy Cunningham with the Philadelphia 76ers. So it wasn't like Chuck Daly was an established coach when the Pistons hired him. He was an assistant coach. He was never a head coach. So a lot of coaches who turned to be great start off as assistant coaches. They're not ready made, So
Mm-hmm.
it's like Philadelphia had Billy Cunningham, like New York Knicks had Red Holzman. I mean, we can go on
Mm-hmm.
and on, you know, but the super team era would it really, im- uh, it really implies that when you just like when KD and Kyrie both went to Brooklyn. Kyrie said, "Well, technically, we don't need a head coach." So they brought in Steve Nash, who was unqualified, and
Yep.
it showed. And who knows when Nash should get another chance to be a head coach again. So the thing about it is, it's easy to go back in history, and try to revise why a
Mm-hmm.
team won. But in real time, the thought was, and I'm not saying it's true, But the thought was, well, only reason Phil Jackson won all them titles is coach because he had this guy that had this guy. But now they trying to reverse it and say, well, the only reason Jordan won is because Phil Jackson was his coach. But you have to have a coach. I mean, what are we doing? But yeah.
Yeah, and look, like I said, man, look, shout out to you guys that's in the comments, man. I might not got 700 people up in the stream, like watching the stream. It's telling me 9 right now. But guess what? I got 9 smart motherfuckers up here, and we got more. I got 9 smart motherfuckers. I got 7, okay, so 7 more smart motherfuckers in Mar. And Mar, if he start hanging out with them crazies over there up in Bizarro World, he might learn something. But yes, like shout out to Telly. He said he's almost Rap God said basketball discourse is trash, which is true. And you know what? Eternal, it is overrated. And I'm gonna tell you why it's overrated. Because it's not telling the whole story. We're gonna get into that. Because it's not telling the whole story. Like, so when Gasol, what's that damn, I don't even know what this website is. And these dummies got millions of subscribers, bro. These dummies over there got millions of subscribers for saying some stupid shit. Now, I heard him. I heard the Indian guy, whatever. It's not because Indians know basketball as well. But whatever his name is, because they keep bringing him up. I'm like, this dude should not be talking basketball, and y'all should not be listening to him. Yes, 6-0 is overrated. But the 6-0 itself, the story of it is not. Jordan fall. I want y'all to understand this because that's what they keep doing. They'll keep acting like, and thank you for what you just said. Thank you for what you just said because it looked like a Johnny. Well, we'll see. I don't know if I gotta hit him up in the what's the name or not. But he gonna learn something today if he watch us pull up. When the Lakers and the Bulls met in '91, and I was listening, I forget who was. Oh yeah, this was Uncle Hoops who played it. He played because the NBC did a great job. This is NBC's first year, I believe, doing the NBA and the NBA
First
Finals.
year. Yep, 90-91 season.
And they brought up a really good point. At the time, the first game 1 of the finals, they were previewing the first game. You know how many games the Bulls roster had in the NBA Finals? Like, I take everybody that played.
Oh,
Craig Hodges, he played with the Bucks. Cartwright played many years with the Knicks, right? Pippen.
I just came across that clip the other day. But yeah, you got it.
The Bulls had 0 games in the NBA Finals. They had a lot of playoff experience, but they had 0 games of NBA Finals experience. You know how many games of Finals experience that the Lakers had? Tell me, JB.
Shit, we talking about basically from 1980 up until that point. So finals games, we probably talking about close. I'm gonna just round it out close to 100.
143. 143 finals games. So guess what, fellas? The Lakers were the betting favorites coming into it because people thought, and everybody thought, a lot of columnists thought that the Lakers finals experience was going to prevail. And the Lakers won that game 1, as y'all remember, right? Now his was overused and overrated. Oh, they put Scottie Pippen on Magic Johnson. He slowed him up. No, he didn't. Magic had better stats the rest of the finals. Magic was getting triple doubles on Scottie. I mean, well, he got the triple double on Jordan, but he was getting better scoring numbers and everything else. Yep. Jordan averaged 31 and 11. What did they put? Oh, Jordan was benched against the Blazers. I mean, bro, I'm looking back at these numbers, bro. Jordan averaged 35 a game against the Blazers. Then he averaged 41 against the damn Steins. They were Mark. Look at it. Look at Mark. Look at Mark. They were not the betting favorite. Show me a source, Mark. Show me the source. Everybody, all the columnists pick the Lakers, and they use the experience factor. They use the experience factor. If you want to sit there and tell me by the time that the Bulls had a 2-1 lead, mind you, game 4, they needed a big performance out of Jordan to stop that series from being tied. That's the thing, man. Y'all keep believing, oh, it's like you know what happens? They got hindsight. They got hindsight. So now when they look back, right? Because now it seems like everybody had OKC beating Indiana easily, right? But as we seen, Indiana gave them a battle. Now everybody will sit there and say, well, because what's the name got hurt, that's the only reason they won. But nobody even had OKC going to the final, a 68-win team. But if OKC have successful seasons going forward, they'll sit back and act like OKC was destined to win all the time. And that's never how it is. That's why I say, man. That's why I say. Like I said, we got smart brothers up here and we got Mar. Mar just gotta be he's been hanging out with them so long that they've changed the narrative so much. And they'll sit there and act like they'll watch cherry pick film of every shot that Jordan missed or every turnover. Bro, it's hilarious, man. It really is hilarious. You know, Scottie Pippen overhyped a little bit, but Scottie Pippen was a terrific player, man. One thing we always say, we try to level set guys. Scottie Pippen was terrific, but Scottie was not. Scottie was that. What do you call it? Number 2. It's funny because I looked in a poll, the SROS. I think he's another guy that's a little goofy, but he put a poll up. He put Zion, Bam Adebayo, Jalen Williams, and Trae Young. Which one is the best players out of these 4? And Jalen Williams won the poll, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, the Trae Young disrespect." Wait a minute. If you go back, if you compare Trae Young to first of all, Zion Williamson should win that poll. He should win the poll, but we all know what's keeping him back. It's his goddamn conditioning. He's the best talent among the 4 easily, but he's never healthy. You can't count him. But Jalen Williams as a player, great defender. Like he plays that downhill style. He can play the 3 or the 4, especially in this day and age. He can play basically 3 positions. Shoots great from outside. Can defend almost anybody. I'm easily taking him over Trae Young. What you know? Because Trae Young can score at an inefficient rate and get assists. He's a better player than Jalen Williams. Well, Jalen Williams, if he had to leave, we don't know if you had to build a team around Jalen Williams, how good they would be.
Wait a minute, Ro. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but I'm reading these comments. Here go FYF said heading into the 91 finals, the Bulls would consider the favorites, not the Lakers. But this is what I'm talking about, man. And see, this is where the conflict surfaces. Because you got people out here trying to rewrite history. Now, I just came across clips last week, just really on the humbug. They was on the panel. It was Pat Riley, who had just stepped down as head coach of the Lakers after the 89-90 season. Peter Vesey, Quinn Buckner, Bob Costas. This was just one panel. They all sat there and said and predicted that the Lakers would win the finals because of their experience. And just like Rose said, the Bulls had nobody on their roster who had any experience playing in the finals. Playoff experience, but not finals experience. The Lakers had just upset the Portland Trailblazers in the Western Conference Finals. Portland, going into that season, was favored to win it all because they had the deepest roster in the league, especially going to the playoffs. They finished with the league's best record. They were 63-19. And they was favored to win it all, and the Lakers upset them in 6 games. Now I remember Game 6 they beat
Mm-hmm.
them by a point. I think it was 91-90, and with like Magic rolled the ball down the court to run the time off the clock. And this is where the conflict rises because they want to make it seem like Jordan had this insurmountable advantage as far as not because of him, but because of the team that's built around him. Yes, his team matured. Yes, Pippen matured. Yes, Horace Grant matured. The bottom line is the Lakers were favored to going into that series. Even if you go back to Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals, right after that series ended, Myra Shai interviewed Jordan, and he was like, "Who would you rather play?" He was like, "Well, if he said if we played Portland, they would have home court because Portland had the least best record. If they played the Lakers, they would have home court." And then
Mm-hmm.
I remember they was interviewing Jordan leading up to the beginning of that series, and he was saying, "Well, convention has it that the Lakers may have the advantage over us because of their experience." And all the people who was covering leading up to that series, they had predict. I'm not saying there wasn't anyone out there who said the Bulls was going to win, but the
Of course.
majority of the people covering the league at that time going into that series picked it, and I ought to know because I'm a Laker fan. They picked the Lakers to win that series because of their experience. Especially after they won Game 1, it's like, oh man, the series over. The Bulls out of their class. They not stepping up to the plate.
Mm-hmm.
I remember all of that. So when someone comes up in here and try to rewrite history, the history is going to win out. All someone got to do, they can Google it right now and say 1991 NBA Finals odds. Who was the odds-on favorite to win that series? It's going to pull it. It's going to show the Lakers. Just like
Mm-hmm.
going into the 98 Finals. The rematch versus Utah Jazz. The Utah Jazz beat the Bulls both times during the regular season. It seemed like they was more primed to win because they were saying the Bulls were old and they were looking gassed after this series versus Indiana. Utah was favored to win this series going into it. Portland in '92, Bulls Blazers. The odds were basically even. You didn't know going in who's going to win this series because you had the two best players in the league about to square off, Jordan and Clyde. Going into tip-off, it was 50-50. And then the 93 finals, the Bulls had the experience, but a lot of people saying Phoenix may have the edge because they had home court, and then you had a prime Charles Barkley coming off. He was the MVP that year, and they high-powered offense. And then the fact that we had not seen a team repeat, win 3 straight since the '60 Celtics. So it wasn't like it was really only 3 times. To tell you the truth, when you look back on it, it's really only 2 times where going into the series where the Bulls were like the odds-on favorite to win against Seattle, and even that Seattle had a squad that year, second best defense in the league, only behind the Bulls, and in the first matchup against Utah. But their series against the Lakers going into their series was favored to win it. Just what Ro just said because of their experience.
Yep. Now, see, here comes this. Now, I can cop to something. I did say bet in favorites, and as I see this, okay, yeah, preseason, preseason, the odds on favorite was Detroit, right? Now, it's so funny how these guys do this. They come up and they'll use, well, Jordan was the favorite in every finals. Again, we all know it varied. It varied based on certain things. It varied based on the fact that you were given experience in this and the third. Again, I did say the experts, the newspaper journalists, most of them picked the Lakers to win that series. Most of them. Again, as we see, the panel, the NBC panel picked the Lakers to win.
They
Most
picked
of
the
them picked
Lakers
the
to win
Lakers
it.
to win based on experience, based on a 143 game to 0. 143 finals experience games to 0. That counted for a lot. Now, yeah, the Bulls had a home court advantage. They had a better regular season record. The Lakers were second favorite to win. Actually, no, they were third because Portland was picked to be. They were suspecting a Portland versus Detroit. Versus Detroit rematch, and they wound up getting Bulls versus Lakers, right? So at the end of the day, but here's the thing: no one's moonwalking, bro. Y'all the motherfucker. Look like Mar is something else, bro. Because these guys, I pulled up to go James Kingdom on Friday night. They was backtracking on everything. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. And every time I caught a Johnny in a lie, that's why I want a Johnny to roll up. He kept playing the corny ass AI song. Bro, you gotta see it, man. Every time I caught him in a lie. Now I can sit there and say, okay, but I did say, but I said the experts in the NBC telecast picked them. But okay, the Bulls were technically favored by Vegas. Now it's so funny because y'all hate to use Vegas odds when they favor LeBron. Oh, that don't mean nothing. And when LeBron's teams don't, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, they felt that Jordan was the biggest star, and they felt that the Bulls were going to win. Vegas did, but experts and everybody else in media thought that the Lakers were going to win. So look, at the end of the day, you got to wash. You got to wash. The point
As a matter of
is,
fact, going into the Eastern Conference Finals versus Detroit, they was giving Detroit the benefit of the doubt because they had beat the Bulls 3 straight times in the playoffs.
exactly.
And they were the back-to-back defending champions. So even going into that series, the edge was given to the Pistons because they were the champions and because of their experience per se. And then the Bulls had to prove that they can beat them, and then they did. And then the '93 Eastern Conference Final versus the Knicks. Knicks had home court, prime Ewing. They brought in Charles Smith. They brought in your boy Rolando Blackman. They won 60 games. They thought they had the fun to beat the Bulls. Going into this series, the Bulls were the underdog because after that series ended, they interviewed Scottie Pippen right after Game 6. He said, "Yeah, the fun part about this is that they cast us as the underdogs, and we still able to come back and win this series." So that's why I say, man, the only
Shout
people
out
that's
to
doing
Helly.
this, are fans of LBJ. You don't
Of
see
course,
Curry fans
because
trying to rewrite history. You don't
they
see
rewrite history, they rewrite the story, and that's why I say 6-0 is overrated. It is overrated because y'all not telling the story. Again, now y'all want to use Vegas odds. Y'all famously say up at Go James Keenum, Vegas odds is for degenerate gamblers. And again, yeah, they'll set a line. They'll set a line based on who they think the bettors will vote for, bet on, so they can wind up splitting the difference, splitting the middle. Right? It's all designed for the bookmakers to win, to make as much money. They knew that Michael Jordan had a lot of fans. They knew the Lakers had a lot of fans too, but they knew that a lot of people thought that Michael Jordan was unstoppable. See, that's the thing, right? The fact that the Bulls were playing they swept the Pistons. That's a big thing that had to do with it as well. But see now the Pistons were all injured. They were old. They were beaten down. Blah blah blah. They love moving the bro. These guys love moving the goalposts so much. That's why when they brought up how Jordan never played a team with 4 All-Stars. Jordan never beat a team with 3 All-Stars. Blah blah blah. I said when I brought up, well, LeBron had 3 All-Stars and lost to a team with 1 All-Star. How do you account for that? Jordan never lost to a team when he had more All-Stars than a team. He never lost to that certain team. And mind you, he only ever had Scottie Pippen as an All-Star. And that's only 4 of the 6 years he got to the final, or 5 of the 5. Okay, they did have 2 All-Stars when they lost to Orlando. No, sorry. He had an All-Star teammate. Jordan himself in '95 wasn't an All-Star because he wasn't even active when the All-Star game happened. Jordan only lost with an All-Star teammate once, but there was only 1 All-Star on the team. You see how they like to do? They like to pivot.
And I'm glad you brought this up, bro, because when they bring up this argument about, well, LeBron played against teams that had more Hall of Famers or All Stars. Well, see, this is the downside to the super team era because what happens is they'll sit there and say, okay, With Jordan and beat nobody like the Golden State Warriors or something to that effect. But see, the thing is though, when superstars join forces, it actually devalues the competition out there. Meaning, okay, you go to the '90s. That's why so many people was tuning in to those finals because it was all about Jordan versus Magic, then Jordan versus Clyde. Now it was high level basketball, but it was contingent on which team superstar was going to truly lead the way. It wasn't about, well, which team had the most stacked talent, meaning superstars joining forces. So what I'm saying is it gives the appearance that a guy in an era where superstars join forces face more resistance, but in all actuality, the competition overall has been devalued anyway, because for all practical purposes, we shouldn't have Dwayne Wade and LeBron James on the same team. They should be battling each other like a Jordan and Clyde
See,
battled each other, like a Jordan, Troy Barkley battled each other. So when
let
they
me
come out that bag, it's not even a valid argument because superstars of that caliber shouldn't be on one team anyway, joining forces,
see,
much less in their prime.
let me address Mr. FYF because I love when liars call me liar. Remember when FYF came up here and said nobody had the Bulls? I mean, nobody had the Lakers in uh, Brooklyn Nets in the finals in 2020. Was it 2022? The year that they got Westbrook,
Oh,
right?
whoa.
21,
Okay.
21. So I go to the 21 preseason finals, and who are the top two teams in preseason odds? When we talked about that, see, you can't be a liar and then call me a liar, sir. You can't. I did bring up Vegas odds, and you know what? Guess what, guys? I did misspoke. I did misspoke. But the main point we brought up was how the journalists and broadcasters predicted the Lakers. What did we bring up, JB?
We didn't
How
say
the
that. We didn't say nothing
journalists and
about Bob Costas.
broadcasters.
We said mainly Peter Vesey, Pat Riley, because he had joined the NBC crew after stepping down
I remember.
as head coach of the Lakers. Quinn Buckner, who was like he's part of the NBC crew. Most of them cats they picked the Lakers to win. I just watched the clip the other day. They picked the Lakers to win because of their experience. And Worthy, let me put it this way, he couldn't have been too hurt because Scottie Pippen couldn't guard him the first two games. And I believe that's the main reason why they made that switch, because Pippen couldn't guard Worthy.
Hey, FYF. Hey, FYF. You remember when you said nobody had the Lakers and Nets getting to the finals, and neither of them, one of them didn't get out the second round, and the other motherfuckers didn't even make the playoffs? You said nobody. See, I can do the same. I can play that game as well, sir. But at the end of the day, like I said, here we go. Y'all love to rewrite history. Y'all love to rewrite the story, but you're not doing it over here, bro. Okay, I was wrong about the Vegas odds. How many times have you been exposed to be wrong, Mr. FYF? Again, you talk about two teams that was favorite, literal odds on favorite preseason to get to the final. You said nobody had to get to the final. So at what point? Oh, you mean when they started losing games? When we predicted. Remember me and you had that conversation when LeBron James put that tweet out there about I had that same energy about my team. This, that, and the third. He took the shit down within an hour. This is the problem with you, motherfucking LeBron. Oh man. Oh, so now look, Worthy Gimping on the string. So he said this in the middle of the series, FYF. See, it's so funny. They love to do this. They love to do this nonsense. But at the end of the day, we know preseason, pre-series, a lot of people had the Lakers winning. And guess what? So we can go to the Blazers. We go. End of the day, bro, the actual performances, and they needed those performances from Jordan. They needed the 35 points a game. They needed the 41 points a game against the Suns. They don't. This is what kills me. This is what I say. It is overrated because you got FYFs and more of these dummies. Let's keep it real. The dummies that they um pander to, they want to rewrite history and act like, oh, these were given. You know how good the goddamn Suns were? The Suns could have beat anybody. Uh, all 6 of those finals were anybody's. You understand what I'm saying? Was anybody's game. Now, if you want to sit there and tell me no, because they were sitting there crying about the performance in '07, well, guess what? Those games were up for grabs. Right, JB? Every one of them games in '07 were up for grabs, but they got swept. And Mr. Six turn, Mr. What, 8 turnovers in his first finals game? What was it, 8 or 7? Come on, bro. 35% with Bruce Bowen guarding you, a plumber. These motherfuckers, bro. Come on. I'm not playing no corny songs to get myself out of nothing. I'll drop the link soon enough, but I'm not playing no corny songs every time somebody cook me. Where's the Johnny? Where's the Johnny? Oh man.
This the thing though, and this is why I keep this. See, God.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay. I'm really trying to be kind. I'm really trying to be kind. Now they're gonna tell you that this man was always the favorite going into the finals, but they won't give you an explanation as to why a basketball team that had 5 top 75 players on at the same time. You had LBJ, right? You had Russell Westbrook, who was the Oscar Robertson of his generation, all-time leading triple doubles, 2-time scoring champion, league MVP, was coming off a 22 triple double season in Washington, led the team to the playoffs when Bradley Beal went down with that. I think he had a hand and wrist injury. You had AD, Anthony Davis, who they said was a generational talent. You had Carmelo Anthony, 8th all-time leader, scoring champion in his own right, coming off the bench. And you had Dwight Howard. You had all of that, and you go 33-49 when you're predicted to win 70 games and you're predicted to go to the finals to meet the Brooklyn Nets. And they didn't even, first of all, they didn't make the playoffs. They didn't finish with a winning record, and they finished below sea level.
But
500.
not
But
even
we
a
want to sit
play-in.
here.
Not even a play-in tournament.
Not even
bruh.
a play-in, but they want to sit here and talk about 1992 when that outcome has already been decided because the other dude ain't he's not meeting his end of the bargain. So my point is this: when it comes to this championship record, it goes beyond the finals. Any level of basketball that Michael Jordan competed for in the championship, whether the NBA finals, I'm not going to even really count the 92 Dream Team because, I mean, we all knew who was going to win that. The 84 Olympic team, the last U.S. Olympic team that featured college players or players who just coming out of college, leading the United States to the gold medal. FIBA, the Pan Am Games, NCAA championship. This man was 11-0 in championship play in the sport of basketball. And we want to sit here and talk about 1992 or 1988 or who didn't play good in Game 5 of the second round as an upstart team with 2 rookies on the team and Scottie Pippen and Horace Grant. But you got another guy that got 4 of the top 75 players on the team and was given last year's scoring champion dropped 38-8 in the first round versus Minnesota, and you get wasted in 5 games. And in the previous year, you got the generational talent. You got 17 and 18 points per game score. You got a stacked deck, and you still losing the first round. But we want to talk about who they think was the odds-on favorite in 1991. It don't make no sense to me.
Yeah, and it's a fun. Like I said, okay, officially, Vegas had, but most experts, most columnists, and I remember reading USA Today the whole nine. At the end of the day, like I said, y'all want to talk about the Lakers as if they were non-commodities. Y'all want to talk about the Blazers as they were non-commodities. These finals, and that's damn sure the way NBC sold it. They weren't down. No one thought that the Bulls were just going to run through and beat anybody. There was a story. They sold it like championship fights. Like each, one fighter could win this. One team could get knocked out. But y'all want to act like, oh, these were again. Why if it wasn't, why do they need 31-11 from Jordan? Why do they need 30? They needed them. Trust me, because these games were not blowouts, were they? We all know the two biggest blowouts in NBA Finals history.
Oh,
We all
shit.
know those. But oh yeah, I'm sorry, that's a shot at LeBron. That's a fact. Ain't a shot, that's a fact. Because we talk facts here. We talk facts here. Again, plenty of people. You want to bring up Peter Vesey and Pat Riley? Cool. But at the end of the day, we all know that people could have, the Lakers could have easily won that series. But they had Michael Jordan step up in every single game. They had big games, big shots from Pippen, big shots from Paxson. That's the bottom line. He caught lying. Oh man, Jesus Christ!
And it
So
was crazy, bro. I just seen the video the other day on the panel. They picked the Lakers to win, and not just because of the experience, but they just came off of upsetting Portland in the Western Conference Finals. Portland wasn't
mm-hmm,
able to win at all.
mm-hmm.
They had the most talented team in basketball from 1990, 91, 92. Matter of fact, in 1990 against the Pistons, a lot of people was picking Portland to win because of their overall depth.
Look at this. We got no chill Gill. No. Again, I did misspoke about Chicago being Vegas favorite odds. So what? So what? Plenty of experts pick the Lakers. Plenty of journalists pick the Lakers. And that's the point. The bigger point that we made is that y'all try to rewrite history as if the Bulls were just this walk-through favorite. So you can bring up anybody. You've been trying to listen. Let's go. Let's go. Where did they not need a big time Jordan performance to win? This is the problem? It is overrated because you guys act like it was a walkthrough. Tim Hardaway had to pull up to your panel and tell you, guess what? We ball. We ball. And you know it. So, like at the end of the day, this is what we're talking about. The rewriting of history. Because they'll, again, Mr. FYF, nobody had the Lakers and Nets make it to the finals. Then I go back and see that they were literally the two betting favorites. Everybody had it. ESPN was acting like it was a foregone conclusion, and neither one of them teams got out the second round. And we all know that the Lakers didn't make the playoffs. So, look, this is what we do over here. We talk facts. I misspoke and said that the Lakers were betting favorites, but we all know that plenty of experts and plenty of panelists and plenty of journalists picked the Lakers. So you tell me that you ain't find no journalists that picked the Lakers, and let me know. Prove that to me. Oh, there's
Here go
nobody
one for you. Here go
lies
one for
over
you.
here.
We listen. I don't even talk about the finals. Let's talk about the '89 first round series versus Cleveland. Going into that series, all the Chicago sports writers, Sam Smith, Chicago Tribune, every significant sports writer in Chicago picked Cleveland to win that series because Cleveland had beat the Bulls all 6 regular season games. And that team was so good, the Cleveland Cavaliers, that because I got a book to this day. It's called Pure Pistons that covers their '89 championship season. And the team that Detroit feared the most, I put it this way, was concerned about the most going into them playoffs. It wasn't Boston. It was the Cleveland Cavaliers. Magic Johnson predicted that Cleveland was going to become the team in the '90s, and Jordan knocked that team out in the first round. They weren't favored to win that series. They weren't favored to beat the Knicks in the second round, and they upset them, beat them. And then the Eastern Conference Finals versus Detroit, they a lot of these cats like to bring up. Well, the Pistons was favored to win that too, and the Bulls took that 1-0 lead. And in that game 3, Jordan dropped 46 on, hit that bank shot on Rodman and Isaiah, and then that's what brought forth the Jordan rules. Because outside of that, Michael Jordan would have beat Detroit in '89.
Yeah, again, I love it because what they do is they pivot between talking points. The Bulls, the Pistons were overrated. The Pistons were done. The Pistons were old. Meanwhile, the Pistons come back with two All Stars the next year, uh, two All Stars a year, three All Stars in '92. I understand how could you be done in '91 and have three All Stars the very next year? I need to understand that. But now All Stars ain't this. All Star ain't what it is. It's only half the season. See, again, I think y'all need to understand. We really need to go back and look at how teams were judged. We really need to go out and look at how teams were constructed. The Lakers were obviously a great team in '91. Maybe they didn't think Dunleavy was that good, but at the end of the day, the Lakers, trust me, it was enough people betting on both sides to believe that a series. And again, '92, '93, the performances, Jordan's performances were fucking amazing. And that's the bottom line. This is why I say that it is overrated to say 6-0. But to act like these were walkthroughs and now no expert picked the Lakers. Okay, no, not one person picked the 143 games of finals experience versus John Paxson. Because they thought John Paxson was just going to lock whoever he was guarding up. Come on, bro. Come on. So, like I said, end of the day, what is the topic of the show? You know what the topic is. You know why you pulled up, Mar. You know why you pulled up. Sticking to the Knicks is winning. I'm standing on that. They said, LeBron. This guy came up and said Lamont didn't say the 21 year that nobody had the Nets and Lakers in the finals. We were literally talking about the year they traded for Westbrook. See what I'm saying? They can sit here and change any narrative they want, but then they go back 35 years. So when they weren't even thought. At least I could understand. I was playing basketball out on courts. This is what's the name? When this finals were going on. The Pistons were odds-on favorites before, and when you knocked off the Pistons in a sweep, yeah, that was a lot. People thought that the Bulls were going to be, but the Lakers were the Lakers. You got 5 championships from Magic, 3 from AC Green, 3 from Worthy, 3 from Scott. You had a lot of championship experience on that team, and that was what thought was going to put the Lakers through.
And then Sam Perkins, that addition, that kind of bolstered their front court as Michael Thompson got older. And of course, like I said, Kareem retired in '89. Divac was our second-year starting center. So they weren't like they changed their style of play from Showtime to more of a half court strategy. And when they upset Portland, that was the key to people thought Portland was going to win it all that year, and the Lakers beat them in the West Conference Finals. That's one of the reasons why they was favored to win, beat the Bulls.
Now look at this sycophant. Look at this sycophant. FY, he told me he's gonna come up and talk about a random stream that we did months ago, right? The FYF was talking about 2020. Why would FYF be talking about 2020 when Kevin Durant was hurt? When Kevin Durant and Kyrie were hurt, the Nets didn't even make the playoffs. Why would FYF be talking about that year? Unless you're talking about 2020, 21. Okay. Well, guess what? Did 2020, 21, what did the Nets and Lakers do? He said nobody had them in the finals, even though the Lakers were heavy favorites against Phoenix, which should have never happened. Oh, I guess they'll tell me that the Lakers weren't favored in 2021 either against Chris Paul and the Sun. See, again, it's going to be an open panel, Gil.
The Lakers and the Nets consensus-wise to meet each other in the finals because both had super teams. Because Brooklyn had KD, Kyrie, and James Harden. Then they brought in, like every move the Lakers made to bolster their bench. Brooklyn made bringing in Blake Griffin, bringing in DeAndre Jordan, Patty Mills, and all that stuff. And they were both favored to meet each other in the finals.
So Brooklyn, the link is in the chat. T-Dub, you could drop the link on your side as well in case anybody watching on that side. And I want people to pull up and challenge because oh yeah, I was wrong. The Vegas, which again, y'all always say I don't do the Vegas odds. That's for degenerate gamblers. But now y'all were right that the Bulls were slight favorites, like 180 to plus 200 or whatever, plus 170. No, you actually made 160 if you bet 100 on the Lakers. So here we go. Well, Mars in his
Oh
chat.
boy,
Mm-hmm.
King Cat.
So let me first off, what you got on my Knicks take? Because I did promise to put on stream that the Knicks are going to win, and I'm jumping out that window. So guess what? You can pull up when you pull up this stream. You can pull up that King Speech Rose said that the Knicks is winning it, and when we rolling through Manhattan, when we rolling through the Canyon of Heroes, and Mr. Jalen Brunson is. Well, shit, I don't even know who's going to win. I'm not predicting the finals MVP, but, Jalen Brunson will be there.
Your Knicks take is trash. It's like most of your takes.
I mean,
okay, what I say about the Knicks? Since you know what I said about the Vegas odds in 91.
You said you got them winning it, right? Winning the East.
Okay, but why and why?
I ain't hear all that. But
you ain't hear all that. Wait. So you know my take is trash, but you don't know what I said. No, tomorrow. Come on, Mar. You said you know my take is trash.
Cleveland
but you ain't know what I said.
Better.
Orlando?
Cleveland
So you
got
you got Orlando going to the finals.
No, I ain't say that.
Okay, who? Cleveland?
I said Cleveland and Orlando is better than the Knicks.
Okay, so who's going to the final? Cleveland? Max Strus is out
coming out of the East
with a foot injury.
If I had, I mean, it's early, but if I had to pick right now, I would take I would go with Cleveland or Orlando.
Okay, so Cleveland. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I'm glad you can stand on it. Cleveland, the same guy. They got guys that don't want to suit up they don't want to suit up for the.
I really like Orlando though. So I'm gonna go with Orlando. I'm gonna go with
Orlando.
Orlando.
All right, jump out the window.
I like Orlando to come out the East, man.
Now, FYF, I actually verbalized my take to you. I did say how I love the two-man game that Mike Brown is going to bring, and I love the fact that if we could count on a full season of Mitch defensively, and I actually do have two Knicks being all NBA defense and all Mitch Robinson and OG Anunoby, potentially a third with Bridges, but we'll see. And honestly, I think OG Anunoby got robbed last year. He should have been on the defensive team and not Draymond Green. But what do you got on that take?
It's a take. It's not
It's
special.
a take. See what I'm saying? You asked me to jump out the window. I did.
No, I'm not. It's not that you want me to. In my opinion on the take is going to be based on your take is based on how you see the game. I'm not going to say I won't know if it's right or wrong until the Knicks do what they do, which is typically lose. And
typically.
And so I'm looking at the game different. I think stars run this league. I think the Knicks have number two options as their 1 and 2 option. They lack star power. They don't have a real closer when it matters most. And when I watched them get outplayed by Tyrese Halliburton, that showed it most. Like Becky Hammond said, you cannot win. You cannot win.
Well, they didn't get outplayed by Halliburton. Halliburton had a triple single game in there, bro.
When your best player is 5'11", you're not going to win. And the only person to ever do that was Isaiah Thomas and Steph Curry. I don't see Jalen Brunson doing anything that they did.
Well, first of all, Jalen Brunson's ball is 6'1.5". He can dunk the basketball with ease, the whole nine. But okay, you said you said they're number 2. You do realize hold on. You do realize that last season both Karl-Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson had 60 spots. So now are you telling me that it's easy to get a 60 spot? That number 2s can get 60 spots in this era? You know that the Karl-Anthony Towns 60 spot, they took him out of the game with plenty of time to go. He could have went for 70.
I've seen players like Cedric Ceballos drop 50. I mean, everybody's due for a good game.
And Cedric was a hell of a goddamn scorer.
And he was a number 5-4 option most times.
Yeah, because of a certain other issue. But Cedric was a hell of a scorer.
my
Okay, all
point,
right.
my
I
point is
mean,
one game doesn't make you a true superstar or star. They lack, to
okay,
me, they lack star
all right,
power.
okay.
They're not good
What
enough.
Jalen
And
Brunson
you got
also
rid of the
did.
coach that
Hold on.
got rid of the
Jalen
coach that
Brunson.
made you relevant.
This nigga
What Jalen
crazy.
Brunson also did, he dropped 50 points, 9 of 9 from 3, and he did that on the same court with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. So again, you're going to tell me that Jalen Brunson is a number 2. Okay, cool.
On a
At the end of the
championship
day,
On a
at the
championship
end
team,
of
he's a number 2 option at best. Should be really a number 3.
okay. Number 2 options get 50 in this, but which will tell you, right, that some of
No,
them
I'm saying
maybe the
number 2
scoring.
options don't win championships. That's all I'm saying. I didn't say number 2 options can't put up buckets. I'm saying number 2 options don't win championships. Not if the number 2
Okay.
options, your number 1
What
option.
we're defining as number 2 option. How are we defining number 2 option? Because again, I don't believe in that. Anybody, as you said, anybody could drop a great night. But again, you're talking about guys who are very good, consistent scorers.
bro.
Jalen. Wait a minute. Wait. You said Jalen Brunson's the number 2 option. Again, guys that score 40 points 4 straight times in the playoffs.
Hey, are
Jerry
you willing to take a
West.
bet on it? I mean, are you willing to bet on the Knicks?
Bro, you
could
can
put some money
ignore
on
the
it.
size, but
No, you're not. If
it's
I'm
gonna
gonna
come
bet
into
the
play,
Knicks, I'm
bro.
gonna bet it. If I'm gonna bet the Knicks, I'm gonna go to FanDuel. Come on now, I'm gonna go to one of them sites where I can get the odds. Y'all
I'll
never
give you
love to get
odds.
odds. I'm not betting Knicks versus the field. As I said, the Lakers are not making the playoffs, and
I'll give you odds.
you
And
didn't
that's a
like that
trash
take. So
take.
you said
Another
jump out the
trash take.
window and said who's going to win. I said the Lakers. I said the
I'll
Knicks are
give,
going to win
I'll,
because I was
I'll give
calling
you,
out
I'll give
players'
you,
choice.
I'll give you
Say
odds.
again.
I'll give you odds.
All right, we'll see what we'll see. We'll talk about that as the season trust me, I don't forget. I don't
Oh, now
forget.
you,
Same way I didn't forget you
now you
saying
want to see some
nobody
games
had the
from.
Lakers and
Hey, Ro,
Nets
I already
in
got our bet written
2021.
down. I got our
Hey,
bet
King
written
Row.
down, so
No,
and the date and all that.
I gotta
So
go.
you're
I gotta
not
go
getting
real
out of
quick, King
this.
Row. King Row. Just as because I was watching the pregame, game 1, 1991 NBA Finals, and so what was interesting about that pregame was that was Bob Costas' first year with NBC.
Yes.
He was new to the game. He wasn't so he wasn't in season yet. The other people on the show, everybody on that show, including Bob Costas, and I can play the video or I can give you the statements. They all picked the Bulls as overwhelming favorites. Who are the journalists that you were referring to that picked it?
So what did they put the Bulls in 5 or 6? What did they
No,
pick the Bulls in 5 or 6?
No, I'm just asking.
You said overwhelming favorites.
Who were the
Overwhelming
journalists?
favorites mean they think it's going to be a short series.
Okay, you said that there were journalists that were picking against the Bulls. Who were they?
Yeah, that means if you read USA Today, you read certainly a lot of people were picking the Lakers based on their experience. Again, they sold it. They sold it against the Showtime Lakers, which again they weren't exactly the Showtime Lakers, but they still was a team that Magic Johnson was running the show.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just saying who are the names of these writers? Because Sam Smith, Jackie McCollum, Michael Wilbon. All the big names.
So Chicago guys?
No. Washington Post, Michael Wilbon, Jackie McCollum with the Associated Press. You have Sam Smith with the Chicago Tribune, including people like Pat Riley, Bob Costas, Peter Vesey. They all picked Chicago.
You know the mark will come with the receipts, bro.
So I want to know. I just want to know who were the people you were reading because I want to go look this up.
No, you said they all picked Chicago as overwhelming favorites. Now again, I can sit here and do the same thing you did. You had the ability to go to your computer and dig it out. I can do the same thing. So come on, I do that because again, I'm low tech over here. I'm literally sitting poolside. And I'm literally sitting poolside with it's crazy cold down here. And I can do the same thing after stream and put it in the car. I'd rather do it that way because based on your own advice, it's good to draw post stream comments. So I'll do that. I'll do that FYF. You're not going to play gotcha over here. No, sir. The bigger point is no one thought No one thought that the Bulls were going to walk through the 143
now
game
that's the point.
experience. That's exactly
Come
what.
on,
Hey,
bro.
JB, what were we talking
You
about?
done did
JB.
the whole Michael Jackson moonwalk, bro.
No, there's no moonwalk. There's no
What is you
moonwalk. You
doing, bro?
caught one thing. Oh, Vegas. It's so funny. Y'all never want to use Vegas
MJ.
odds. But when
Look,
I sit there and tell you that Vegas odds had the LeBron's teams in Cleveland being the overwhelming favorite multiple years, and they don't even get to the finals or the conference finals some years. Oh, y'all don't want to use that. See, that's what I'm talking about. You want to talk
bro.
about. See,
You brought it
I'm
up.
telling you, 6-0 was over it because that's the point. You asked what the point of the stream was. Well, first, the Knicks. I got the Knicks in 26, and we could talk
The
about
Knicks
that
in
more
26.
too.
What? You keep saying the Knicks.
Knicks and the Knicks in 26. The Knicks are going to be 2026 NBA champion. I'm standing on this motherfucker right now like King motherfucking Khan. Okay, so that's number one. Number two. 6-0 is an overrated stat. I am agreeing with my man from I forget what's the guy with billions of followers. I mean million something followers. I don't even know the guy that Dreamers Pro was talking about all day. And I agree, it is an overrated stat. It's an overrated stat. It's overused. It's overhyped because it's not even telling the story of what made the Bulls championship team. That year, they became a championship team. They finally got over the Pistons. Now, y'all can use the injury excuse all you want. It was a sweep. A team like Pistons were built on depth. They were built on depth. So I don't care who was injured. The Bulls swept them. Sent them bye-bye. Took them off the court. They didn't want to shake hands. That happened. We all saw that, right? And then they played the Lakers with 143 games of championship experience, and they won in 5. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Can I read the Associated Press article?
You can read all the articles you want, sir. You can read all the articles you want.
This is June 2nd, 1991. The article is titled NBA Finals, Lakers versus Chicago. It says right here, in quotations, against all odds, the Lakers, this is the Bulls have something the Trailblazers didn't, an unstoppable player, but they're young and they have never been to the finals. If the Lakers can avoid getting blown away early, they can win. However, if I have to make a prediction, I feel that Chicago Bulls will dominate the Los Angeles Lakers in 6 games.
So did you just put Michael Jordan over for being unstoppable?
Bro, this is gonna kill your whole narrative.
No, it's not. No, it's not because you don't know my whole argument. You said you pulled up and heard some shit.
June 2nd, 1991. That's June 2nd, 1991. That's the date. That's literally the date of the article. Prediction was made. Now you said you read the Associated Press. No, that's straight from the Associated Press.
I know. I actually didn't say I read AP. I said I read USA Today. So that's what I got back in North Carolina back in. I didn't AP. I didn't know. I'm 12 years old. I don't know what AP means. I didn't know what AP mean back then.
I got the USA Today as well.
Oh boy.
I mean, look, bro, look. Are you going to tell me that not one journalist thought that the Lakers could beat the Bulls? Is that what we're doing here?
That wasn't your narrative. That you
No. That wasn't my narrative. My narrative was about how much finals experience that the Lakers had versus the Bulls, who had 0 games. Nobody had played in the NBA Finals.
Okay, so here's USA Today. I'll read the article.
And they were still picking the Bulls.
It says the Chicago Bulls enter. It says Chicago Bulls enter their first NBA Finals with momentum, help, and the league's MVP. Michael Jordan is averaging 31 points and nearly 9 assists in the postseason. Scottie Pippen has blossomed into a versatile all-star, and the Bulls' triangle offense is producing at its peak efficiency. The Lakers, meanwhile, limp with James Worthy slowed by a sprained ankle. Byron Scott questionable. Magic Johnson remains the game's ultimate floor leader, but the supporting cast is too thin to withstand Chicago's depth and energy. Prediction. It literally says prediction. Bulls in 5 as Jordan and Pippen usher in a new era of NBA dominance.
Okay.
That's your
I'm trying to understand what did you prove?
Narrative right there, bro.
No, there is no narrative. The narrative was again. The narrative was again. It's the Lakers championship experience, championship winning experience, and the amount of finals battles that they had was in the Lakers' favor.
No, your narrative was majority was picking the Lakers because of that.
I didn't
That's
say
what you tried to.
majority.
That's what you tried to get
I
across.
never said
And that was
majority.
cap.
And I did say a lot of
And that was
people
cap.
on the NBC panel was picking the Lakers.
Right.
Look. End of the day, here's the thing: the narrative is the
What
Bulls
panelists on
again.
NBC? Who are you talking about? None of the panelists on NBC picked the Lakers.
Okay, all right.
I can play for you.
I'm gonna go back and look my damn self.
No,
but at the end of the day,
and we don't even gotta get to 92. We already know JB lied about
Let me
that.
share my screen. I can share my screen.
What did JB say in 92? Explain to me what JB said in 92.
He said it was even money, and that's a lie.
It was definitely not even money
with the Bulls.
Okay. All right.
So we don't even gotta get into that.
Okay, so I actually have one better, King Bro. So I have a list.
Let me intervene. Let me intervene.
Here, King Bro, I have a list.
Let me
I have a
intervene.
list of every publication that picked the Bulls. USA Today,
Get over here.
We got a list of every single publication and everybody.
Let me intervene.
It's right here.
Hold on.
Time out.
Hold on. I gotta mute y'all. Let JB speak.
Time out. See, let me calm down here, because see, this is an insult, because a lot of these cats, man, they probably mostly could probably even watch old enough to watch the NBA back then. See,
nobody.
Time out. And this ain't about someone knowing basketball more. This ain't about a generational thing. This ain't about a generational thing. When the money time comes, when they start really buckling down, really start buckling down.
Who said Pat Riley? No one said that. See what I'm saying? Stop it.
Time out.
JB said that.
Right before these series start, I just said, and it went over a lot of people's ears. I just came across a series of clips just on the humbug.
I can share my screen. Play
guys in the studio.
I can play it.
Who predicted? I'm talking about I ain't talking about like where you a week leading up to it. I'm talking about minutes before the thing kick off.
Yeah, this is the pregame. That's what matters to me. It's like a boxing match. It's like a boxing match. It's like the Super Bowl. Bob Costas. I can play it right now.
Yeah. You're not lawyering. Cochran, calm down. It's not.
Come on.
You can object, but
I'm gonna go to 91, and then I'm gonna go to 92. In 91, I just came across a series of videos the other day, because I didn't even know we was gonna cover this topic about the 6-0, where you had guys in the studio right before tip off. They predicted the Lakers was going to win the series. And what I mean by win the series, I'm not even saying they was going to convincingly beat them. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
in the studio.
The Lakers had beat the most talented team in basketball, who was the deepest team in the league, and from 1990 up until 1992, it was the Portland Trail Blazers. They upset the Trailblazers, who had the league's best record, 63-19. They beat them in the Western Conference Finals. So they looked at that. Now the Bulls had beat the defending champion Pistons, but the Blazers had the better regular season throughout. Going into right before that series started, I just watched the video. They said the Lakers, they beat Portland, and they had the experience going into their series. Not convincingly. Like I said, I'm not saying they was going to blow the Lakers out, because, I'm a Laker fan. Of course, I want the Lakers to win the series. I was relieved when they pulled out that game one. My point is this.
Yeah, what is your point?
At the end of my point is this. I can sit here and tell y'all, I remember like it was yesterday. And it's going to fall over deaf ears. And the only people that challenge this stuff are fans of LeBron James. It's not Kevin Durant. It's not Steph Curry. It's not Kawhi Leonard. It's not Luka Doncic. It's not Giannis Antetokounmpo.
What does this got to do?
LeBron fans.
No, it's got to do with what we were talking about. See, that's what y'all not going to do.
Let's go to 1992.
You're not Cochran. I'm Judge Ito right now. You
Oh,
can
he going
object.
in circles.
You
Let's
can
go to
He going
object,
in
but you
circles.
1992.
need to
You
make
gotta
a
slow him down.
real point.
Let's go to
Somebody slow him
1992.
down. He going in circles. Somebody
Let's
slow
go
him
to
down.
1992. Let's go to 1992.
We can't
There
go
you
to
Going
go.
into that
1992 yet.
You
We're
season,
still
said
on
they
going
was
into that
94.
even money.
season.
You said the Bulls and
Time
the
out, time out.
Blazers was even money. That's
You
cap.
can pull up.
That's all I'm saying.
There was an edition of Sports
That was a
Illustrated
lie. That's all I'm
magazine,
saying,
and
bro.
it had a cover of Jordan and
What?
Clyde, and the title of the edition of Sports Illustrated, it was Collision
Hey,
Course,
Cottage,
because all
I'm gonna
season
get you that
long, all
that
season
race,
long,
man.
they anticipated a
They
matchup
argue just like
between.
you, bro.
Time out. They had a matchup anticipation of the Bulls going against the Blazers, particularly Jordan and Clyde. They was always referring to Clyde Drexler as the Michael Jordan of the West. Jordan won the league MVP, his second straight league MVP. Clyde was the runner-up to MVP. So in your
Right.
mind, you thinking, man, these two teams finna clash out. Like it was building up to that. What I'm saying is this. Right before tip-off, I'm talking about like in the heat of the moment. I ain't talking about like early on predictions. I'm talking about in the heat of the moment when you say, okay, this thing finna go off. This thing finna pop off. Going into it, Portland had a deeper team than Chicago. It's not even a question. They had a deeper team than any roster in basketball, especially
No
after
one disputes that.
when it
No one
was
disputes
time
that.
out.
92?
When they traded for Buck
No
Williams.
one disputes that.
Wait a minute, time out. When they traded for Buck Williams going into the 89 and 90 season, that's what propelled Portland into the championship rank. Then they drafted the Petroviches and they had Cliff Robinson, 6-man a year caliber player, Clyde, Terry Porter, Kevin Duckworth, Jerome Kersey. That team wasn't no joke, man. And matter of fact, they had Danny Ainge on
What
that
is
team.
your point, though?
That's another
Let
thing.
me.
What is the overarching
You know
point?
what? You know what?
Danny
You know what I remember?
Ainge.
Hold
Time
up.
out.
Hold up.
I mean,
They
you
Go ahead.
got
acquired
Danny
Danny
Ainge is
Ainge.
like your fourth,
So right
fifth
before
man.
going into that series, doing prognosticators, especially after the difficult series against the Knicks, where the Knicks forced a do or die game 7 versus the Bulls. So the Bulls was seen as okay, a favorite per se, in the sense that overall they had Michael Jordan. That was the deciding factor. But in terms of the team, both teams, Portland had a deeper team. It's not even a question. So going right before
You know
tip
what?
off,
You know what I remember too, JB. You know what I remember too. And when they used to prognosticate these series, they would go position by position, right?
That's right.
So who get the edge? Who get the edge? Who get the edge with the bench? The Lakers got the. I remember the Lakers got the edge at point guard, at center, at power forward,
King Bro, there were only
at
two
power
people on
forward.
the pregame show in '91.
It was a wash. Hold on, it was a wash at small forward, and the only position starting for the starter
Was
was
there two
Michael
guards
Jordan.
and Byron
And
Scott?
that was consistent. Hold on, that was consistent for a lot of playoff series. Now Pippen would get it in most other series, but they gave it a wash. Worthy in his former Finals MVP winning versus Pippen, who just finally had a great series against the Pistons. But they gave it a wash. I believe they gave it a wash, even with Pippen, even with Worthy coming in with the ankle problem. Again, you felt most players would soldier through, and Worthy for the most part did soldier through, and Worthy for the most part did have a pretty good series. Okay, so he wasn't 100%, but guess what? A lot of people went 100%. The Bulls would lose, and see that I'm glad y'all doing this, because that's the next thing. The fact that they had Michael Jordan, and he was consistently the winner of his matchup and prediction wise, is why the Bulls were favored in the first place. Without Michael Jordan, they ain't favored for shit. They damn sure weren't favored against the Knicks when Scottie Pippen was the man. They were barely favored in the first round of '94 as well. So thank you for basically illustrating Michael Jordan's greatness off the bat. The fact that they believed in Jordan, they saw Jordan play so goddamn well. See, it's so funny,
Nobody
right? It's so
denies
funny.
Jordan's greatness.
Moonwalking extraordinaires.
No, it's not
What are you
walking.
talking
I'm
about?
Moonwalking
standing. No, this is
extraordinaires.
10. Hey, Mr. Marr, this is 10 toes down, because I stand on what I say. I stand. Okay, I misspoke
You
about
stand on
Vegas
lies.
hard.
You
I
standing on lies,
misspoke
bro.
about Vegas
Okay,
hard,
but
because guess
who in the
what? For me
pregame,
to
who in the
put
'91
Vegas
pregame said that
took a bunch of
that the Lakers
degenerate
are going to win?
bookies, because a bunch of
Michael
degenerate
Jackson
bookies who
this
knew
shit
that
up,
Michael
bro.
Jordan was very, very popular would get a lot of votes, get a lot of bets
King
for
Bro, can
the
I play the
Bulls.
video?
Therefore, to make their money, they're gonna put it. But that's not exactly what the
Let them play
prediction
the
is.
video then, bro.
Can I play the video, bro?
Because you trying to push
Play
this
the video.
narrative.
Play the
Now
video.
you
Please
Michael
play the video.
Jackson.
All
Play
right,
the
hold on,
video.
let me share my screen. You gotta have my screen when I share. This is just a 91 pregame. Because
I mean, exhibit A, Mr. Cochran.
Hold on one second. Hold on.
Because
You gotta
you and
share. You
JB
gotta
be
share.
lying, bro.
You gotta hit
Y'all
share
keep
screen.
lying.
So basically, there were only 2 people on the NBA Finals
Oh,
pregame show. There was 5
hold on.
passes.
Let
I'm
me
looking at right now.
do the format. Let me see if I can. I'm low tech over here. I need
It was Bob Costas and Pat Riley. It wasn't a whole host of people like you see today. It was only 2 people.
Did I say a whole host of people? Well, it's Peter Vesey as well. You said Peter Vesey was part of that crew too, wasn't he?
And so, yeah, but Peter Vesey picked the Bulls. Pat Riley, I can play it once I play it for you. He picked the
So
Bulls.
3 guys, and you also said they were overwhelming favorites, right? So they picked it to be a long series too, right?
I can read your statements, and you can determine if they felt it was overwhelming or not. Either way, the point is that they all picked the Bulls.
Read what statement? Okay, you can read the statements, but the larger point. The larger point was that
they all picked the Bulls to win. That's the point.
Okay, cool. That's fine. That means the Bulls are favorite. So what?
That's the whole point of this.
No, sir. The whole point is that a lot of people, a lot of experts, and again, a lot of people by position thought that the Lakers were better and thought that would play a factor.
You still ain't told us who,
So
bro.
you can stay on that all you want, because again,
Well,
the whole talking point is 6-0 is an overrated stat because it's not telling the story. Now we're gonna tell the story. Tell it.
What experts did this? What experts picked LA?
Oh my God, bro!
Just give me the name of one.
He can't.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it post stream because again, I do remember reading a lot. And again,
this is crazy, bro.
No, it don't matter. I guarantee you there were plenty.
It wasn't Sports Illustrated because they picked the Bulls. USA Today picked the Bulls.
Okay, they you know there's different writers. You know there's different writers within these things, right?
Yeah, but the only at that time the only writers that got to the sports page were the big name writers. So the Washington Post at that time, it was Michael Wilbon. He was the lead writer. For the LA Times, for the Chicago Tribune, it was Sam Smith. Like I see the names.
Okay, so again, Michael Wilbon, a Chicago guy. Come on, bro.
Okay,
but I mean, it's cool. Look. At the end of the day, you can sit there and tell me not one expert in all of America thought that Magic Johnson and his 5 rings could beat my. You're not old enough. I'm sorry, bro. None of y'all.
Basketball Digest is? What's Basketball Digest? You know what that is?
Oh yeah, I know Basketball Digest. Okay.
They picked the Bulls. Boston Globe. They picked the Bulls.
Okay, so what does that mean? What does that mean?
I'm trying to figure out where are you getting from that there were sports writers picking the Lakers.
No sports writers. Bro, you can pop up everything on your screen. You can pop up everything on your computer screen. It does not mean anything. The larger picture. See, again, the larger picture, the larger thing we were talking here is that nobody thought that the Lakers that the Bulls would running through these series. And that's the thing that y'all like to bring up. Y'all want to act like, it was no doubt. The Bulls are just overwhelming favorites. It's going to run over everybody. No, that didn't happen. Not 1 year. Not 1 year.
So you went.
Let's keep it real. Not 1 year.
Let me read it. Let me read you what Pat Riley said. I'm going to read you what Pat Riley said.
You actually showed it, so we're not going to keep repeating ourselves.
You
said about this. Put it in the comments about this is not the Showtime Lakers. I'm in it, right? He's gonna pick the team that fired him. Okay.
No. It says at the end. It says I expect the Bulls. He says I expect Chicago to control the series and win their first championship convincingly. He said convincingly.
Okay, cool.
He literally said it.
Cool, and they did that, right? And they did that, right?
When you say, okay, so hold on. Also, when we go to Peter Vesey said, look for Chicago to steamroll LA en route to their first title. What does steamroll mean?
But see, wait a minute, wait a minute. But when I tell you,
He
when I
said,
say, when I said that I came across footage. I remember like it was yesterday. They was
obviously
in the
not.
studio and they picked the Lakers to win that series.
Who
It means
who
nothing.
was in
It
studio?
means
Who
nothing.
was in
And
studio?
it's only to LeBron fans.
He
It's only
said,
Who
this
was
is the
in
only
don't
studio?
try
fans.
to
Wait,
make
wait,
this
wait,
all.
wait,
It's
look,
Why
wait,
you
only
bringing
look,
up
look,
fans of
look,
LeBron?
LeBron
look.
that
They
does
Why
this.
not
you
gonna
bringing up
Red Rogan show,
LeBron?
bro.
It's
I
the
just want to
only
pull up the video,
fans that want
Jimmy.
to
I'm not
go
saying you're
back
On,
wrong. I
bro.
just want to go pull up the
to
video. Just
1991 and
who
1998 and
who was in
1988
studio when they said this?
Why is this man bringing up LeBron? That's
because
Who
the
did,
crazy,
only
bro.
fans let me put it this way.
You lied. Now you want to bring up
I ain't lying.
Bron.
Ain't
What
nobody
is
lying.
going on, bro?
Ain't
okay,
nobody
so who
lying.
was in
Bro,
studio?
bro,
So
bro.
so I
Let
can
me,
go
let
pull
me.
up the video. Who
I just
who was in
told y'all.
studio?
I just told y'all that I
Who
came
was in the
across footage
studio?
on YouTube. Footage I already knew that
Yeah, but
they was
who
Yeah,
in
was
the
in the
Bob
studio,
studio?
Costas. That's
NBC.
one. That's one.
That
Because again, he's the one that brought up the 143.
and
I
matter of
have what
fact,
Bob Costa
we can
said right here in front of
let's
me.
take it a step further. A lot of time,
Want me
what
to
they
read
said
it?
was based
See,
on precedents. A lot of teams they had to go to the finals and take their lumps and then come back the next year and win. Just like when the Pistons they made their first finals appearance against the Lakers, they lost in 7 games. They came back the next year and won. So when Portland lost to the Pistons in '90, they expected them to come back next year and win it all. And they got upset by the Lakers. So the thought was that's how teams had to progress in the grand scheme of things. You had to take your lumps if you go to the finals, you're gonna lose to
hmm
the more experienced team. And then you get that experience, come back next year with more resolve and more of a sense of this is gonna be our year, and then you come and win it. So what I'm saying is, in the studio, I I just watched the video last week. They said that the
You want me
Lakers
to,
had it. They,
you
they
want me to
just came
read
off
to
an
you what Bob
upset.
Costa said
no,
They
no,
verbatim?
no,
just
no,
came
Hold
no.
off
on,
an
ready?
I know
upset.
we're not reading
They
nothing
just
else,
come off.
bro.
They just came off an
No.
upset of
Why?
the Portland Trailblazers. They was 63-19. They had the best record in the NBA, and the Lakers upset them in the Western Conference Final, and they beat them in 6 games. Based on that victory, even though the Bulls beat the Pistons, but Portland was favored to win a championship that year. They had the deepest team in the NBA from 1990 until '92. When they lost
No,
to the
Detroit was
Pistons,
favored to win it that year.
no, all three.
Okay.
I'm saying I said 1990 1992. Portland had the deepest, most talented team in the NBA.
I agree.
That's unequivocal.
But they weren't favored to win in '92. It was Detroit favored to win. But you are right. Portland had the deepest team.
And
Okay,
Portland was
going
favored to
into that
take the
series,
West, right? Portland was
going
favored
into
to take
that
the West,
series.
right?
I don't know who was favored to take the West, but
Oh, now
Detroit
you
was
don't
favored to
know.
win
Come
the
on,
champ.
come on, come on,
No,
bro.
See,
no,
Come on,
I'm
bro.
what I'm
telling
saying,
you, Detroit was
what I'm
favored to
saying
win it
is
all that year.
to
That's a
go back
fact.
and sit here and argue about what happened in 1990 is really a
Thank you.
sad state of affairs.
It really
My point
is,
is
and
this.
and they
This
really
is
think
your
they got a
My
video.
point is
smoking
this.
gun, bro.
My
This is
point
your
is
Bro,
this.
video.
Mr.
Y'all can sit
Cochran,
here.
you're not gonna get it off here, bro. Because again, you called me a liar. I did misspoke and talk about betting odds, but trust me, trust me, I can go and I'm gonna do this when we leave because I'm going
Feel
to
free.
put it in the comments and I'm going to generate. I want to generate talking, same way the advice you gave me to get the post. That's what YouTube likes, right? That's what I'm gonna do. So I'm not like we're not gonna sit here and try because I guarantee how many people were covering basketball in America. You gonna sit there and tell me not 257 people in the AP, all 257 had the Bulls? Get the fuck out of here. We're not doing that.
No, no,
We ain't
no.
doing
But
that.
we're just no. But King Bro, you guys were specifically talking about the
No, no, no,
NBC
no, 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 no,
broadcast.
really, no, sir, do over here. Don't play this lawyer crap because again, I know what the conversation was about. Then
But
we
see,
gonna
Okay,
stay
so
here in
who did y'all
comes
'91, and
refer
you
down
gonna
to?
tell
to it.
me nobody had the Blazers in '92? I
Then
guarantee
tell me
you.
who had.
Shit,
Then
somebody
tell
up
me.
in the Pacific Northwest had the
Then tell
Blazers
me
in
who picked the
'92.
Lakers. Then
But see,
all you
this
have to
what it
do
comes
is
down
tell
to.
me who
Hold on,
picked the
hold on.
No, I'm
Lakers.
not gonna tell you how because we were on stream. We're using our phones, bro.
And
When you got
Oh,
your
you don't
computer
remember?
you
and
know why?
everything else you type in to pull up your
I thought you
nonsense, and
remember.
that's
I
cool.
thought
You
you
can
But
do
remember.
check
that.
this out, Phil. Check this
You
out.
can
The
do
reason
that,
why
but
this conversation even exists right now is because Rich Paul made a statement and said that the Bulls was favored in every finals they played in. That's that's the false narrative right there. Because the '98 finals, going into '98 finals, Utah was favored to win that because number one, this was the rematch from the previous year. Number 2, the Utah Jazz beat the Bulls both times in the regular season. Number 3, they felt the Bulls on their last legs, and there's no way in the world they're going
I put up
build up the
Scottie Pippen.
resolve to win that title. Going into that
What
final,
were the odds? What were the
Utah was
odds for each of
favored
those
to win it.
series?
No,
what was the
we're
Utah
not
was
gonna
odds?
do
favored to
that.
win
We're
that
not gonna do
series.
the odds. We're gonna do the narratives and we're gonna do the narratives. We're gonna
Utah
do the
was favored
narratives.
to
That's
win
JB.
it.
what we're
Not the first time they
JB.
played each other,
I just
but
got
the
one
second
question for
time.
JB.
The second time Utah was favored to win that series, boss.
Okay, so in
And
98, the Bulls were a minus 180 to win.
Okay,
it's a
cool.
lot.
That's
The
Vegas.
Utah Jazz were
I'm looking
favored
at
to win their series going in.
I'm on
Going
Vegas,
in,
right?
Utah Jazz were favored to win it because they had
were
just beat the Lakers. They beat the
they
Lakers in
were
the Western Conference
minus
Finals.
200.
They
They were
beat the
minus
Lakers.
297.
They beat a
They
team that
were
won 61 games. They beat a Lakers team that won 61 to 21.
minus
They beat
280 and
them.
96.
The Utah
Nobody trying to hear
Jazz
about
was
them
favored to win their
winning
finals
games.
going
The,
in.
And now
the,
nobody trying to
The
hear
Utah
nothing. See
Jazz
what I'm
was favored to
saying?
win their
Y'all
finals going
asking
in.
me,
Bulls-
Like
Lamont,
it's
you
the
do this a
Bulls-
lot. You
stuff.
ask
I
for
mean, it's
who,
like,
then
come
we
on,
start
bro.
finding who, and then
You
you
didn't
act like,
tell
come
me
on,
who.
Lamont, you're not doing, we
60
not.
win stuff. I
Who was
mean,
the favorites to win in '98?
Going into the series, after both conference champions were determined, the
It
Utah
was the
Jazz
Bulls.
was favored to win
The
that
Bulls
series
were
because they
minus
beat the
180.
Bulls.
Who's
They
your
beat
No,
source
no,
them
no,
that
no,
the
in
no.
both
We're
Utah
not doing
Jazz
that.
would?
We're not doing
in
Who's
the
your
in the
source that?
regular
Hold
season.
on. Who's your source that the Utah Jazz was the favorites to win in '98?
You know what the source is? My memory. My memory.
oh hell no.
Bruh.
I don't need
Oh hell
Yeah,
no,
okay.
that's
bro.
what I'm saying. But see, 'cause
Okay.
you know what? Yo, JB, here's what
What?
they will do. Here's what they will do.
the only
Nigga
people
said
They
that
my
will
do this
memory.
are
ask you,
fans
and
of
once you
LeBron.
find out who, because he's sitting there at his computer, can pull up whatever he wants to pull up with his chat
JB, we already
GPT, right?
proved your
But when you
memory is
find
shot,
it,
You ain't
bro.
burn
So
then
my
it don't
memory,
matter
boss.
no more.
You ain't
We're
burn
not
my
playing
memory.
that game.
I can give
I
you
don't play
records.
this game with this guy already.
I can give you
He
records. I can
kind
give
of
you
pulling up,
dates.
talking about
I
he
can
knew
give
what we
you
were talking
years.
about way back in the way. Come on, man.
First of
We're
all,
not doing that.
we shouldn't be talking about 1991. Don't nobody want to talk about 2025 when a team they pull up a blockbuster trade to bring in another superstar. Then they say, "Oh man, this team
What does
going
that
to
got
the
to do
finals."
with
They
the
get
video
dusted in the
topic?
first round. Don't nobody want to talk about that. But they want to dig.
What
Oh,
does
They
that got to
talk
do
about
with the video
19.
the
topic?
stop.
They
The
want to
Knicks,
talk about
You brought it
1991.
up.
y'all don't want to give me smoke from my Knicks prediction because y'all didn't even know what I said about the Knicks. Then when I asked y'all for your own, y'all had shit to talk about.
See, what
We can
happened
pivot
was
to
y'all
that.
jumped into that favorite
No.
waters,
We ain't
and y'all
jumping
don't
into
know
shit,
nothing about
nigga.
betting
No.
odds. Obviously,
We ain't jumping into
y'all
shit.
jumped into
We
that
ain't
water,
jumping to
and y'all
shit.
don't know
We
nothing
actually
about betting
talk
odds.
basketball
Now
over
look
here,
at you,
my
got
dude.
caught capping. That's what happened.
No. I asked you
That's
what
exactly
you
what
got
happened.
for 2026. Hold up.
This man said
Because
my memory. He don't got a source. He
hold
said
up,
my memory.
Mar, be very, Mar. My co-host just said, because we started this post off on 2026. We started because that's the. I know it says Jordan 6-0 is overrated, but on my side of the stream, I said Knicks in 26. So now you said, "Oh, that's bullshit," and "Oh, your take is trash." You didn't know what my take was. Then I asked you for your take, and you said, well, I like Cleveland and Orlando. I like Cleveland, Orlando." You ain't give no talking point about today's game, but you can sit there and tell me what niggas said back in 1991. How old are you, Mar? You
No, I
60?
know what the favorites are, bro. It's easy to
Here you
look
go,
up.
Ro. Here you
This
go.
man
Here you
said
go,
he
Ro.
got.
Here you go,
This
Ro.
man
Here you
said
go.
his source is his memory.
Okay,
Like,
so
All
right
right,
here,
cool. That's cool.
the
But this
Bulls,
the point. This the point though.
the Bulls
the
were
point was
minus
you capped.
125, and the Jazz were plus 105.
This the
That
point.
means the Bulls are
Exactly.
favored.
You
This the
So
could have
point.
mixed
that
it
means
up.
it's virtually a pick 'em, right?
No, that
Virtually.
means the Bulls are
No,
favored.
because
It's
that's an
possible.
average of that's an average of composite of late of mind you, probably just Las Vegas odds, but you got bookmakers across the country. Like, come on, bro. Are we sitting here talking about what bookmakers? Like,
In
that's
the
not
conference
going. That's
finals.
Y'all
not
brought it
basketball.
up.
In the
No,
That's
98
hell
crazy.
conference
no.
finals.
Y'all
Because
brought it up. Like I said,
no.
y'all
I'm not,
jumped in that
look, I
water
clear the panel,
and
bro.
got
I mean,
caught
y'all want to stick
capping.
on it. Y'all want to stick on it. Let me tell me what you got for 2026. Tell me what you got for 2026. Because y'all
As
can
far
sit
as
there.
what?
That's what y'all
As
love
far
to
as
do. We
what?
said one thing. And y'all want to stick on it and think, oh, we got you here. No,
So you want?
y'all
So
ain't
you
got
want?
shit.
All right.
You ain't got shit.
We could drop
Here go
him, man.
Yeah,
nice.
I know. But he goes. I go for 98. And again,
Keep
once we
crashing
come,
out, dog.
once we come
Y'all
Keep
the
post
crashing
ones
out.
that
game,
can't admit
and we
y'all was
bring up
capping.
when we bring the proof. I've done this with Lamont many times. I shut Lamont up in his own talking in his own goddamn
Wait a minute, Ro.
TikTok,
Wait a minute, Ro. Here it
talking
go.
about
Here it go.
everybody is
Ro,
What
here it
that
obsessed.
go.
got to
Here
do
it
with
go.
you
Meanwhile,
and
Here it
he's
go.
JB
the
capping
main guy.
tonight?
Here it go. Right here. Here it go, Ro. In the conference finals, the Eastern Conference Finals, we all know that the Bulls won a tough 7-game series versus Indiana, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Utah Jazz smoked us in the conference final.
Yep.
Based on that performance, because it looked like the Bulls was on fumes, right? I mean, according to the way it was
According to
playing
who?
out, Utah beat the Bulls both times in the regular season. Okay, they had just faced each other in the finals. They win 6 games, and really the series was tight throughout. Wasn't nobody really blowing anybody out per se
Mm-hmm.
in the first finals. So going into the '98 finals, y'all, based on the performance of both teams in the previous round, based on the fact that Utah beat the Bulls both times in regular seasons, also based on the fact that Rodman was declining, he wasn't performing as well as he did, especially that first year with the Bulls. But
Mm-hmm. When he
but
was starting.
The Utah
When he
backcourt and
was
the front
starting.
court, they was stepping up. So based on that criteria, and Karl Malone coming off the MVP season in '97, based on that criteria, most of the people covering the NBA going into this series favor Utah to win.
Who favored
So
Utah
what
to
I'm
Mm-hmm.
win?
saying is,
Who said
we
that?
can pull up
Who?
these composite odds. I'm talking about what people were saying
So, you
on
know,
TV
it is what I
in
mean.
real
You
time. But the
know
reason
what I'm
that they
saying?
want to reject that because they want to believe that this man had this insurmountable edge with his team.
Uh-huh.
But in all
Bingo.
actuality, in every single, if you go back and check out these watershed games, not just the finals, but the playoff games, you can go to these watershed playoff games. You can go to Game 7 of the '92 Eastern Conference Finals versus the Knicks that went to Game 7. If Jordan dropped their 42 points, they want them to beat the Knicks. But they want to tell you that Scotty all of a sudden is a savior. Now, let me go back a little bit. ESPN had 1999, they had a year-long series called Sports Century's Top 100, where
Mm-hmm.
Michael Jordan was selected #1 athlete of the 20th century. Now, I'm not saying he is or he isn't, because he was #1, Babe Ruth was #2, Ali was #3. They would have said Ali #1, I would have rolled with it. I just enjoyed the series, learning about all the athletes of that century. So you mean to tell me he's #1 athlete of the 20th century, and 23 years later, they gonna tell you that Pippen is the savior? Some ain't adding up, boss. So, but if you go back and look at every watershed
Man,
game where the
Who said
Bulls
Pippen was
Man,
there?
and
What are
the
y'all
man,
talking
man.
team,
about?
where
you
the
going
Man,
all
man,
Bulls
off
man. No, no,
track.
no,
and
no,
you
no,
have
no,
All
because it's
off
so
track,
funny.
if
nigga.
you go
It's
back,
so funny when I'm
if you
on your
All
when
off
I'm on
track,
your
bro.
platform
if
and
you
I
go
use
back,
odds, I'm
what I'm
wrong.
if
And
you go
again,
back,
now you want to use odds as the end, the A
You
or B
use
or
odds, nigga. Don't
if
you
you go
realize?
back,
Why can't you get that through your head, bro?
if you
You
go
the
back
one.
to
say
Y'all the
again,
ones that
say
brought
again.
up
Hey, Mar, say that
odds.
again. Hold on, JB. Say that again, Mar.
Y'all brought up odds.
I brought up odds. I also brought up expert prediction. So again, yeah, there were experts to pick the Lakers. There were experts to pick the Bulls.
What
Nobody
experts?
had the Bulls over. Okay, most of the people did not have the Bulls as overwhelming famous. He said steamroll. Okay, again,
And that's
Peter
backtracking.
Bessie wrote for
That's
the Post.
backtracking
That's
from
a,
what you
that's a
originally
here
tabloid.
go
said,
Hilly.
and that's all we saying.
I need
Someone
to
just
see. I
posted.
need to say that the Bulls. The Lakers in 4.
This is
Bulls in
simple,
4.
bro.
Bulls in
This is
5.
simple.
No.
Y'all just can't
Most.
admit that y'all was capping to begin with, and that's the
No,
Nah,
problem
so
right
fuck
so
there.
that.
so wait a
Fuck
minute.
because we
So
weren't
it's
capping
Helly.
because we know what the fuck we were
Someone just
talking about,
posted.
man.
Wait a minute, fellas.
How
That's the
y'all
bottom
Someone
ain't
line.
just
capping when
posted.
this man said 92 they was even money? How was that not
All right,
capping?
bro, stop it,
Someone
stop it,
just
stop
And
it,
said
he ain't
stop it,
got no
stop it,
Utah
source. He said
stop
his
Jazz.
it,
source is
stop
his
it,
memory, nigga.
stop it, stop it,
Someone just
stop
said
it.
Fuck is you
Utah
talking
Jazz were
about, man?
considered the favorite team to win the series, holding home court advantage. This person's name is Helly. Just posted that. So y'all gonna say he capping?
Bro,
Y'all gonna
Well,
say
no,
he capping?
look,
this
everybody
man
cap.
will not address that
See,
92 even money shit
JB.
you put out there.
You know, bruh,
He would,
we gonna get back. We gonna get back
But
control because what
what's
they
really
love to
sad,
do,
like
and
I
I'll
said,
bring
they
them
want to
back
sit
up.
here This is 2025. We about to go into a new season. But they want to
And they
constantly
wanted
bring up
to, and they want,
1991,
yeah. See, this
30
is the
some
thing.
years ago. That's
JB,
insane.
JB, JB,
That's
JB,
insane.
JB, again, at the end of the day, I've already studied their game. I said, I told the Johnny the other night, and the Johnny didn't know show. He told me he'd be here, but it's okay. I had to pivot. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all got to switch up the flow because y'all do this. You sit there, you bring it again. Lamont is at his computer, and he will bring up everybody who picked the Bulls to win. He won't sit there and be honest and say, well, yeah, okay, there's about 50 sports writers over here that picked the Lakers, and it was kind of, and they'll sit there and use composite. Again, you talk about Vegas. This is 91. This is not even this era of basketball. This is not even this era of basketball where it's a lot more of these. Now you can bet online the whole nine. Now, so when I use this, where you got online sports gambling and sports books, has been in the you can fucking bet from your phone and all this, and I use that talking point on them. Oh, now that don't matter. Now they want to sit there and play gotcha politics with, oh, well, yeah, if I use the composite. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to play that game. I'm not going to play that game because at the end of the day, we know what we were talking about. At the end of the day, 6-0, nobody was sitting there like the Bulls were just going to run over these teams. These teams had a lot of experience. The Blazers were in the finals 2 years. So, again, the Blazers had just as much as finals experience as there wasn't it. The Suns didn't have final experience, but they were the best team that season. The Sonics were a team knocking on the door.
Look at the deficits. Let's look at the margin of victories of these closeout games. When the Lakers clinched the title versus LA,
Bingo.
they beat them 108
Bingo.
to 101. That's 7 points. When they beat Portland in the closeout game in 92, they beat them 97 to 93. When they beat the Phoenix Suns in the closeout game, I believe the score was something, I think it was either 99 to 98 or 100 to 99. They beat them by a point. Now, the biggest margin of victory was against Seattle in 96. They beat them, I think the closeout game was like about 12 points.
And mind you, that was with Seattle winning the two games, extended series that far.
6. You look at the closeout game versus Utah in 97, they won by like 2 points. You
and
look
we
at the
all know
closeout
what
game
happened in
versus
98.
Utah. In 98, they beat them by a point, and it was by probably the greatest sequence you ever gonna see by a superstar.
Brian,
He makes a
Now,
bucket.
if you understand, Mark,
come
here's the
down and hit the
thing.
game-winning shot.
Now, he just broke that. Hold on, he just broke those points down, right? Well, all of these games came down to all these closeout games because the closeout game is a must. They came down to the final few plays. And again, y'all talk about Paxson because y'all love to do this. And I love how y'all love to put it off on, well, we don't never say Paxson saved Jordan. Again, Paxson in 91, Paxson in 93, right? Kerr with the shot in 97. And we all know Jordan had to steal and hit the shot himself in 98.
Here you go. Let's take it deeper, Ro. I've seen multiple LBJ fans say, well, the play calls for Paxson, the play calls for Kerr. But if you go back, because this is why the debate exists to begin with.
You are one, aren't you, Mark?
What's up,
Or you
fellas?
deny it?
Begin with. So if you go pull up Bulls, Suns, Game 6 finals post game. And Jordan's going to sit there and explain to you. He said the call was to get the ball to me, cut off with Scotty. If I got a lane, if he got a lane, he'll kick it back to me. If not, then we'll rotate around, and then the ball
I'm gonna give it to CJ in a minute.
But the play call
I'm gonna give it to CJ, and I'm gonna give it to Mark.
Just like Kerr, Jordan, hey man, be ready.
Fellas?
They knew they was going to double
CJ?
team him. So what I'm saying is this. Y'all, man, cats can sit here and try to talk about, man, this dude has stacked squad, but when it came down to it, every single watershed game,
money time.
that man got it done for their team, and that was the reason why they won. Period.
Let's see. Hold on. Before I give it to CJ and back tomorrow. Before I give it to CJ back tomorrow, I brought up the 2004 Spurs versus Lakers, right? I was 73-72. Right. I wish I was playing the film, but we all know, those of us that JB, right? How they ran that play. Everybody thought Kobe was getting the rock, right? and it was Antonio Daniels and Robert Ory. Both went with Ory. I mean with Kobe as he curled back out to the 3-point line. Fisher got the inbound and hit it over Manu Ginobili, right?
Yeah.
When I posted that, I said, look, how good was Kobe? Kobe was so good that he won the game without touching the ball. Because that play, Kobe was so bad that they sent their best two, Popovich sent his best two players at Kobe Bryant going to curling away from the basket because he knew that even in that position with 0.4 on the clock, he can make that shot. But Kobe was more and willing and happy to be a decoy, and they won that. And the reason I bring that up because that was a game 5. 2-2, right? The series was tied 2-2, and that was a defensive struggle, as we know, all night. You look at 73-72 in a regulation game, that's a college score. You understand what I'm saying? And the fact of the matter is, see, this is why I want you. The reason I bring that up is because a lot of these games were like that. This is why I say, again, the whole point is it wasn't who was fucking Vegas odd favorites. The whole point is 6-0 was overrated because y'all be acting like these games were predetermined and somebody was overwhelming favorites. Like they didn't actually have battles. That's something that you guys love. Everybody that sit there and talk about 6-0, y'all love to discuss how everybody with the Bulls were favored in every series. Well, guess what? The Bulls had a battle. That's the point. That was the point we really made. Is that the Bulls had a battle. You're playing against 143 games of final experience. Cool every.
But when you compare that to LeBron, it don't add up, bro.
But
that's all I think that's what you getting mixed up with people trying to like downplay and shit.
CJ, what's up? What you got, bro?
It just don't match up. That's all niggas saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna be quick. I was just saying, I don't think the Bulls was the favorite against the Lakers or Suns. So like they was in favor every series, but I don't think the run was easy because there's running down to like the last two series, like from the Eastern Conference and the championship.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan played Cleveland, who won 57-25 game, 57-25. Then in the finals they played Portland. It was 57-25 as well. Then the next year he played, and then I'm just going by the Eastern Conference Finals and the finals, so I could be quick. He played the New York Knicks, which won 60 games, and the Phoenix Suns won 62 games. And then if you go off his second, and then you go off the second three-peat, he played Orlando that won 60 games and Super Science that won 64 games. Then the next season he played the Heat, they won 61 games, and Utah won 64 games. And then the last season he played Indiana, who won 58 games, and Utah won 62 games. And Jordan had a winning record against the West as well. And I think it's hard to say something overrated if somebody 6-0 in the finals and undefeated. So
and see, I want you to understand though, CJ, that's the swerve. Because the 6-0 part is overrated. Telling the story like you just did, that's what you do. That's the part that ain't overrated. Because at the end of the day,
nigga did was read off some records.
You know what happens? That's as I said, 6-0 is overrated because
context,
guys like
gotta
Ma.
read the facts out. That's all.
No, again, that's what I'm saying. And guys like Ma will come up here and say, "Oh, the Bulls were always favorites, so they were supposed to win." Just because you're number one, just because you're favorite, because we know
that shows that the team was a good team.
Exactly.
I mean, you could say
that's the point, and that's what I'm saying, bro.
You could say LeBron played a better team or whatever, but that don't got nothing to do with Jordan playing the teams he played.
And that's what y'all
they playing two different.
When a nigga say LeBron,
but they play. I ain't brought up LeBron though. But
see, that's what I'm saying.
About that. It's about
CJ. Thank you,
Ma.
You just brought it. Thank you, Ma.
It's two different
brought
eras,
it back to
bro.
LeBron when we're not talking about LeBron. He was talking about Jordan. But see, that's what I'm saying. Now, I can sit there and tell you about the 6 times that LeBron lost as Vegas favorites, and y'all be like, well, who gives a fuck about Vegas?
But bro,
I know this. I've been on your platform because we all know you were a member. We all know you part of the crew.
Just remember,
Mr. Ma.
You brought up Vegas to begin with. You brought up.
But all you gotta do is, instead of even compare them, all you gotta do is look at who dominated in each era. Like Jordan dominated his era more than LeBron did. So we could just do it like that instead of
Yeah,
And that's
saying
that's
LeBron
one
we
point
played
I
against
brought up on
whoever.
and then
Lights Out the other day,
and then
right?
we could
Whoever.
get to the competition.
Okay, now let's
Because
get to the
Well, I mean
competition. Hold
that's
on, you want
subjective
to talk about the
because they play in
competition,
guys
two
was
sir?
different
competing with
eras.
what guys was competing with Jordan? That's why I was dropping like 30, like he was.
Malone,
No, I'm
Barkley
saying
was dropping
guard.
about
You
28,
gonna
26,
mention? You got to
27.
mention. You got to go to bigs though. You got to go to bigs. You see?
It was
Okay.
a
Oh,
big
so
man's
I
game
need I
back
need a
then.
guard. See, here's the thing,
Exactly.
right? Here's the thing. But here's the thing, no more. Here's the thing, no more. Right? Guards were not guards generally were brought to play make. They were generally brought in to play make. Now, if you want to talk about dropping 30,
And that's too
well, then
bad.
don't y'all use hold on. Don't
And
you
that's too
guys use
bad for y'all.
point produce? Oh, no, Mar, come on now. Let's be fair. Don't you use point produce? So Magic, if you're gonna look at points production based off his points and assists, was right there with Jordan. And that was again, that was what they thought would play out, especially with all that finals experience. To now, to what? All
Let's
right,
not forget Jordan.
But you
Jordan averaged
yes,
lied. But
Jordan
you
76.
was the.
lied about
This
that.
was so funny. I'm glad you make that point though, Mar, because yes, more forwards in LeBron's era all dropped to 28 to 30. He does. So why does he stand out?
What you mean they all do? What you mean by that?
Well, a lot. Melo,
See,
KD.
you get the capping
Hold on,
easily, bro.
hold on. What you mean?
Why you
Okay, how many
cap so
scoring titles does
easy?
LeBron have? How many does KD have? Oh,
KD got four. He got four.
Is de facto his point guard. How many scoring titles does Westbrook have? How many does LeBron have?
He got two.
How many does Curry have? Curry has 2 scoring titles. How many does LeBron have?
He got one.
So where does LeBron stand out? I don't ask y'all that many, many times. If LeBron is the go to stats, why does he have 2 statistical titles in his 22 years? 2. We're not
Now you
counting.
doing season.
We're
You
not
doing
counting
season.
field goal
That's
percentage. No, we're not counting
season
field goals
titles,
made.
bro. That's what y'all stupid.
Oh,
Y'all shit that
wait. Oh, so it don't matter titles. No, again, if you're
seasonal titles though.
the
Like
best title, yes, titles, statistical titles. Because even Bill Russell has 7 statistical titles. He has 7 rebounding titles, and he has 2 when Wilt Chamberlain was in the league.
okay.
Oh, so and I need to understand, what is LeBron? I asked y'all many, many times, what is LeBron to go to? Longevity? I'll give you that.
But
He's the best
what I don't
all around.
understand
He's the
is what I don't
best all
understand. I've
around
never seen a
player.
situation where
How is he the best? He's the best all-around player. Why does Luka? Why in 7 seasons? Why does Luka have 23 less triple doubles than LeBron? In 7 seasons, he has 23 less triple
And what
doubles
about
than LeBron
his
in
impact on the
22.
That's why I said all around. What about his impact on the defensive end?
Oh,
this
LeBron ain't played defense in 13 years.
That's a lie. See, now you get the I'm about to get off here because you're getting the capping, bro.
this
Stop
what
lying,
I'm trying
man.
to figure out in the grand scheme. This is what I'm trying to figure out.
Stop
We got
lying,
LeBron
man.
standing like a statue in 2014, bro. We got film of LeBron standing there like a statue in 2014 when he still was with the Heat.
This is what I'm trying
2015.
to figure out.
Oh,
This is
shout
what I'm
out to
trying to figure out.
AOH because he plays that. I know,
You gonna bring up
angry old
AOH.
racist, right?
That's your go-to.
But
AOH.
the film don't lie.
That's your go-to. AOH.
The film
You gotta
don't
get real, bro.
y'all tell us to watch film. Y'all
This
tell us to
gotta get
watch film.
real.
This is what I'm trying to figure out though. This is my main question I got. When we came up watching basketball in the 80s and 90s, because I was a teenager in the 80s and then a young adult in the 90s. We weren't sitting here comparing 90s basketball to 60s basketball, or well, who did Bill Russell and who did Wilt Chamberlain have to play in the 60s to get where they had to go? Which era was better? Or, what position of competition, degree of competition? It was always about that year. So my point is, how did we get to the point where we sitting here nitpicking about something that's already been done, or this movement called "We Done with the '90s"? How you gonna be
Oh,
done
you
with
already
something
know
that's
what
already?
that's
How
about.
you gonna be
You
done with
already know what
something that's
that's
already
about.
been completed? How you gonna be done with something that's already been
Because
determined?
the
And then
tape don't add.
they
Y'all say
can't
it
So
was
stop.
so
so
Hey,
physical
so
and shit.
Iron
The
Man,
tape don't
got a
add up
good
to what
one.
y'all be
LeBron
saying.
has 21 All-Stars. So he's the go to making All-Star, but I thought making All-Stars was overrated. That only judges half the season. Because LeBron can make the All-Star game, and we've seen it. LeBron has made All-Star games and then basically go on 1 month sabbaticals while his team fall apart. So he's made All-Star teams when his team had 7 5 of the top 75 players. Because we all know Dwight Howard is really a top 75 player. I don't give a fuck what they voted on. But
Oh,
you have
another.
top 75 players. The year they did the top 75, and your motherfucker didn't make the playoffs.
Here go another one, Ro. Here go another one. This is in the see. I always go by. I don't go by. I go by what's being said in real time.
I feel you.
During halftime of Game 6 of the '93 Finals versus Phoenix, they interviewed Bob Costa interviewed Magic Johnson and Isaiah Thomas. They was interviewing about Michael Jordan. What did Isaiah Thomas say? He said, "Well, when you're talking about the Bulls,
I know you're God, but you don't want to trust his memory though.
Jordan. You really talk about Michael Jordan." He said, I had this guy, Magic had this guy, but we succumbed to injury. But it seemed like nobody's found a way to stop this guy. Now, what I'm saying is, in the heat of the moment, in real time and money time, where there's no narratives, people gonna be honest with you about what's going on. So what I'm saying is, you can tell when there's no spin. You can tell there's no agendas. What I'm saying is, Isaiah Thomas said in real time, he said, there's only one person you really talking about on this team, that's Michael Jordan. Nobody's really found a way to stop this guy. So my point is,
even FYF said that, right? But yeah, even FYF said that.
And they asked him, was Michael Jordan the best player you ever seen? Magic Johnson said, and he went up against Bird. He said, yes, Michael Jordan's the greatest player we've ever seen.
And that's cool. He's just not better than Bron.
What I'm trying to say is this. There's a reason why people say things in real time in the heat of competition rather than in retrospect. It's easy to put a spin cycle on something that's been determined.
I'm sure when
you're in the heat of the competition, you're not worried about odds or who's favored. Or it's about what I'm trying to tell you is,
y'all the ones that brought that shit up.
No, what I'm saying is, but this is about. I mean, since people want to dig up 1991, because
I'm quoting you, Jordan FYF.
92.
I'm quoting you.
92.
No, I'm saying when Jordan retired.
I'm quoting you, FYF.
When Jordan retired
you can use words, and I can use it against you as well.
But check this out, Ro. This is what we want these cats to know. When Jordan retired in 2003, his name wasn't being brought up every single day on these talk shows trying to trash this man's career. He retired.
They saluted him. They saluted him
on the current. They was focused on the Kobe's and the Shaqs and the KGs,
of course,
and the Vince Sanders and the LeBrons and the Carmelos and the Dwayne.
And he had it. What? And I remember. Did he announce he wasn't coming back in like March or something? So he had he didn't have a whole season farewell tour.
Yeah, he had no farewell tour. He didn't want that.
He just the last few games they was like, okay, this is the last of Jordan. He didn't do all that, right?
So what I'm saying, fella, what I'm saying is this. These conversations we having now. I'm gonna put it this way: when Kobe and Shaq was winning a three-peat, and I'm a Laker fan to the core. I couldn't sit here and say, well, Kobe is the GOAT, he better than Jordan. I don't roll like that. And I love Kobe. My point is this, man. You have to respect the history of the game. So when you start talking about, well, what position was better, who's more skilled and all that, well, you're really taking the onus off of what's really this whole thing is supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about winning. So what I'm saying is this. When you start talking about Jordan, to me, when I look at his career, when you start talking about degree of difficulty, man, when you look at, yes, he had formidable players around him.
You don't want to get
that was able to play their role. What I'm saying is that when you start talking about,
you don't want to do that.
He didn't have nobody to say, hey man, and I'm talking about when you absolutely had to have it. Hey man, go out there and get 30 for me tonight in this championship game.
Stockton couldn't do that either.
To be on point. So my point is,
Malone ain't had that either.
But what I'm saying, Malone went to the finals twice. He went to the finals twice. He went to the
Hey, Mark. You ad-libbing. Hey, Mark. I know your boss. I know your main man, Johnny. The one that knows
Malone. He ain't had that shit either. Come on now.
Hold on. But Mark, you ad-libbing. No, Mark, you ad-libbing. Hold on.
Magic had that.
No, Mark. I want to get because I promised to give it to you.
No.
But Magic got to the finals by beating Portland.
We don't need to give you on the track. Hold on, Mark. I'm gonna give you a chance to spit your 16. We don't need your Diddy ad-lib, bro.
See, the whole problem is a lot of cats don't want to give Jordan credit. But see, before all this started, it wasn't this drive to tear Jordan down. When he retired in 2003, even when the Wizards didn't make the playoffs, nothing like that. But like he said, you can't take my 6 championship away from me.
Let,
That whole
let me say,
situation in
It's not
Washington,
only about that though. Like y'all,
before I
he
give
Yeah,
a
argued
chance
over a
for
dude
Mar
that's
to
that's
actually
cool.
make
That's
a
undefeated.
cool
hold on,
enough. Just don't
JB,
it's
hold
you
on,
insane.
can't
JB,
use that to say
hold
he
on,
better
JB,
than
because
It's
I'm gonna
Bron.
jump
insane.
on your
And
point.
that's
I'm gonna
my
jump on
only
your point.
issue. I ain't got no
Before
problem
I
with you
give Mar a
saying
chance
Jordan
to
was the
actually spit
main.
some 16 instead of doing his little ad libs, nobody talked about in the league, especially nobody talked about Jordan like that because every one of them motherfuckers knew that, including Gil, who came up here, they paycheck was thanks to Michael Jordan. The money they were making was thanks to Michael Jordan.
That's
Michael
right.
Jordan was the reason you had a max salary and you talking about 15, 16, because when he came into the league, niggas was making in the thousands. If you were a superstar, you probably were good to make $500,000 to $1 million. If you know what I'm
Now we
saying? If you were a
talking
star of
money.
a team, yeah. So the money they had,
He
I
clear him
guarantee
in
Kevin Garnett.
everything,
Hold
Mar.
on, when you listen
Like anything
to
you
Kevin
bring up, he
Garnett,
clear him.
Paul Pierce, but when you listen to
What?
Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, all these guys, Marbury, all of them, and they played against Jordan. They know how bad he was, both as a 30-something and as that second farewell tour, goodwill tour. They understood that Michael Jordan, and this is why it's in Cleveland, when they did the 75th anniversary, who got the loudest ovation? JB, who had the loudest
Oh,
ovation?
well,
And we're gonna give it to Mar to actually make
Oh
a
man,
point.
they departed the Red Sea for Jordan.
The old
They
ass
departed the
nigga.
Red
Okay.
Sea.
Now, Mar, you
The
got it.
old
I
nigga.
want to hear. You could critique us, debate us, whatever you want. What you got?
My whole thing with this whole thing is y'all got up here capping. Then you
Who cap?
pivoted to
How
some
can you
whole other
cap?
No,
How
bullshit.
can you
let him have
cap
it. Let him
when
have
a,
it.
Then
Let
you
him have
pivot.
it.
Then you pivot. So y'all didn't cap when y'all brought up betting favorites.
Okay. Because I can own up when I'm wrong. Again, I'm 10 toes down, but I can own when I'm wrong.
what I'm saying is this?
Because
I
I
This
made
is
a
what
really
I'm
came
mistake
saying.
up
when
here.
I
I really
said
came up here to
I
just
made a
stick to the
mistake
topic.
when I said that the Lakers were betting
Y'all the ones that
favorites.
can't let the shit go, bro.
No,
Wait
I
a
made
minute.
a mistake when I said the Lakers were better favorites. Now I know I'm not wrong when I said they were experts to pick the Lakers. I know I'm not wrong when I read certain.
Nobody.
I remember reading USA Today or few of these. Shit, I lived in the Wilmington whatever. This
Oh
is
my
Michael Jordan's
god, bro.
hometown where I would get the paper from. And they said the Lakers had most of the playoff matchups position by position, and that the Lakers will probably win in 6 or whatever.
That ain't what you said. You backtracking again. That ain't
No,
what you
I'm not
said. So just
This
backtracking
let
is
it
the
nothing because
go
I
at this
know
problem.
what I
point, bro.
said.
Let
I
me
know what I
talk.
Just let
said.
it go.
You
Y'all
can
got
play
up here
gotcha
No.
capping,
all you
and y'all
want.
Wait a
can't let
minute.
it
Wait a
go. And
minute.
that's how we got here.
When Michael Jordan retired in 2003, he got a standing ovation and the league moved forward. It was about the present. It was about all these
Mm-hmm.
upcoming players. It was about the Tim Duncan. It was about the Stevie franchise. It was about the Yao Ming. It was about LBJ. It was about Dwayne Wade. It was about Chris Bosh. It was Carmelo Anthony. They were putting the profile on the up and coming
Mm-hmm.
player. So what I'm saying is, man,
And not only that, Michael Jordan was putting all these new stars on his Michael Jordan brand so they
that's
can make
right.
money
So
selling shoes.
so what I'm
Again,
saying is, man,
You see
we
how
were
y'all
still
just
having
pivot
these debates
all
about
over the
yeah,
place.
odds.
no, we're not pivoting nothing because guess what, sir?
Y'all all
We don't
over the
stick
place,
on
y'all.
No, what I'm
hold on,
saying, what I'm
Mark.
saying is,
We don't
but
stick on one topic. We talk about a
the
variety of
problem. This is the
topics.
problem. This is the problem
Right.
when cats talk about odds. What I'm saying is, you look at this on any level of championship play. This man never lost. So what I'm saying, you can't say that about any other NBA player. This man won in every single, whether it's the NCAA, the one-time events at the NCAA
That's
tournament,
true.
when he Pan Am Games, the Olympics, he was the leader of the last USA Olympic team that featured college
That's true.
basketball players. So what I'm saying, he didn't even want to play in the
That
national
feature
championship
who? You
They
because
said
won.
feature
he
who?
88,
wanted to give
yeah.
somebody else a
88,
chance. So what I'm saying
they
is
took
this, fella. What I'm
bronze.
saying is this: the common theme
Man.
is when you start talking about odds, the problem is, man, this really rule the problem, man. LBJ fans want
You
they
gonna bring
got
up
to be viewed as the
international
best,
They want
basketball
to
but
from
they want to
88?
This
and
what
it's not.
this will
You
make
gonna
it.
bring
revitalize
up
his
This will make it
international
whole
ball
crazy
from
brand.
though.
88
So
though?
so now
You
we
don't
got
even got.
We can't. Whoa,
But
whoa, whoa,
look,
whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on, Mark.
you don't
International
even
Hold on,
got
Mark.
ball
We
to
from
can't.
bring up the.
Wait a
88?
minute. Wait a minute. Wasn't your guy twerking it up in
Ew.
Paris last year? Hold on.
Ew.
Wasn't your guy
and
twerking it up in Paris because y'all beat Serbia with goddamn referee
And
help?
year
Y'all
and
beat
years
Joker
what?
and
And
the
year
sixth
what year
best
was that?
player on the Atlanta Hawks. And mind you, you needed
Damn near
Steph
40
Curry to
years
drop that
later.
fourth quarter to do it. Hold on. Y'all
Y'all
want to
niggas,
your
man.
man
Y'all
want
ain't
putting
gonna never
crowns
see
on.
the
Now we
light, bro.
can't talk Olympic
Y'all
basketball.
ain't gonna
See, I
never
Nah,
said
you
see the
gotta
this.
see
light.
the
Y'all
light,
sit
nigga.
here.
Y'all
Y'all
ain't
sit
never
here
gonna see the
and
light. Y'all
y'all
niggas
will
is
pivot
lost. This
into
nigga brought up
anything. See,
international
Hold on, but
no,
how
basketball.
Mr.
y'all? Hold
Marley.
on.
You
This
know
one I
how
want to
far
stand though.
basketball has come since 1988?
But they don't got nothing to do with not. You still got to give them credit. They played, and this is what I don't understand. If you take away 6-0, we still could say Jordan better because he got the highest points per game in the season and
Yes,
playoff. He got the most scoring titles. He averaged the
bruh,
most in the finals. Like
Never
so,
lost
it's
the
like
playoffs. Never lost a
bruh.
series where his team
You
was
see,
yeah, he
favored
you
to
got
see,
win.
more
you see,
MVPs.
CJ.
He got more
You see,
MVPs.
CJ.
He never had a bad season. So like that's what I'm trying to understand. Why y'all
He
keep
did
saying
what
He
he
LeBron
never
did. He
even
better?
did
had a
what he
bad
Okay,
did in
here go
playoff
his
another
series.
era,
example. Okay,
dog.
If
like
the
He
if
did
a
what he
bad
did in his
playoff
era.
series, him shooting
He did what he
40%,
did.
and
We
still
give him
dropping
credit for
30
Mar,
that.
points a
it's
game,
talk. We he
bruh.
get
That just
credit. I'm
don't make
telling
him
you,
better
but he
than
just not better than
Bron. And that's
Jordan.
what's gonna hurt y'all niggas for the rest of y'all
But wait,
life.
no,
No, because
That's
really,
real
what's
you
quick,
gonna hurt y'all niggas for the rest of your
Bron
life.
got
Y'all can bring
points
up that
based off
80s and
long.
90s shit all you want. That shit don't make
Jordan.
him better than Bron.
And that's the whole
It's not
That's
problem.
about
what y'all
bringing
you
it
know
need
up.
to
what
It's
get
maybe
to
about
you
what
y'all
he
know what
did
make
heads.
when
him
he was
better
on the
than
That's
Bron?
what
Warriors.
y'all need
You
to
know
get
what
to
Think
make
y'all
him
about
better
heads.
than
Jordan.
Bron?
His game
Magic
did the
Jordan on
talking,
that
and
That's what y'all
LeBron
series.
need to get
fans
to y'all
got for
heads.
more than to be the GOAT. His game
What
did
did
the
he just say?
talking.
Wait a minute, fella. What did he just say? This the whole problem. He wants LeBron to be viewed better than Jordan, and he's
Uh-huh.
not. I can give you
Uh-huh.
50 reasons why, and it has nothing to do with the odds makers, nothing like that.
What did
Anytime,
I tell you, JB? I brought
huh?
up what did I bring up? I brought up the game 5 where Kobe let Fisher hit that shot, right? Off of being a decoy. Meanwhile, I got a game 5 I got a game 5 with a what's the name was 62 points. Mind you, they were overwhelming favorites. Now go ahead and cap and tell me they weren't favorites against Boston in 2010.
I know
And
you ain't talking
LeBron in
about
game
capping.
5 scores 15 points. 38-year-old fat, washed, and slow Shaq dropped 21. Wait a minute. I'm going to say this again. LeBron dropped 15 points in an all pivotal game 5 as the overwhelming favorite with the Cavs. They won 61 games and the Boston Celtics won 50 games, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
This is
LeBron dropped 15 points. This is prime LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
Prime. He's 25 years old. Same as Kobe. Playing against the Spurs.
mm,
But you want to tell me he better than LeBron? You want to tell me no, because you want to bring up LeBron, then I'm going to bring up that. I'm going to bring up
and
I'm going to
roll.
bring up the fact that they lost to the goddamn same team that
Bring it
Kobe
up.
beat.
Bring it up. Cool,
I mean,
bro.
LeBron lose as
But we can't.
favorites on a regular, so ain't nothing new.
So again, that's what I'm saying. 6 times you lost a favorite, and that's why y'all can't get off these Vegas odds. But it's funny when I bring that up on y'all platform. Oh, we don't talk about
Ain't
degenerate
no
gamblers,
y'all.
blah blah blah.
This is how
But you
bad
don't
this
want to
is.
sit
I'm gonna tell you
there.
how bad this is.
That's what this
Any
stream is about.
this
Nah,
this is how
not
bad
down
this
here.
is. This is how bad this is. Any variation of the USA Olympic men's basketball team, when they go out there and compete and to represent this country, we always rooted for the team. We weren't comparing the Dream Team to its predecessor, or let's say
Nah,
Dream Team Two
Yeah,
or Dream
yes, you
Team
guys
Three.
were. Yes, you guys were.
We was rooting for the team to win. So the
yep.
redeemed team, we was the whole all basketball
Quite
fans behind the
simple.
redeemed team.
Quite
This
simple.
team, they rolled that team out there last year, this past Olympics. They was
Just
trashing the dream team.
shit
They was
on 92. Mind you, they didn't shit on
they was
96.
focused on they was
They
Yeah.
focused
didn't shit
on
on
proving
2000. We
they was
know.
focused on
But
proving that this
why
was
y'all
the
can't
team.
why he can't
I
talk
think
about the
y'all need to
players? You gotta
watch
go back
basketball
of
more.
the era. You can't talk about
96 is
Jordan and
better than the
LeBron because
Dream
you don't got
Team.
no argument.
I think y'all need to
96 is
watch
better than the Dream
basketball
Team,
more.
by the way.
Well, I mean,
No, no. Okay.
what I'm saying is, what I'm saying when the '96 team, and they had a hell of a team. When they played, I was rooting for them to win. I wasn't comparing them to nobody. I'm focused on them representing USA. What I'm saying is, this Olympic team, to prove that they better than the original Dream Team, it was all about trying to pump up one guy by turning down another team.
No, it
But the
wasn't.
other guy, because he was on
Hold
the
on, hold on,
'92
hold on,
I know
team,
hold
a
on. Because
lot of y'all niggas was
hold
rooting
on.
for
I
him to
want to address some
lose. A lot
comments.
of y'all
Hold on,
niggas
hold
was
on. I
rooting
want to
for him to
address some
lose, though,
comments.
if
And
we gonna
Mr.
be honest.
FYF. First, he said I wasn't speaking for and I'm speaking for him. No, I directly quoted you when you said yourself that Michael Jordan was viewed as an unstoppable player, which is why. And again, right. That's why he was viewed as an unstoppable. So you said that yourself. You brought that quote. You brought those quotes up, and you made that into your talking point. Now, imagine defining a playoff a handful of games. Oh, guess what? That's what this post is all up. This stream is all about. Because again,
That's
you're
what
not
y'all
just going to
constantly do.
define Jordan up for 6-0. That's the point, CJ. I want you to understand. That's the point I'm making. That's why 6-0 is overrated, because it's not really talking about what the buildup was to making these Bulls championship teams that never got beaten in the finals rounds.
Not
You
only that,
understand what
but
I'm
from
saying?
91 to 98, they never lost
Right.
no more than with 2 games straight. They never had a 3-game
Yeah,
losing streak during that whole
they
run. That's
practice being
insane.
They
dominant,
had the
and they
best
wound up
team.
being dominant without a dominant roster. Let's keep it a
Because
stat.
Jordan made them the
They,
best team.
Then
That's
that's
right.
No, he
cool.
didn't.
bingo,
Now we're gonna give
And I'm
Jordan all
bingo.
not
the credit
denying
because of
that.
the.
And I'm not denying that. But
What
when
is
you
y'all
when you get
talking about?
outside of Jordan, they still
What are you
had the best
talking
team.
about? You're making the same points LeBron fans make.
LeBron had
Them niggas won
LeBron had
54
best teams
games
too when
before
he
the minute he
Jordan
lost.
had the
retired.
best perimeter defender in the league.
What you
He had the
talking about,
best
bro?
rebounder too.
Let me ask you this. How do you think
And
Scottie
hold
Pippen?
on,
How do
Scott.
you
Hold on,
think?
Scott. How many
Hold on,
Bro,
Jay.
How many
rebound
y'all
rebounds?
titles
gotta
Horace
stop
Grant win?
Here
disrespecting
we go. Here we
Huh?
Jordan,
go.
Who
Since
is
bro.
y'all brought
Jordan
up
It
Pippen,
getting
beating?
bad,
Nobody is
bro.
denying
Hey,
that
Niggas
Jordan
getting
I'm
not
Pippen
not
is the
even
best
seen
team.
disrespecting.
Jordan
one mic,
or
guys.
They
One
seen
was
mic,
the
all his
please.
best
games. Y'all
team,
just keep
nigga.
disrespecting Jordan's,
No,
bro.
you guys
That's what I'm
worship
saying,
Michael
bro.
Jordan. That's
Nobody
the problem.
disrespecting
Just because I
Jordan.
No,
don't suck up to Michael
why
Jordan
y'all can't?
does not mean I hate Michael
No,
Jordan.
Stop
y'all
crying, nigga.
niggas,
Ain't
why y'all
nobody
can't base?
disrespecting Jordan. Stop
Yeah,
crying,
no
nigga.
one's
You
He just
crying?
not
You the
disrespecting
only
better than
one
Jordan.
Bron.
complaining, nigga. You be
Stop
crying
being
He
every
just
time.
not
fangirls
He
better
right
than
now.
is.
Bron, nigga.
How he
Stop
not
being
better than
fangirls
Bron?
right now.
How?
What you mean?
Huh?
How he
Yeah,
not better than Bron?
hold on. Let me let
Scott,
Bron
move
get
over here.
that.
Jordan, your goat. So what is you
Would
talking
Jordan
about,
be able to
Scott?
guard
Jordan,
Bron?
your goat.
I don't. Yeah,
Would
I don't
Jordan be
suck
able to
up to
guard
That
Michael
don't got
Jordan.
Bron?
That's
nothing
the
to do with,
problem.
bro.
how do
No,
you
he
Mark,
couldn't.
that's
He
think?
not
too
how you
little. He would have to
judge,
get Pippen.
One
Get out
mic,
of here, bro.
one mic, because
How,
bro.
Conceited
Get out of
asked
here.
Mar a good
Get
question.
out of
Hold,
here.
how
hold
do
In
on,
y'all
what
think
way?
hold
Pippen?
on.
How do y'all think Pippen
Why you
became the
can't
defender he
judge them off
became?
their eras? Who dominated their era more, Jordan or LeBron? Instead of keep saying, "Oh, if he playing this and playing this," just go
I
by
think they
who
both
And
dominated
I
dominate.
need
their
to
era
understand
and
why
who
Jordan getting
performed.
Depends
blew
what
out
you
LeBron.
consider.
When I seen some of
You
I
talking team
seen
success?
JJ Barea, I seen Jason Terry, I seen Jason Kidd,
Team success,
and Mr.
individual
Soldier Boy
success.
You
Smith
Jordan
mean you
get
mean
and
him
when
in
they was in
everything.
the
Turner
zone?
guarding LeBron.
You talking when they
I
was in
see
the
Joe
zone?
Dumars
And
dominate
Jordan, the nigga
MJ.
that say he wouldn't have had the same career if he had to play against zone.
Mark,
Those type of
Mark, you
zones.
Another
play
crazy
You
talk.
talking
basketball.
Well, you
about
know
You
that?
what? I
played
think
basketball
That's what you
before.
Jordan
talking
If
is
you
about?
play
unselfish
zone
on
on
the
a
floor.
shooter, he gonna
Fuck
knock
out
it
of here,
down,
man.
bro. They gonna break
Fuck
the
CJ,
out
zone
of here,
CJ,
down.
man.
stop. CJ, stop being a
Fuck
fanboy
Stop
right
out of
acting
now.
here,
like you
man.
ain't
Be
play
ejected
ball.
right now.
Fuck
CJ, be
out of here.
ejected right now.
How do y'all
CJ, be
think?
This is
ejected
How do
right
y'all
now.
think?
hilarious.
Women.
Fuck
How do
out
y'all
What
of
you
here.
think
talking about? Be
Pippen?
ejected,
I don't
bro.
even know we
I'm
arguing.
just talking about.
Yeah.
This
How
I
do
nigga
don't
y'all
know.
brought up
think
JJ
A whole
This stuff
bunch of
went
Barea.
off the
screaming.
rails.
How do y'all think Pippen became the defender he became? Because he had to go with Michael Jordan in practice for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't come in, walk through the door playing defense like that. And matter of fact, you want to talk about he had the best rebounder. Yes, they did bring Robin to the team, but they
Yeah,
had
because
already
I
won.
asked.
They had
Well,
already won 3
I,
championships before they got Robin.
I'm
So
not
my point.
denying. I'm not denying Jordan's impact on the Bulls. What I was getting point to CJ. What I was trying to get when I was trying to point to CJ is that Jordan. Yes, Jordan was a main factor. No one's denying that. But that's like me saying, "Oh, the Celtics were good just because they had Larry Bird." That's a casual point. That's a casual.
Okay,
That's
No, it's
cool.
not,
That's
that's
the
a
bro.
point
point.
we're
It don't
making, though,
matter.
That's a
Scott.
Bro,
casual
See,
point.
I
Jordan,
want
but
you. Hold on,
listen, they
hold on.
had.
I
Hold
want
on,
y'all
I'm
to
about to give you right
understand.
now. Jordan
Go
left. You
ahead.
know Jordan left, right? And them niggas didn't go to the
Yes.
finals.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm
That's
trying
a
to tell you.
dumb point.
Jordan put them over the
That's a
top,
dumb
and he was the
Why
point.
is
best
it a
player in
That's
the
a
dumb
league.
dumb
point?
point.
How is it a dumb
Why?
the
point?
Scottie
Y'all
the
niggas don't
Scottie
make
Because
no
I
sense.
because
the
I can
Scottie
sit
Pippen point is bad.
What's
That's
up,
the
Ola?
Scottie Pippen argument is. What's up,
because
CJ?
I can
What's up,
sit here
man?
and say what did the Cavs did without LeBron before and after, and that's a dumb point.
Nobody's
Okay.
saying
No,
that. You
no,
could
no,
give
no,
credit
no.
to LeBron. He get the most credit. If his team good and
No,
he
You
he
do
playing
know
the
the
shouldn't
best, he
get
Heat.
the
get the
You do
most
most
know the
credit.
credit.
That's
Heat
the
did
It don't
this.
point.
got
That's
nothing.
the
Hold on.
point.
But hold on, Scott.
Why
Scott, you
shouldn't
do
the
know
best
the
player get
Heat
the
when
most
LeBron
credit?
left.
You don't make no sense, bro.
Hey,
I
No,
Scott,
don't.
you do
no
know the
doubt, no
Heat
doubt. Jordan made
got
the
to
The
Bulls
only
around
deserve get all the
got to a
credit.
conference semi game 7, right?
Yes.
After
That's
LeBron.
different. And somebody get all the credit. I said he get most of the credit.
I don't. Yeah, but that's
Do you think
just.
Jordan get more credit than he deserved?
I think
Bro, how is you bringing up
depending.
JJ
I
Barea when
think
you
he
still got a
deserved the credit
film clip
because he
of him
performed
guarding
at a
Bron?
high level and he did what he
You
was
Why
got
doing.
is
The
film
way
Jordan
was
clips
just
so
that
we
him
trying to
dirty,
write
guarding
man?
He was a
Bron.
history.
9 at
Hey, we
We
gonna
just
Oh
have
trying
my
to
Jordan
rewrite
kicked
God.
history
out.
You gonna bring
now
up JJ
CJ, I
because they
couldn't
couldn't
hear
Barea
play
what you
when
his
he was
said. I
in the
couldn't even hear what
zone?
you had to say.
That's
Go
weak
ahead,
as
CJ.
shit.
Oh my
CJ, what
God,
was
bro.
your
I
answer?
said I think Jordan get the credit he deserved. It's just that a lot of people trying to rewrite history and take away
No, he
what he
just ain't
did
better
and
than
No
trying to say the
one,
Bron,
no
90s.
nigga,
one's,
and that's
no
gonna hurt
one's
y'all.
rewriting history. But see, this is another thing
How
I
is he
hate
Gonna
about
not
hurt
Jordan
better than
fans.
Bron, bro? How y'all
This is
comparing
another thing you
somebody
guys.
How
who
the
did
fuck
way
he better
more in
than
the
Every
league
Bron
than
and he
time
Bron,
can't
though?
someone
guard
says
him?
one bad thing about Jordan, you guys call it
Bro, what
rewriting
the
history.
you don't make no
No
sense
one
saying that,
rewrites
bro.
history
You say
about
he's not
Jordan.
better than Bron, he can't guard him.
He can't
Based
even
on
guard
what?
him. He wouldn't even match up with
How
him.
do you
He
know
too
that? They never
little.
guard each other. How do you know that?
He too little.
Bro,
Cause he too little.
But
Nigga, the fuck?
Soldier Boy Stevenson was guarding him in the 2011 finals. And Jason
Too
Kidd was
little,
guarding him in the
nigga.
Yeah, the
2011
everybody
Sixers are
finals.
LeBron
good
played with,
defenders.
everybody LeBron played against is littler than
Run
him,
the
but he
tape.
lost to
I
them
seen
too.
a
Turn on
lot
the
of little
Jordan.
niggas.
Turn
I
on the
seen a lot
Jordan
of little
game
niggas
right
give
now
LeBron
So
and
what are
faced
you
explain to me
talking
why this
about?
LeBron
nigga better
faced
than
tougher
Bron.
wings than Jordan.
Turn on the Michael Jordan
LeBron
game
faced
right
tougher
now
wings than
and
Jordan.
tell me he
That's
better
not
than
But
even
Bron,
fair,
Scott,
nigga.
that's why
LeBron.
I said
We
based
making
off that's why I
LeBron
said
look
Easily.
this
bad,
Can't
go
do
off
and
who
won't
easily.
do.
dominated their
Hold
era.
on,
That's what
hold
y'all
That's
on.
all you
can't
gotta
do
do.
and
Who
won't do.
dominated
Hold
their
on,
era
hold
more?
on.
Y'all can
I
talk
think they
We
about what
both
he
making
did in the
dominate
LeBron
their
80s
look
and
era.
bad,
90s.
man.
What you can't do
No,
is
You,
but
turn
you,
on the
you,
You
Jordan
you,
game
can't
you,
right
compare
now
three.
and
hey,
explain to me
How
why
you
he better than
comparing
hold on,
two
LeBron
hold on.
three-peats
James.
to
They both
somebody who
Fuck
it's in
lost
is you
six
different
talking
times though,
ways.
about?
bro?
Hold
Y'all
up,
niggas
hold up, hold up,
tripping.
Damn.
hold up, hold up. I want to
He
make
the
a
only
point. I
nigga
want
that
to make a point.
three-peated
No,
twice.
they both dominate their eras.
But
He
hold
ain't
on, hold
talking
on.
Jordan
But
about the
listen,
LeBron
dominated
80s
their
didn't
and the
listen,
three-peat
eras.
listen.
90s.
twice.
Technically,
He's still
LeBron
talking
didn't
about
three
the
straight.
80s and the
twice.
90s.
Like like
The
MJ
nine, bro, what you
dominated
mean?
Fuck.
That's
NBA.
what Jordan played
He
in. What you
dominated.
talking about?
God
Y'all
No,
crashing him
MJ
dominate
damn.
out
dominated
there.
means win
eighties.
twice. That's
Martin in
not.
that echo
How
chamber.
did
He
LeBron
crashed him out.
dominate and he
C
lost more
Lost,
than he
C
boy.
won?
Y'all niggas lost.
CJ.
Nigga lost six
Improve your
times.
Oh,
You talking
basketball
Iron
about
Man
talk.
somebody
pulled
that
up.
Dumb. This
three-peated
nigga a
twice?
Improve your
Y'all
dummy.
don't make no
basketball.
sense, bro.
Hold up, but hold on, hold on. I want to
Improve
make a
your
point. I
back.
want to make a
Nigga a
point.
dummy. He's
CJ.
Can I
still
make a
talking
point
about the
real quick?
80s and the 90s.
Hold on. Can I make a
Cause
point
it's
real quick?
Jordan played in
This
Because
that
nigga
nigga.
hold
dumb.
on,
Dickhead.
hold on.
Don't make a
But
point.
Nigga stupid.
I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you a question directly. I'm gonna make a point and I'm gonna ask you a question. You said you done with the 90s and 80s, and they actually
But they bring it
researched
up every day.
players
They bring it up
players
every day.
wanted ISO. Hold on, I forget where I saw it, but they researched, and I'm gonna just take it for their word that Jordan had the most
I'm supposed to take you for your word at this point,
offhand.
dummy.
Jordan had the most hand isolation plays successfully ran a game.
And
Offhand isolation
when did he
plays.
do it?
4 point. This was I believe
Was
it was
LeBron in
early
the
90s.
league? Was LeBron in the league when he did it?
What does that matter? But
What do that got to
What
do
you
with
mean? What
Y'all
do it
say
anything,
you
bro?
done
matter?
with the 90s,
Run
but y'all
the
bring up a
tape
lot.
right
Hold on,
now and tell me why the nigga
Was
better
Jordan
than
in the league when
LeBron
LeBron
James.
was winning?
Y'all
What
can't do
sense do
that
that
and
make?
y'all
You don't
won't
make
do
no
that.
sense,
But
nigga.
Mar,
Y'all
y'all
Oh
can't
say
do
my
that and
Jordan
y'all
had
God.
no
won't.
left. Y'all
What are we
say Jordan
You
talking
had
sound
no
about?
left, and
stupid.
I
Was
brought up
Jordan
a
in the league when
fact.
LeBron was winning? You don't make no sense.
Go
No,
ahead,
he
go
played
ahead,
Y'all
against
King
say
better
Ruff.
Jordan
play.
had
He
no
played
left,
against
and I
better
Look,
literally
that's
players.
a
brought up
dumb
a fact.
point. They
Who
don't.
He
played
did
against
have
They
better
no
don't
left.
know
players
what
and
would
teams?
happen. LeBron
Who
Jordan would have
played
faced
against
each
better
other.
players and teams?
That's
Who
what I'm
beat
saying,
better players
Scott.
and
You ain't making
Jordan,
no
teams?
sense.
Jordan,
How the fuck that ain't
Jordan,
making sense? Who beat better
Jordan.
players and teams?
Hold on, Jordan. You know
I
I
don't
got.
know.
Here's
That's
the
tough.
fact.
No,
Here's the fact that proves that. Jordan,
Yeah, shut the
LeBron.
fuck
Thanks.
up.
Shout out to nine. Hold on. Shout out to 93 Zayco. We just had a
Oh,
phone
Mar, his
conversation
feelings
before that.
again.
Hold on. Jordan played against 9 of the all-time scorers. He played against
Lame ass
7
nigga,
of the
bro.
all-time steals leaders, 8 of the all-time assist leaders. He played against.
You
He played.
mean when
I
it
mean,
when
I'm
you mean when the
hold on.
scorekeepers was
And he
admitting they
played
was
against.
boosting stats? You really gonna
He
bring
played
up
against
that?
See, there
42.
you go
Really
right
He
there.
though?
played
There you
Y'all
go
against
right
niggas
there.
weak,
42.
bro.
He
There you
played
go
Y'all
right there.
against
weak.
42 of the all-time 75 best players in NBA
Y'all
history.
weak, bro.
Now I'm weak.
Well,
How is
Hold
it
on. On
weak?
top of that,
I'm
here's the
Jordan,
five.
still
Jordan's
this nigga
Bulls
Hold on.
took
In the
out
Do
still
five,
your
took
can't
out
come
two
homework,
up with
nigga.
no
dynasties
And
in
stats.
1
bring up your
year.
The
facts. We
right.
talking
scorekeepers
facts.
came
You're not
out
Jordan
and
even
showed
Jordan
arguing with
took
me.
boosting
out two
stats.
dynasties in 1 year.
Let me
That's
get this. Let
funny.
me
the Showtime Lakers and Detroit Pistons, they only got one game off of them. What kind of a question is that?
Showtime Lakers
Who do
with
they
no
play?
The
Kareem.
Blazers are not a dynasty. The
Bro, let me
Blazers are
get
not a
this.
Johnny, he's
dynasty.
not the Hall of
Bro,
Fame
let me get
center
this
Bro,
right
last
here.
I
just
checked.
sometimes you
See,
can't like y'all
I
gotta
don't even.
stop it, bro.
see, anytime,
No,
anytime, let
CJ,
me
don't talk.
What
You're the
this
bro?
goes to
dumbest
any
one here.
player.
Don't talk.
Bro, watch your
Check this
mouth,
Damn, he
out.
bro.
told us
You're
to
the
Like
shut
watch
dumbest
your
up.
one
mouth. You don't
here.
even
Hey,
see
one
niggas
mic,
play. You
please. One mic.
16. You
One
don't even know
mic.
shit
Cause
about
he ain't
basketball. To be
saying
honest,
nothing.
you don't
He
even got
told us
I'm
shit
to
smarter
shut
about
than
up
you,
because he
basketball,
ain't
CJ.
bro.
saying nothing.
You
Check this out.
not. You
Check
don't
Hold
this
know
on,
out.
one
shit
Check this
mic,
about
out.
one mic,
basketball,
guys,
bro.
one mic.
Yeah, and I
Come on, I'm
still
gonna give
know more
everybody a
basketball
chance
than
to
you
King,
do.
where
talk.
you wasting your time saying that shit?
Let me let me
Look.
let me get this real quick
I
because
can
I have to
backstage,
sign
right?
off in a couple
I don't
minutes.
like to do it, but I can back.
Start muting
Let
people.
JB want to say something. I
Let me
bring
say
people
this.
back
Go
I
up,
ahead,
gotta
and we
make
JB.
take
this
them
Go
one
ahead,
call
by
JB.
one.
before I had to get up early in the morning, get ready for my day.
Yeah, no doubt,
See,
JB.
anytime
Appreciate you
you got a
for
state
showing up,
rotation,
man.
and this is what it comes down to. They proved the point. They set themselves up, and this was sad about this. anytime you got to state your case for anybody, I don't care who it is, that he's supposed to be the greatest in your eyes by tearing down other errors, you've already lost your argument. And this is the reason why. First of all, you can't time out. You can't compare errors because that's like saying, well, whatever future players surface in the 30s and the 2030s and the 2040s, well, what if guys in the 2030s and 2040s start saying, well, LeBron played in the trash era? So what I'm saying is be careful what you wish for. My point is this.
Just run the tape and compare it.
It ain't about
That's what y'all can't do. That's
tape,
what y'all
dog.
can't do and won't do, and y'all never do.
It's about
That's
what
what
you
y'all can't
did
do,
when you
won't
played.
do, and never do.
This is the
Bro, let him
Just like when
speak,
we ran the
bro.
tape and
Let me
showed,
finish.
hold
Let
on,
me
just like
finish.
they
Let
ran
me
the tape
finish.
and showed
Let
that
me
Jordan
finish.
What's your
finished
point,
with his left
JB?
hand.
My
Hey,
point is
go ahead, JB.
this. I've seen a guy win in the highest degree of difficulty. I've seen another guy lose when they trying to put this man in advantage year in and year out to win. Perfect example. And I hate to keep coming back to my squad. I've had to sit there for the past 7 years and watch this treachery of this dude forcing trade after trade after trade after trade
Now
after
LeBron the one
trade.
making trade.
Time
You
out,
see
time
why I
out,
can't
time out,
listen
time
to
out.
this shit,
The
man?
point
This
is,
is the
go
Now
ahead,
reason.
JB. Go
LeBron
ahead,
making
JB. The
trade. You
point
see LeBron and
Let
is,
JB
GM.
go
land his
ahead,
plane. He
You
do
Bud.
what
was
he want to
talking
Hush.
to y'all
tonight.
Stop.
Hold
niggas,
on.
man.
Time out.
Guys,
JB got
listen,
niggas
I
in
don't
their
want to
What I'm
feelings.
saying,
backstage y'all. I
JB,
feel
the
it's
point.
disrespectful to
Go
do
ahead,
that, but
JB.
let JB
Y'all
land his
keep
plane.
lying and
this dude,
capping.
ain't nobody
Just
lying.
let
What
him
the fuck?
Let
finish.
me finish. If you offended by it, man,
Damn.
chill out. If you offended by what I gotta say, chill out. Because this is
Get
the
to
Because
what's
problem.
the
Y'all
y'all
point,
all
don't
JB?
gonna
want
get a
to
chance
be
to respond.
confronted with what's going on. This man came to my team. They started unraveling everything that was there.
Which is
They
facts.
gave him superstar after they gave him this man 3 superstars in 6 years. That's a record turnover rate in the history of the National Basketball Association. This man has been favored to go to the finals in 21, 22,
Mm-hmm.
24, and 25. And he ain't been there one time. The
Wait, what
2009,
team you talking about?
2010, his team was favored to go to the finals and win it all. He didn't even make it. And we're going to sit here. That's not even counting the losses. In the Olympics, too. FIBA, Olympics. And you're going to sit here because of size and so-called athleticism and try to convince us that a man who's losing more than he's supposed to win is better than a guy who won in the highest degree of difficulty, meaning he didn't have a guy who can drop 30 or 40 in the playoff game. He didn't have a guy coming off the bench who's an 8-time all-time leading scorer. He didn't have a guy coming off the bench who was the most prolific three-point shooter in history until Steph Curry topped that mark. What I'm saying, dog, is this dude he left this team in Cleveland. We never seen a player leave a team winning 60 plus games. We never seen a superstar do that before. He comes to Miami. He forms a super because he said out his own mouth. So we're gonna talk about quotes. He say, we joining forces. We never seen 3 franchise players in a prime join forces. That's a super team, dog. They try to roll the red carpet out for him to win. He's in the finals versus Dallas. All he had to do was just 17.8 points a game. And his fan will sit and try to tell us that he's better than the guy that got the highest point per game average in regular season history, in postseason history, and in finals history, where it was always contingent on him, not just to score at the highest level, but to guard on the other end. And you're going to sit here and try to convince us that the guy that you want to be viewed better is better. That's what's causing all this chaos, dog. He can score
And that's the
10,000 more
bottom
points.
line.
He can score 10,000 more points and be in the league another 5 years. He's not close to that. Now, if he was winning, you couldn't say nothing, but it's something wrong with his game that
Big
every
time.
midseason trades are needed. Players got to get cut, waived. You know what I'm saying? He got to play with certain guys. There's something wrong going on. So my point is this.
And they hate
The
for you to
only
mention
reason
Okay,
it,
that
what's
we
the
JB.
talking
point? What's the
about
point?
the only
Go
Make your
ahead.
reason we
point.
talking
You
about
you keep rambling.
1990
No,
Make your
no, he's
point
making
already.
his
the only
point
reason
again. Y'all gonna get a
the
chance
only
to
reason
respond. You
because
got it.
I gotta go. The only reason that we talking about 1991 because the other guy's not winning, dog. This dude had Luka
Bingo.
Doncic,
So you
who
running
they just
91
traded. They
and then
traded
LeBron in
AD.
year
They
23 to make
traded
your
a
point. That's what you're
generational
talking about.
player. They brought in Luka Doncic, who was the scoring champion from the previous year, dropping 30 points a game. You
You played with
favored to
Luca
win
for
the series. You
25
favored to go to
games.
the
He
finals,
played with Luca
and,
for
and you
25
lose. It
games,
don't
bro.
matter, but he wanted
Get
them though.
real,
5
nigga.
It
He
does
playoffs.
wanted
matter.
them though.
Why?
Get
It
real,
He did
nigga.
not
does.
He
want him.
wanted them though.
That's a
Get real,
casual
nigga.
Wait a
take.
minute. He had
The fuck?
okay. He had AD
All right,
and Westbrook.
JB.
He had AD and Westbrook. Melo
He
coming off the
didn't even
bench.
know about the trade. What you talking about?
Injured, nigga.
Yes, he didn't
All
know
right.
It
about
was
the trade.
He didn't
injured.
even know about
Stop.
the trade.
Oh my!
You
I'm
can
tired of
you
this.
can
All right,
I'm
JB, you
tired
got
of
yo,
these
this,
niggas in
bro.
but
their
he know about
feelings, bro.
everything else.
JB, hurry up and make your
So
point.
JB, I'm
Hurry
just
up and make
telling
your
you,
point
man.
so I can
they don't like
destroy
that
all of it.
shit.
He's not gonna do it. He's gonna keep going and
Real
keep
talk.
going and
Yes,
keep
JB,
going and
go
yes,
keep
get
but
your
he's
going,
going
sleep.
up
bro.
by
Cap
15,
Hey,
20
game.
I
minutes.
like to get a
Cap
chance
game.
to speak
JB,
something
JB, go
too.
get your sleep,
How is
son.
that
Hurry up.
capping?
Man.
That's
At the
events that
end of the
really
day,
happen. Y'all niggas don't like to hear the truth. That's
Hey,
what it
let
is.
him
No,
Hey,
finish,
stop.
Kim.
JB, I know you got to
The
be up
truth.
at
No,
5.
Like, how's he
I'm not gonna
capping?
hear your
ain't
Hey,
Y'all
nobody
niggas don't
lying.
propaganda.
like to
I'm
hear
not
the
gonna hear
truth,
your
and
Nigga,
that's the
you
truth.
ass
propaganda.
That's the truth.
believing in this
That's the
shit?
No,
truth.
it's
That's really what
You a
propaganda.
whole
happened.
ass
It's
nigga,
everything he
bro.
says
How is
propaganda.
propaganda? That shit that
It's
really
You're
happened.
a
propaganda.
What
whole
y'all
yeah.
nigga,
talking
a
It's
about?
whole hoe.
Let
propaganda.
him
That's what
speak,
it
Can
man.
is.
Let him
we
finish.
But time
explain
out,
why
time out.
somebody's capping?
But see, this is what
If we're gonna
happens
say somebody's capping?
when they don't
Oh, I can
when they
explain right now. I can explain everything.
Yeah.
wait a minute, hold on, let
Hold
me
on. Y'all
finish because
gonna
I really do have to
get
go.
it one by
Well, I
one.
really
Hurry
do have to
up.
go. When they don't hear
It
what they
was,
want to hear, they start calling
Nigga
people
done
out their
played with
names.
Luca.
We can go to last year. He had a healthy AD. He played
Mhm.
76 games last year.
Like, let him
He
finish.
had a number 3 score,
What point
averaging
do you think you
18, 20.
making? He
One more
just
time
started
out.
playing with the
Time out.
nigga in year
That team,
23.
that team
What the
Mark
fuck?
crashed it
that
out.
team was favored to win it all last year and lost in the first round. This dude
They was
he can't
favored to
get out
win
the
it
first
all.
round.
No,
They
the
was
fuck
not
they
favored to
wasn't.
win. Bro,
Yo,
why you
I'm
keep
done. This
lying?
The
nigga
Lakers
All
lying,
weren't
right,
bro.
all
favored
right.
in
Why you
JB,
lying?
2021.
JB,
They
yo,
weren't
Why you
favored.
why you wait till he get to the
This
Lakers
is what I
to
want y'all to
interrupt
do.
him? You ain't say nothing else about nothing else until he get to the
No, I'm
Lakers.
gonna deduct
I
his
know.
points. I'm waiting him to
Check it out.
finish. I'm
If
waiting him
anybody
to
think I'm lying,
finish.
We've
if
been waiting for
anybody
30
think I'm
minutes.
lying,
Yes, I'm waiting him to finish so I can
All
if
right,
destroy
all
every
right.
anybody
lie
Hold
think
he
on,
I'm
hold on,
made.
lying,
hold on.
if anybody think
Yo,
I'm lying,
JB, as I keep
Yes,
telling
you
you,
are.
man, your
wait, let me say
soliloquy.
this.
Hey,
They
Let
be
me
Go
say
too
ahead,
this.
go ahead.
fucking
No,
long.
let the
Let me say this.
JB
Let
got
me say
one
this.
last point. One last
The
point. I
dude,
promise
one last
y'all.
point. I gotta go. I really do have
Oh
to go.
my, bro,
Now this
how many
dude said
last
I'm
It's
points you
lying.
guys
another 30
have?
minutes. Another 30 minutes.
Time out.
Don't interrupt him.
Because I really do have to go. This dude said I'm lying, right?
You are.
See, I've been following this team for 40 years. Okay, that's number one. So I ain't gotta lie about nothing. After they traded Westbrook and brought in D'Lo, they
bro, you
brought in
said
Hachimura, they
He's
brought
not
in
gonna get to his
Vanderbilt,
point.
they brought in Beasley, they brought in all these guys mid-season. They made that run to the Western Conference Finals. And then they signed a whole bunch of young players. They signed Cam Reddish, they signed Jackson Hayes, they signed Christian Wood, they
Oh
signed
my,
Gabe Vincent,
bro.
they
The
signed Torian
fuck?
Prince.
Oh my,
You can
bro,
pull it
I'm
up.
tired of
Why
wait.
is y'all mad? He
Move
breaking down
on.
what
I'm
Just
tired
happened.
of
stay in
hearing
nice and
this.
That don't make no
man.
sense.
You're
Come
trying
on,
to
man.
equate
Now we
Y'all
LeBron
gonna
doing
get
it.
signing
y'all
Now,
Jackson
turn. Let him
Hayes,
finish
Cam
though, bro.
Reddish.
Y'all niggas being
No,
He's
I'm
not
disrespectful.
gonna
no.
Let me
finish,
finish.
CJ. He's not gonna
Let me finish.
finish.
He's
Let me
not gonna
finish.
finish. That's the
All them
point.
experts, they said the Lakers had the best offseason of any team in the league, and they had the deepest roster. And
he
they
sure
had the
did.
team to unseat Denver and avenge that loss in the Western Conference Finals, and they picked the Lakers to win it all. I put that on. I, I won't say what
He
I put
sure
it on. I ain't
did,
gonna do that.
bruh.
What I'm saying is, you can pull it up on YouTube.
Niggas was talking about
I
Cam
got so
Reddish
many. I
like
got
he
so
was
many
the
clips,
second
man. I
coming,
save
bro.
all
I
these
know.
clips. So going into this season, they had them winning it all, and they lost in the first round. So you go into this
Yeah.
season, they see they playing mind games. They say, well, don't expect too much out of this team. They trade for Luka, right? Now we all could agree that it's hard to develop that chemistry so quick to make a run. But because they got Luka, what do they say? Oh, they don't need AD no more, man. They can play defense better without AD. Oh, they finna go to the finals. And they got
Yep.
dusted in the first round. And a lot of it was because he did not perform well in the fourth quarters. Now, I'm not blaming it all on him, but what I'm saying is something wrong with his game that produces this constant need to push for moves to be made.
Man,
This has been a
exactly.
So
constant theme for God knows how long.
your point is
So
your
my
point.
point is this,
Hold on.
dog. He's
Oh, only
nowhere close to the guy that they trying to push him past. And when his fans finally understand that, then everybody can move forward. We can stop talking
bingo.
about 1991. We can stop talking about 1988. And we can start to embrace these young stars in the league that's making a presence known, that's
Five.
competing,
Bingo.
There's not joining forces.
3.
Let's embrace the present
Ohio, you got it
generation.
next.
But
I
the
promise.
problem is they want to stay stuck to try to continue something that's not doing the league or its fans any good. Like I said, you don't have to be the greatest ever. You don't have to
All
be the
right,
greatest ever
JB, we
to
got
be
it. We got
be
it.
remembered in a positive light, in a positive vein. Everybody needs to move on. I'm talking about mainly the people who
We all do.
creates this.
Oh,
So at the end of the day, I can't wait till all this is over. I'm tired of talking about it, but at the same time,
it's funny
ain't
because
nobody behind me.
y'all all
Hey,
of
Olo,
FYF
let me ask
fans,
y'all a question. I just want to
and
ask
he's
one
the king of
question.
soliloquies.
Olo, do you think Iguodala did a good job on LeBron?
No, he didn't. It was
Yeah,
the
he did. He
team.
actually
No,
did.
he
He
didn't.
did.
He didn't. LeBron was
Hold on,
Okay, hold on,
destroying
hold on,
Iggy.
hold on, hold on.
hold on.
Okay, okay. Ohio, you asked that. You said the Eagle Dollar do a good
Oh,
job
who?
on LeBron. I,
Nah, you good. You good, bro.
I don't know how
Can
to
I?
pronounce
Can I?
it. I just say Ohio,
It,
right?
it's Olo.
Olo. Okay, my
You
bad. I
straight.
thought
You
it was
straight though.
all
You
right.
straight. You straight. Nah, you straight, bro.
No doubt. Oh,
So I feel like with the Iguodala thing, I feel like even though he averaged 35 or whatever, I feel like the Warriors total, Draymond in the weak side, Andrew Bogut and under the basket paint presence, along with Iguodala with the perimeter defense. I feel like they did a good job collectively. Now the numbers might say, oh, they didn't do shit. LeBron still averaged 35, but if you look at some of those games, like in the fourth quarter, when they sagged off of LeBron sometimes, and they said we're just gonna let him shoot, and some of that got exposed, kind of like similar to some of those games in the 2013 finals, similar to the '07 finals, similar to the 2011 finals. So I feel like even though he did put up big production, in terms of points scoring or whatever, I think the Warriors as a collective did a good job defensively on him that series.
Yeah, yeah. It wasn't Iggy. It was the whole team. That's
Yeah.
another. That's another myth
Iggy
you
had a
guys
lot.
want to
Hold
have.
I
on,
like to
hold
be able
on,
to
Scott.
say
Because
something.
Scott, you was what? You was what? 7?
No, I
Yeah,
watched.
Iggy.
I watched the series. We
No,
watched
no,
it. It
no.
was
You
the
was
team.
6 actually.
That's it,
No, I
nah,
rewatch.
bro.
You can watch the series on YouTube.
Okay, cool. But you still was 6.
I don't care. You guys were 13
Iggy
when you
had a
guys were
lot of
watching
single
MJ.
coverage on LeBron. And again, it was a lot of double coverage too, but it was a lot of
No,
single
no,
coverage. And
no,
LeBron,
no. It
look,
was
end of
yeah.
the day, what did LeBron shoot? Hold on, because you know it. What did LeBron shoot in that series?
He didn't shoot that well, but I don't expect.
38%.
I don't expect him to when he has no floor spacing.
Oh,
Kyrie Irving, Kevin Love are not
Oh
out
my
there.
God, bro.
that's
It's
funny
that's the
because
facts. That's not my
I
opinion.
remember
That's the
Jordan with the
facts.
Jordan rules against Jordan with the Jordan poorly against the Pistons, and there was a lot of coverage on Jordan. Right?
Yeah,
We all know
you
what the
don't you
Jordan
don't you
rules
don't see
were.
me do that. That's
Y'all
Goat James
famously.
Kingdom. That's Goat James Kingdom, not me. That's Goat James Kingdom.
I like a chance to put in my little 2 cents, if that's okay.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I know you've been patiently waiting.
No. It's good conversation, but a few things. First of all, uh, yeah, LeBron James don't hold a candle to Jordan, and I mean we can have these talks about you know the '90s and today and all that stuff like that or whatever. But look at it like this: if the argument is, well, Jordan had the best team, I personally do feel that at that time Jordan had the best team. Okay, but I'm gonna address that in a minute. But we could also say there was times when LeBron had the best team. Okay, and unlike
Mm-hmm.
Jordan, when LeBron had the best team in the league, he didn't always win. So we cannot
Mm-hmm.
say if you level set the argument and saying, well, Jordan always won because he had the best teams. Okay, but when LeBron had the best teams, when he didn't always win. And not only that, but a lot of the times when his teams lost, you can look directly at him. 2007, 2011, right? I even kind of put 2009 on them, just
Mm-hmm.
for different reasons. But the point being is that you can never say that about Jordan. You can't. Now, saying that, I'll never understand why instead of making that argument and then trying to let the LeBron James fans try to weasel their way out of it because you can't, right? Why do you always bash the fact that he did have great teams? How do we know he had great teams? I think we all understand as NBA fans that if you have a team that can win 50 plus games, 55 plus games, that's a damn good team. Okay. That 94 Bulls team, which is basically the second three-peat championship, that's a 55 plus win team because Pippen missed 10 games that year. 10. And they were under
Mm-hmm.
500 in the games that he missed. So there's nothing now. Again, there's nothing wrong with saying that Jordan was on a great team. But the thing is that when he was on a great team, he never lost. He did what he was supposed to do. One last thing: when you try to compare the eras, when you try to compare the eras, and we say, oh well, the '90s was this, and look at how these guys travel, these guys carry. I'm sitting up here trying to figure out now. I'm seeing arguments where people are saying you can jump with the ball like you're going to shoot a jump shot and come down with it on two. You could never do that before. You could never do that.
Right.
And the argument that I'm hearing all these people say is, oh, well, the NBA players in the past didn't know. How the hell are you going to sit there and make that argument that the
You know who
NBA
made that
players didn't know
argument?
the
You know who
rule?
made that same argument, Kenneth, Mr. Wright? Tim
Who?
Hardaway. He made it on Gil's arena. I want to see what Gil's comeback was. I don't even know if Gil was in the studio or whatever. But
Mm,
Tim Hardaway pulled up and said, "Y'all dudes, the shit y'all could do, we couldn't do back in our day. They
couldn't do it.
before the shit carries and travels." So
Yeah, you couldn't do it. So, I mean, if
and
you're
Tim
going to.
Hardaway was one of those guys. It's funny because Tim Hardaway, guys like Mar, who's crashing out my comments now. He crashed out on the panel, but Tim Hardaway is like, "Bro, you know how nice I was." You know how good
Mm-hmm.
I was? Y'all act like there wasn't no other guards that could play. Bruh. See, and that's the thing too. You know what I mean? Yeah, man, you're right. You're right. You're right
Man,
about it.
man,
And
it,
again,
man, it go both ways, dog.
it,
Bro,
it does it does go
you
both
got some
ways. But
guys,
see,
you got
no,
some
Mr.
16
Wright
year
made a
olds.
really
King
good point.
Bro,
Hold
if
on.
LeBron
Go
if
ahead.
LeBron had Jordan record, nobody would have been talking about no errors, man. That's why they only talk
You're
about
right.
errors because LeBron
You're
lost.
right.
Hello,
Hold on. I
hello,
said on this podcast,
hello. Yo,
I
yo.
said one of the main things. Hold on, I gotta probably reboot. Hold on. Y'all got it. Whoever's next can make y'all point. I'll be
Hello. Okay.
Yeah, that shit go both
Yeah,
ways, dog.
I want to debunk all their points. I've been tired of waiting.
Well, go ahead, Scott.
Okay, I'm gonna debunk all the points one by one. In '09 and '10, LeBron did not have the best team. Now, you guys gonna tell me 60 wins, 60 wins. The Atlanta Hawks have 60 wins and everybody laughed at them. Don't tell me that the
They didn't have
'09.
LeBron though, Scott.
I know, but I'm tired of you guys
They
making
ain't do it back
casual
to back
points.
years.
Casual
Mm.
points like 60 wins. Y'all look at the team. Now, was it a good team? Yes, it was a good team. But
Very good team.
it was nowhere near on the Celtics or Magic.
Why? Why wasn't
I
he?
think
Hold
the
on.
Magic were more
Let
I
me
think
ask
the
you. Let me ask you this. Hold on, Scott.
what?
Scott, let me ask you this. Why were they nowhere near the
They had a better
Celtics or
record.
Magic?
They had a
Huh?
better record.
I think the Magic I won't say the Cavs were close to the Magic, but to the Celtics they
Okay.
had the way better team.
Well,
But they
why?
lost to the Magic,
Well,
By the
though.
because
terms of All Stars, in
because the
terms of All
Celtics
Stars and Hall of Famers, is that what you're
no,
doing?
because the Celtics just had a deeper team, better
But
team.
What?
but
Yeah,
they
they
but they
did have
lost to
more
the
depth.
Magic, though, Scott. They lost
Okay.
to the
Yes,
Okay. Let me
Magic.
ask you this.
but
Yeah,
LeBron
they were
performed
deeper.
though,
Why?
so I'm
No,
not
no,
gonna hold that
Scott,
against him.
Scott. That's a
Wait a minute,
very
when they
good
lost
point,
to the
Scott.
Celtics in
Hold on.
2010, the
If they
Celtics
were,
were a 50-win team and the Cavs were a 61-win team. So
yes,
what?
Yes,
but
So
Scott.
Again, you didn't listen to
That's
what
what
he
I'm
said.
saying.
You
They don't
yes,
listened.
even
of
You
be
course
talking
they
listened to
about
what he
don't
He
said.
said,
listen.
Okay,
They
you
don't
hold
listen.
gotta
on.
listen to what he said.
No. Scott going. Scott's a young warrior, but he digged himself a hole. If they were so deep, why did they lose in '09 to the Magic?
Without Jameer
Shit, the
Nelson.
Magic was deep too.
Without Jameer Nelson,
Magic,
yeah.
Okay.
So
The Magic was
now
27
I
to
get now
13 without
I
Jamel
know
Nelson.
that
Y'all got to
Kevin
stop
Garnett
mentioning
was out.
Jameer Nelson.
They lost Kevin.
Something wrong with your mic, bro.
And if they were so deep in '09, if they were so deep
Something wrong with your mic, man.
The Magic, the same Magic that was winning games without their second option, Jamil Nelson, 27-13, a winning record without Jamil Nelson.
Oh, Scott, I didn't bring Scott back up. My bad. How does my mic sound now?
You good? You good, bro?
You
You
cool right
good?
now?
Okay. All right.
What about 2011?
20.
When he
Okay.
had
That's
There's
not
no.
excuse,
No,
man.
let's
There's no
let's
excuse
go
for
year by year.
2011.
Hold on, let's go
There's no
year by year
excuse.
because Scott is doing. I appreciate Scott because Scott is like one when this shit happens. Scott is like a baby. He's in Pampers. He got shit in his diapers at the time, but he's looking back and he's watching film. No. I'm not trying to. I'm trolling you, Scott. But I give you credit for looking back at the film, right? Tell me why, if they were so deep, then why couldn't they sustain one injury? And I know it was Kevin Garnett, probably the best defensive player overall. But if they were so deep, why did they lose to an inferior team with one injury?
I think the Lakers had a better team to match up with them.
Okay, but again, we talking about the Celtics were expected if you're talking actually the Cavs were expected both years to get to the finals. This is the year that we should have had our LeBron versus Kobe matchup, but he lost to the Magic, who beat the Celtics.
Yeah,
So
but
again, if the Celtics
LeBron
was,
performed in his loss though, so I'm not holding that against him. LeBron performed in his
Wait,
loss.
wait, 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 wait,
So you're
wait, wait,
lowering the
wait,
bar
wait,
then,
wait,
Scott.
No, I'm not
wait,
lowering the
wait,
bar.
wait.
I don't golf. If you win, you
I
play
think
great, and you
here's the
lose, you
point.
play
Here's
Don't
the
talk
point
bad.
that
Man,
I'm
you would have
about
making.
been
none
better
of
off.
Jordan
Man, you
losses
would have been
because he's
better off saying the
performing
Magic
every
and
loss.
Sixers were
So
deep
don't talk about
teams.
nothing Jordan losses.
God,
See,
I think
this
Jordan
is the
performed when he
thing.
lost
Hold on,
too.
hold on. And I'm gonna say this. Because this is one of my. When it comes down to this Jordan versus LeBron debate, Jordan came up with results. LeBron comes up with excuses. You and Mar and FYF and Gil and everybody else that come up in that, y'all always coming up with reasons why they lost. We come up with reasons why Jordan won. And again,
No,
right? We agree that they had a great team because you know what? They didn't have a great team because they were just stacked with Hall of Famers and 20-point scorers. Because let's keep it real. Niggas like Cartwright and Paxson, even Horace Grant was only giving you 13, 14 at his best.
And he
He
was a
wasn't
good defender
stacking.
too.
They were a
Good
great
defender too.
team because they worked to become a great team. This is why I say 6-0 is overrated because y'all just acting like they just showed up. Now you trying to tell me about 09, how a team that won 50 games versus a team that won 61 games was so much better because they were so deeper. Again, the year prior, the same roster, they lose one guy and lose to the inferior teams, quote unquote. Now one
Bro,
could say that.
let me say this, bro. Let me say this real quick. See,
Real
going
quick.
to still look.
Anytime let's say a lottery level or a number one pick, a number two pick enters the league, odds are they're gonna be drafted by a bad team. So let's say when LeBron got drafted by Cleveland, okay, they was a bad team. Okay. So he didn't make the playoffs his first 2 years. I wasn't sitting here bagging him, saying, "Oh man, he can't get his team to the playoffs." Logic gonna tell you, okay, they trying to work their way up to a point, and eventually he got there. But I don't think he should be penalized for not making the playoffs the first 2
Hey,
years.
let me jump in real quick because we're gonna get it back to 2010. I don't want to go
Yeah,
too
let's not
far.
go all over the place. Shit.
Because
Go ahead.
because when they got Larry Hughes, and again, y'all laugh at Larry Hughes, but Larry Hughes was one of the big free agent gets that offseason in 05, right?
I
Now
can
they
see
in
that. I can
06,
see
that was
that.
their Larry Hughes. Again, Larry Hughes is the class of 97, and like me, this is Jason Tatum's godfather, right? Him and Jason Tatum's dad went to the University of St. Louis together. Larry Hughes was that dude. Larry Hughes
Oh
was
no,
coming
he
off his
was.
best
I'm not
season.
gonna.
Now, you're
Never
not going
gonna.
to tell me Larry Hughes wasn't that dude. Larry Hughes was a McDonald's All-American who was thought to be the second pick. If they said if he would have went out of high school, they would have probably picked him number 2 after Duncan. That's how much. Yeah,
What does that dude mean?
No.
What does that
What
dude
mean was
mean?
that mean? That means he was viewed and he was that talented. Mind you, McGrady didn't go number 2 out of 9. This is my high school class, so I think I might know what I'm talking about a little bit. They was either Elton Brand or what? Elton Brand, Larry Hughes, Lamar Odom, and Tracy McGrady were the main guys out of that roster. So Larry Hughes was viewed as one of those guys. Okay, so to act like when they got Larry Hughes, and again, Larry Hughes had a lot of injuries with the Cavs, but they did start putting pieces around. Anderson Varejao, you guys laugh at Anderson Varejao. I'm there in Brazil. They love Anderson Varejao here. He's one of the best fucking rebounders. You said that Jordan had the best rebound in the game. Anderson Varejao was a 14. You give him, he got 14 rebounds a game when you gave him the minutes. Okay, he had 8 rebounds in that game 5 that I'm talking about in 16
Arlo,
minutes.
can you look that up? Can you look that up? Can you look that up,
Can I
Arlo?
look
I
what
don't.
up? Can I look what up about Anderson Varejao?
Yeah, go look that up, Arlo. I don't know if he's lying or not. I just need the fact. I just need to make sure
So,
it's
you
What you
know,
true.
need
so
me to
in
look
other
up?
words, you don't know how good Anderson Varejao is. You're
He
telling me
was
how
nice
trash they were.
What do you need?
for
What do
that
you need
era.
me
He
to look
was
up?
nice.
What
I
He
about
got a
was a
that?
question.
nice
I got a
player,
question,
but
gentlemen. I
no,
got
I'm
a
not gonna
question, gentlemen.
overrate him,
He
bro.
was
These
He
nice.
was
niggas
one.
don't
He was
know
one of the best
the role player.
rebounders.
They don't even know the star.
I know.
That's what
I
I'm
know who
saying.
Anderson
You know what
Varejao
kills
is. You
me?
guys trying to
You know
act
what
like he's
kills me?
some
You know
type
what kills
of.
me?
I got these
Y'all
niggas
don't
keep
just think I say this
talking,
a
bro. We
lot.
gotta start letting this new
What happened?
generation talk
That's like
about
me.
I got a
That's
basketball
question.
and
like
I got a
me
shit,
question.
bro.
overrating
These niggas don't
Vujacic.
know what they be talking about,
It's
bro.
Well,
some
fuck
guys
you,
from the
cuz.
it's some
You
guys
think
from the older
Vucevic
generation. It's some guys from the older generation. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
What
No.
happened
You
in
got to
Game
Olo.
Five?
No,
What
you go
happened
ahead,
in
Olo,
Game
because
Nah,
Five?
you got to.
my point was a little irrelevant compared to yours. You had a better point. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, no.
What,
But
what,
my point is, y'all sit there and talk about role players, and then you're not understanding. Because even LeBron James himself said on episode 1 of Mind the Game podcast, "Well, what happened to you in 2011? Well, we ain't had a good role player." And see, it got to the point where Eddie House himself had to clap back. Eddie House is on Boston Celtics media, right? So he had to say, "What? You ain't have the good enough role players." Like, I'm one of the role players. Like, what are you talking about? You fucking sucked in 2011. And LeBron to himself admitted it. But why are you like? Why can't you just say, you know what, I suck? We did have good enough role
LeBron
players.
did. He
We
did suck
probably
in
needed another
2011.
big man. We probably needed another
LeBron
because
did admit that he suck in
Yes, he did. He
2011.
admitted it.
yes, he did,
He
but he
admitted
admitted
it.
also, but hold on, you're right, he did. But he also said we ain't have the. You could have stopped there, but you also said we ain't have good enough role players. Yeah, you could have said we were probably another big man like a Birdman Anderson away. We probably needed another big there. I mean, you had Udonis Haslem. Udonis Haslem won the chip in 06 as well. Udonis Haslem was a starter. He was a good role player. You
I
see,
got a
this is the
question.
problem. This is the problem. No, I'm gonna say it again. Jordan came up with results. LeBron comes up with excuses, and that's
Jordan
right
admitted.
there.
Oh
When
my
I
god.
when I
No,
pulled up
no.
to FYF, and people still in my comments saying, "Oh, FYF exposed you," when he said when you said LeBron don't take accountability. Well, right, that's right there. One example. You're
Why?
blaming
Why?
role
Why?
players,
Why did?
and
Why
then
did
you want to
Jordan?
tell me role players.
Why did Jordan
2007.
blame not getting in shape in 1995 and said that was my bad? I
He
messed
did
up.
say that. He did
No, he
say
He
that.
didn't. He no
Bro,
He
y'all,
no
did
So,
say
in
no
y'all,
that.
no
other
no
y'all be
no
words,
no
arguing with
Yes, he
Jordan
take
did.
like
no
y'all
no
be
no
accountability,
so
no
right?
deep,
no.
bro.
Now
Like
He
he's
y'all don't
talking
he
be
about.
probably
arguing
did
about
say that, but he
nothing,
also made
bro.
an
Yes, he
excuse. I
did.
wasn't in shape,
Time out. Time out.
so
Y'all
Time
that's
out.
he
be
Time out.
saying being
nitpicking
The
LeBron
dumb
did.
Hold on.
shit.
time out. Time out.
It's
Bro,
not
Time out.
don't
dumb.
even respond to
Hold
that. Like
on.
this is a dumb
Remember
We gotta let
CJ
the
in
How many
panel go.
games did
'95?
Time out.
Cleveland win
No,
and
Time
on
out.
no,
them?
JB, make one quick point, JB. We gotta let the panel go though.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
you
I'm
make
just
one
gonna
quick
say
point, real quick.
the reason that I brought up the early progression of a player's career when they say, you know, Jordan was losing to this guy early on, losing to
Yeah,
this team. What I'm trying to say is, if you come in the league on a bad team and you
you're
happen to
not
make
gonna
the playoffs as an
have
A
success
seed,
right away. Exactly.
you're not going to beat the number one seed. I don't care. You could put anybody on that Bulls team in '86. They're not beating the '86 Celtics. Nobody beat the '86 Celtics that year. That don't even
Just
make
like
sense to even bring up that argument. So what I'm
just
saying is, when LeBron or anybody they go to a team that was bad like that, and they don't happen to make the playoffs the first couple of years, I don't think they should be penalized for as long as they
yes.
showing
Hello.
improvement. That's the
Hey,
main thing.
Reggie.
So what I'm
Hey,
saying is when
Reggie,
they
I
say,
promise you, hold on, real quick. Reggie, I promise you, the first 30 something minutes was on the Knicks. You just came up too late. Yeah,
well, I want to finish with this. I want to finish with this, man.
no doubt.
Like I say,
No doubt.
at the end of the day, when they say when Jordan lost in the playoffs, I'm talking about during his early stage of his career, he was going up against 59
All
and
time
23
team.
Milwaukee
Yeah.
Bucks. He
Yeah.
was going up against the prime Boston Celtics. Wasn't nobody finna beat that team as an AC. Wasn't nobody finna beat that team in no AC. Pistons didn't beat the Celtics the first 2-3 times they played them in the playoffs.
Either.
They had to grow
Either.
and get better and better in stages
Either.
before they was able to do it. So what I'm saying is this: that's not really an argument. Now I can see if the Bulls were prime and they was losing when they had no business losing, then y'all can say, man, so and so wasn't getting it
It's
done.
one of them
But
things.
so what I'm saying is,
Right. It would be.
so what I'm saying is,
It would be.
when you got a guy
My fault.
that is set to win and they predicting they gonna do something, they don't do it. Something
And
is
they'll
wrong.
do
That
it.
would be with anybody. Now we do see upsets. We do see upsets. That happens. What I'm saying is this, man. At the end of the day, you can't continue to lower the bar and try to trash past errors, man. That don't even make it like I said. If I'm watching the finals in 2000, I'm not gonna sit there and say, man, yeah, them squads from 1970s was trash. They couldn't do this and do that. Because
We
at
don't
Right.
do.
some
We
point,
never
That's what
did
I'm
this
saying.
into this
history,
era, man.
the
That's
We
history
right.
of the
never
It's fact.
we
70s
never do this
have
in
already
basketball until this era. We ain't never do that in
right.
basketball.
You're
You
right.
All
don't
that
you,
You're
you don't
right.
see
statue
this
and
in
all that.
football.
We was
You
looking
don't
at
see this
the
in
game
football.
results and who the best.
You
Like
don't see this
nobody
in
never did all this
football.
extra
You
stuff,
don't see
bro.
this in baseball. You don't see this in
All right.
hockey. It's only
Let me
going
let
on in
let me let Olo
basketball.
have it. Let me let Olo have it. Then we gonna go to over to Iron Man because Iron Man, you've been patient or whatever.
Well, I'm gonna
Olo, you
listen
got
in, fellas, and I don't mean to try to
yo
hog it,
salute.
man, but like I say, man,
No,
you know,
I told you this is your show, bro. You know what I mean? You my co-host, so you can have it when you need it. You know what I mean? But I
that
keep telling. Oh, before we give it to Olo, I keep telling you, man. Put your soliloquies when you record these shits and put it on your own YouTube channel, bro. You're gonna be hitting, man, for real.
no,
Cause
I feel you. I feel you.
yeah, you be spitting. It's like you know what I mean. In the in the live form, it could be Look, for all the guys that want to complain about JB, y'all sit there and listen to goddamn Lamar go for 2 hours. Lamar will do a 9-hour stream. He speaks for 6. So let's not even go there. All right, JB, salute, man.
All
Get
right,
some sleep,
fellas.
bro. I know you got to be up in the morning, man. Salute.
All
Thanks for
right.
coming.
All
All
right,
right,
y'all.
all right. Olo, you got you got got something. Olo. All right, Iron Man.
Oh yeah, what's up, King Ro?
What's good? What's
You
good?
can hear me?
I know you're a critic. Yeah, what's good, Iron Man? I hear you.
No, I'm a fan of your show, man. I subscribe and stuff, so
I appreciate
you're
it,
doing
man.
a
I
good job,
appreciate it.
man. But you said LeBron only has one scoring title, right?
Yeah,
Why you don't mention that he has 21 All NBA team selections? That's a season record, season award.
that's great. But yeah, and that's good. Again, longevity, right? He's been good for a long
Don't
time. He's been actually he's been great for a long time. I say that myself. I say that myself. But I
yeah.
ask you, what is he the goat of? Is he the goat of longevity? Okay, then you're right. He's been very good for a long time. Now one thing I will criticize is he has played various levels of effort on both sides of the ball. I.e., he has not been an All NBA defender in over a decade. He is 40 and has not made an All NBA defensive team. And now again, all right, was he a declining defender?
So
No,
he
I
didn't
think
play.
it's about effort. Go ahead.
Yeah, so he didn't play no defense last season.
Very little.
He played some. He played. See, here's my point. Here's my point, though. At the beginning of the season, he played none. They relied on AD, and I remember this 9-hour stream that they did on FYF and Gold Chains Kingdom. Well, it was the FYF, but it was Johnny doing most of the talking. Bruh, AD. They was talking about AD not being what do you call it? No. He was a rim protector, but he wasn't an anchor of a defense. Now, again, a lot of it, and I've said this with JB much of the time. LeBron is a small forward by trade, right? But
Yeah,
at his advanced age, he cannot defend the wings. He cannot
I
defend
agree
the
with that.
Snow Thompsons, the Ben Thompsons. All these wings, LeBron is going to wear himself out guarding for 40 minutes. We know that. So therefore, LeBron goes to the 4. LeBron has to play the 4 on every team that he's on. That's why I asked somebody last night too. What's the Lakers starting roster this year? And they wanted to put Reeves, Luka, and Marcus Smart in the lineup. Okay, that's a 3-guard alignment. Then you're putting LeBron at the 4 and Ayton at the 5. Now, I don't like that defensively. I think that's a weak defensive team. But the point I'm making is LeBron does not guard his position. He's a small forward by trade. So now at the point he's a power forward. And guess what? As a power forward, he's a weaker rebounder than most good power forwards. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not a great rebounder. And therefore you're weakening. Hey, T Perfect pulled up. I just trip to Washington, but that's my thing. My criticism about LeBron is to keep those offensive numbers up. He is not giving effort, and we have seen this, bro. I've seen in 2019, 2018, where next gen stat was brought up that LeBron James was the slowest mover on defense in the league. The only two players that were slow were James Harden and Dirk Nowitzki in his last season. Now, for a guy who's supposed to be part of the defensive anchorage, bruh, that's for you to be the third slowest mover on defense on the defensive side of the basketball in the entire league. That says something. That says, and we see it on the film. We've seen it when Kyle Kuzma had to push him into a closeout. LeBron James sits there and acts like he's the defensive quarterback, and he's not doing anything. He's actually barking orders, but you cannot defend in this NBA where guys are scoring 115 or 120 points a game. You cannot defend like that. And I don't care what films or whatever, you can't defend like that. So that's part of what made LeBron's longevity is he's not giving honest effort on both sides of the ball. When I look at guys like Kareem and even Jordan at 40 was still giving honest effort on both sides of the ball to help the Wizards try to win as many games as possible. That's a fact.
We're comparing eras again.
No, I'm not comparing eras. I'm just comparing guys who because the point was he said LeBron don't have I asked what is LeBron the GOAT of, and when I talk about other guys that played longevity, played into their 40-year-old season, well, I'm going to actually look at how they play the game, and I'm going to look at how LeBron plays the game. LeBron, and I will give credit, LeBron has stayed around for a long time and maintained a good athletic, but he's not using that athleticism on both sides of the ball. And that's a fact.
And what does it say for the rest of the league that they letting a 40-year-old man be first team All NBA and stuff? I mean,
that's so retarded.
The irony
That's
of
so
it all is
retarded.
that
he wasn't first team this year.
He actually
even that he's able to do all the stuff that he's doing. I mean, the point being, even for the last 3-4 years, how come it's only the greatness of LeBron? How come we're not questioning who he's playing against? How come that has to go both ways, right?
Hold on, I'm gonna say this because y'all were glazing him being All NBA. Hold on, y'all were glazing him being All NBA a few years ago, right? Well, you realize that Steph Curry and Kevin Durant are still at that level at the same age, 37.
They both great.
Correct.
Okay, cool. So that means it's now commonplace. And again, a lot of times this is media narrative. Now we got the 65 game thing. I mean, bro, look, he really does. I think this 40 should have been All NBA person. Hold on, say again.
That rule? You don't like that 65
No, I love the rule. I love the rule.
Okay,
and LeBron knows how to skirt it. It's funny because LeBron knows how to skirt it. And again, you know what? He's one of the most durable players because he hasn't had a real injury, even though he faked a lot of injury. Look, that's another narrative talking point.
Oh my, bro, hell no.
Wait. We gonna come to the point where we gonna deny that he's faking injuries?
He's not faking injuries.
You don't know. He's not faking injuries. That's no.
What are you getting these sources
LeBron
from,
James' feet. Hold on. LeBron James' feet. What was that?
What?
No. Because I keep it real over here, bro. Y'all not gonna sit there. The LeBron James' feet. What was that? It needed surgery, right? He never got the surgery.
It's documented, bro.
It's documented. What? When did he get the surgery? Who did LeBron James' feet? Nah, because really, there's a lot of niggas with foot problems, especially in the league. Why don't LeBron share that doctor?
It's also documented that he was. It's also documented that he was dancing a couple of days after that, right?
A couple of days, he was dancing with the MCL sprain, right? Doing a stanky leg, all that. He would when he got the MCL sprain, he was literally tripping Dante DiVincenzo with the MCL sprain in the same game after that, tripping him.
You guys don't know what injuries are.
Yeah, I know. FYI tells you that, right? How you can do so much
is more credible than you.
I hear you, but as I said, I seen the film. He didn't even wince. If you sprain your MCL, because he short when he went down, he short wince. Now, if you done hurt that ACL, the same left knee, you stuck the left knee out to trip Dante DiVincenzo. You didn't get caught because that's you call that setting a screen. They looked at that as a legal screen, and you didn't even wince. A guy like Dante DiVincenzo, who really shouldn't have knocked you down in the first place. You went into his back. He got called for the foul, but you sprained your MCL right there. And meanwhile, you're using that same MCL, that same knee to trip guys. I mean, come on,
He's
look.
not faking injuries.
LeBron, no. Because one thing I just put LeBron over. I just put LeBron over. He has stayed injury free relatively for his whole career. He has never had a break. He dunks a lot. He had never had a break, nothing. He never had none of that, right? So him never getting hurt, that's a big part. Jordan broke his foot in year 2, right? So, I'm just saying.
Wait,
that's
real, what
one
does any
thing.
of this
So,
have
so
to do with
LeBron's groin injury, that wasn't a serious injury?
You go, the groin. No. I mean, the groin injury, like it's tricky, but no.
What about the ankle? What about the ankle in 2021?
Oh, the ankle. Yeah, I got you because that led to the foot. The ankle led to the foot, right?
Wait,
And the
real,
foot.
what does
No,
any of this
that was 2 different years. You're lying. That's 2 different years.
No, I know, but the ankle because he never really got a surgery or he never,
Can we move on? This is a
Wait,
dumb
bro, what
point
does
to
this have to
debate.
do with what does this have to do
Anything.
with Magic Johnson being the most overrated player in history?
He is. Magic
Yes, I
Magic
know.
and Bird are the most
What's up, T
overrated.
Perfect?
T Perfect, what's
Yes.
good, man? T Perfect,
Well,
how's that trip to
How you
Washington,
been,
man? You
B?
all right?
This trip sucks. I'm like,
T Perfect,
really
let's
sucks.
debunk
Bro,
these
yo, it
guys.
took me 2 days. It practically took me 2 days to get to Brazil,
I'm on
bro.
a train in this bitch. It sucks.
I had to make 4 flights to Brazil, man. I had to, do the super saver
Well,
joint to
fuck
get
that.
here,
Yeah.
but no doubt. So I get it, man.
What
Traveling
are we
is
talking about?
about
More
like.
LeBron, more Jordan? Usual
Well,
fare?
yeah, we were talking about first. We were talking about the Knicks. My prediction of the Knicks in 26, as y'all know. And
Nah.
then we were talking about how 6-0 is an overrated stat, and I believe it. It's an overrated stat because y'all not really telling
You
the
said it's
story.
overrated, King, bro.
6-0 is an overrated stat. I'm one who famously said, not famously, but I say it. I can make my GOAT case for Jordan when never mentioning nothing about 6-0 or his championships.
All right, that's what you mean. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So I do believe it's an overrated stat, but that's the problem is we overuse it. We don't really tell a story that really doesn't tell a story of Jordan's greatness. We sit there like guys like Scott will sit there and tell you that Jordan had a great team. Okay, great. There's a lot that got put. There's a
Now
lot
you're
that got put
misinterpreting what
into
I'm saying.
becoming. No.
But
You
no,
said it.
No.
But you,
I was
no,
trying to
feel he
get
had a
to
great team.
Scott.
Now you're
Scott, we
misinterpreting what
agree
I'm
with you.
saying.
No, but Scott, we agree with you. He had a great team. And then we're going to tell you why he had a great team. We're going to tell you why, because he got the most out of the John Paxson of the world, the Stacey Kings. You got what?
No,
Okay, so
I'm not
make
giving
your
but
Jordan
point.
King,
Make your
credit
bro.
for
point.
being a good teammate. You're supposed
Yeah,
to be a
somebody
good
got me.
teammate.
Okay, well, LeBron isn't because he's getting guys traded, as
But
JB
that,
like to
but
point out.
I see Jordan
but
punch
that's
a guy in the
But it's not
but
face.
that's
only
the point.
it's
But
not
hold on,
only
that's the
6-0
point.
though.
Why
Somebody had a
couldn't
question for me.
Why couldn't
No, I was
LeBron do what Jordan did if he is better? Why
He
couldn't he
did do
do
what
it?
Jordan never
right,
did.
No, he did
What you got?
not.
What you
He
got?
right.
lost
Hold on,
multiple
what you got?
times when he should have won.
Scott, what did LeBron do that Jordan didn't do or couldn't do?
He
I need
never
to hear that.
he played more. Okay. He's way better passer, way better playmaker.
You know that Jordan averaged 8 points, 8 assists in his game early in his
Yes, I
career than
know.
LeBron did.
Look.
Okay,
I know.
so in other words, meaning Jordan could
And
have
11
been used
assists
like
in the
that
No,
if he
playoffs.
he's just
wanted
not on
to.
the level of
There
playmaker
was
as
no,
pass as LeBron.
Scott,
It's all
Scott, Scott,
subjective stuff.
Scott,
It's
Scott.
not
It is
subjection.
subjective, but
Right.
Jordan averaged.
No,
It took LeBron. It took
hey,
actually Westbrook.
D Rose.
Hold on, Scott. Go ahead. Somebody
So
got
No,
a
this
question.
is
Oh,
me.
is that
Has Jordan led the league in assists and won a chip?
nope.
okay? But as
No,
I
but he
said,
got a scoring
hold
title
He
as
on.
led.
defensive player of the year.
LeBron did that.
Did LeBron ever do that?
That's fact. LeBron did that, bro.
Okay, you're right. He
Not
didn't
got a
lead. He
scoring title,
didn't lead.
defensive player of the year in the same year. He ain't
Wait,
do that. He never
when
ever
did
scored more than
LeBron lead the league in assists and win the championship? When did that happen? What year?
2020.
bro.
It was 2020. It was 2020, right? And that's 15 years in his. Actually 17 years into his career. Now Jordan never did that. I said that Jordan could have. I say
Now
Jordan
you're
could
making
have, and I can
excuses for
prove it.
Jordan. It
No,
sounds like you're making
I
excuses
can
for
prove
Jordan.
it. Okay, you're asking. Again.
It's things
As
that
I just
Jordan
said
did that
to
It
your
sounds
LeBron
point,
like you're
never
making
Scott.
did.
Now,
excuses for Jordan.
hold on, guys. Come on. Y'all asked me the question. Y'all gotta let me answer. As I just
I
said to your
wasn't done.
point, Scott, earlier in his Jordan in year, what was it? 1988 or 89. No, 1989, that's 5 years into his career. Jordan averaged 8 assists a game. Now, we all know that Jordan was never used as the primary playmaker in his career, right?
Never? Sure, he was.
Yes, he was.
Well, that
He
year,
was.
that one
Yes,
year, right? And that was the year that they actually we
he
had the
just
triple double streak. 10. Hold on, Scott. 10. He had the 10 triple doubles in 11 games. That's when they specifically used him the way Dean Smith, mind you, Dean Smith was saying use him as a point guard. Use him as a point guard. Doug Collins is still a coach, right? Again, it took LeBron how many years being the primary playmaker on every team he's been? He never averaged. I think. Wait, hold on. Let me make sure. He might have averaged 8 points, 8 assists earlier, but I don't think he averaged 8 assists until the Westbrook triple double year, which was 2017. That's now 14 years into LeBron's career.
I don't care.
If
So
y'all,
what? So
well, no,
what?
wait. What do you mean? So what?
What you mean?
Because
So
you
what?
said
You keep
you said
saying
he
he's
was the
not the
better
Jordan has
playmaking
passer.
1 year.
passer. He
Jordan
trying
has
to
1
tell
year
you.
of that, and besides, I don't judge it. I don't judge
You're
playmaking
not supposed to
passing off
judge
of
Well,
that
that's
just
assists.
based on assist a game.
Scott.
All
Yes,
right.
Scott,
I
So
do
what you
judge
Not
talking
just
assists
about?
of
If you don't judge
playmaker
off
or
his
assists.
assists,
Scott. I specifically asked, what did LeBron do that Jordan couldn't do? Now, if Jordan actually on paper, not on paper,
He scored
on
more
the
points than
court,
Jordan.
he scored more. So you think that if Jordan never took the breaks and played 20 years, you think he couldn't score more points than LeBron
It
when
sounds
he
like you're
has a
making
higher
excuses for
scoring average?
Jordan. It sounds like you're making excuses for
I
Jordan.
specifically asked you, what did LeBron do that Jordan couldn't or didn't do?
He was a better
Now,
playmaker than LeBron. I mean MJ. He's a
again, I
better
just told you that
playmaker.
Jordan had an 8
I
assist
don't judge.
season.
I don't judge
You don't. Okay, so now you
playmaking off
don't
of
judge
assist.
playmaking by assists.
No,
Okay, then
no,
no,
okay, all right.
that laid to
So now let me
Jordan
ask you
favor.
something.
Then, so what are you talking
no. It's
about?
not.
No, it's not.
How ain't
That's
it?
like me calling John Stockton the greatest passer of all time just because of his assist numbers.
Well, I mean,
No, you just said
you can make that
Well,
argument.
playmaking not
well,
only
let me
assists.
So
can I
Jordan
ask
not
him a
only
question?
creative.
Yeah, playmaking's not
Go ahead. Go ahead.
assist.
Okay. Hold on, Scott. I'm gonna lock you into your bullshit right here. Because Jordan is LeBron the greatest scorer of all time? Because he has
No,
the greatest. Because he has
I
scoring.
just said
Okay, so you
I
admit
just
that.
said I just say that to refute your assist argument.
Cool, but
That's what I
but
said.
then you
That
also said that Jordan couldn't get 40,000 points. We all know Jordan could have got 40,000
I
points if
said
he
that
was
to refute
higher.
your assist argument. To refute your assist argument.
But
I don't
again,
believe
I
LeBron's
also
the greatest
asked,
scorer of
what
all
did
time.
Jordan see? Y'all got to come up with something better.
He's a
What did
better playmaker and
LeBron
passer than
do?
LeBron.
Y'all
That's
be
a fact.
arguing
Okay,
That's
now.
a
okay,
known
but he's a
fact.
better playmaker because
You
he
said
has
that
more
like 10
assists. But
times.
then I can sit
No,
there and say anybody with
if you
more
watch
assists,
the games,
especially
he's a
average
better
wise.
playmaker and passer than MJ. If
No,
you watch
LeBron
the
You
has
need to
the
watch
ball
games,
in his
more
hand. Hold on,
games because you only probably watched like 5 of Jordan games, to be honest.
it's a fact. If you guys,
Look, Scott. LeBron is the de facto point guard of every team he's been on. There's only 2 times where there was a point guard, there was a playmaker that had more assists than LeBron. That was his rookie year with Jeff McGinnis, averaged more assists, and the Russell Westbrook year. And we all know that there was a struggle in the hierarchy of letting Russell Westbrook actually run the offense. But Russell Westbrook still led the team in assists, right?
yes,
Wait, Scott,
Let
who do
me
you
ask
have
you,
as the best scorer of all time
Is
then?
Russell Westbrook a better playmaker than LeBron?
No,
no, I don't judge
no.
He
assist
has
off of
4 assist
playmaking
titles.
and passing.
He has 4 assist
No,
titles.
what? I don't
He
judge
wants to.
assist off of
Well, can
passing
I
and
say
playing.
something real quick?
How many
Yeah,
times did I say that?
what
Zero.
about? Well, you're saying playmaking. Where does LeBron rank as far as turnovers is concerned?
He ranks
Why
number
are you
one.
bringing that up, bro?
He ranks
Oh,
number
what
one.
we can?
Why wouldn't we? You talking about playmaking, right?
You talking
That
about
does
that's
not
part of
have nothing
playmaking.
to do
Right.
with being a
Where does
playmaker.
Jordan Waking assist all
Yes, it
time?
does.
That's a
Yes,
dumb
No,
it
it
literally
question.
doesn't.
does. That's
Where does
why
Jordan
assist to
Waking assist
turnover
all time?
ratio matters.
And LeBron's assist and turnover
Ratio is
ratio
higher
is
than
good,
Jordan. I
bro.
get it, but he's the
He
point
has
guard.
more assists than
He
he
doesn't play
has
off the
turnovers.
ball.
He does. LeBron.
Yeah.
First
Okay,
of all,
it's
LeBron
a
does
2 to
punch the
1.
ball.
It's a 2 to 1.
LeBron does punch the
You know
ball.
that Russell Westbrook has a higher assist to
You just
turnover.
said
I
that.
no, actually doesn't.
Yes, he does. He plays off the
Hold
ball.
on. Hopefully this is cap. Is this
It's not
shams or
cap.
this some bullshit? No.
It's
Because I
not. He
just
can play off the ball.
hold on. Oh, this NBA. Speaking of
Well,
Westbrook, And NBA Central just said that, which is bullshit, that Russell Westbrook announced his retirement. So, okay. My bad.
God.
Good for him. Good riddance, Russ. One most
Yeah,
overrated.
no, it's NBA Central. It's bullshit.
Let's get LeBron out
Westbrook
there
is,
too.
no, see, it's crazy
Can
how
somebody tell me why?
it's
Can
crazy how
somebody
you hate
tell me
Westbrook.
how
Wait,
LeBron better
Scott,
than
why do you hate
Jordan without
Westbrook?
bringing up the eras and bring up
I can.
logical points?
I think
Like y'all not
LeBron's a
saying
better
nothing. Why
defender than
LeBron better
Jordan
than
too.
Jordan?
I think LeBron's a
You
better.
said the
I think
same thing
LeBron
for like
peak.
10 times.
Wait a
I
minute.
think
He's a better
LeBron
Oh my
peaked
defender.
God.
higher as a
So wait,
defender
he's a
than
better
Jordan.
defender. Why does he have
Debatable.
in 22 seasons? Why does he only have 6 All NBA defensive teams?
No, I said at their peak, I think MJ just sustained it higher. That's why I think MJ's a greater overall defender. But at their best, I'm taking LeBron as a defender.
Let's debate that, Scott, on my show on Saturday.
But you want to say Jordan? I got no problem with that.
Because I've seen Jordan really get.
Yeah, and LeBron's a better ball handler than Jordan too.
Nah.
Yes, he is. He's a better ball handler.
He's just a bigger
Oh my
tank
God,
than
bro. You just
Jordan.
gotta let them have it, bro.
Hawk, what's good, man? Hawk, what's good?
What's
You
going
can say
on?
LeBron's a better passer. I have no problem with that. He's number one in assists per game for small forwards all time. That's
A
fine.
better ball handler is
But he's not a
insane.
better ball handler than Mike.
Yes, he is.
Okay,
You need to go watch more Jordan
That's what I'm
games.
saying. Niggas just be
Jordan's
bringing up
hand. Jordan.
anything,
Y'all,
bro. They don't
do
even be
y'all,
Jordan
do
arguing
y'all
for
handle.
real.
remember?
Jordan's
I gotta let
handle
Hawk go.
is
I gotta let
Yo,
Hawk
That's
go.
the
What's
eye
up,
solid.
test,
y'all?
dude. And it's not close.
I just got a question. Do y'all remember him getting mad at Kyrie when he had that turnover at the end of the game versus Spurs? Kyrie said he got to get with him in the offseason.
What game?
Yeah,
When he say
the
that,
turnover. When Kyrie was hurt, he was on the bench. Bron came, he turned the ball over at half court between Ginobili and Duncan. And Ginobili took the ball and dribbled the game
Oh,
out.
I know this is you are 2013 finals,
Yeah,
game 6. Okay.
Yeah,
that ain't happened to
I
Jordan.
think. Yeah, I remember.
you
That
said
ain't happening. He's not a better ball handler than Jordan.
Yes, you mentioned one play out of an entire career. That's a
No,
dumb point.
that
That's a
that is
dumb
the is
point.
the
No,
that
That's a
is
actually,
dumb
well,
point.
that is
hold on,
crunch time.
Scott. Hold on,
That's
Scott.
crunch time,
Hold on,
bro.
Scott.
That's when you're
Hold
supposed
on,
to be at
Scott.
your best.
Hold on, Scott. And he had 3 turnovers in about a 90-second sequence. He had 2 official turnovers, but one of them where he dribbled the clock out and wound up giving the ball to Chalmers, who had nowhere to go and wound up getting the ball stolen. The Spurs came down. Remember, the Spurs now took a 4-point lead. They took a 4-point lead at that, and really, they turned a 2-point. I think they were up. I think the Heat were up by 4, and they wound up the Spurs being up by 4. And if it wasn't for Manu and Kawhi Leonard missing free throws, the Heat were done.
Yes,
Fuck
I
the
agree.
The
Allen
Ray Allen
bailed out
3 would have meant
LeBron.
nothing.
I
Hold
agree.
on,
Ray Allen bailed out LeBron. I
Okay,
agree.
so that's what I'm saying. So why is he bringing that up? You talk about one play. It was 3 plays. It was 3 plays almost consecutive.
Oh yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not gonna mention. I'm not gonna say who's a better ball handler just off of 3 plays. I can sit in and pull up a highlight tape of LeBron destroying dudes, and you guys will say it's nothing, and it is nothing.
Well,
I'm
I
talking
mean,
about
I don't know if
their
I
career.
don't know if Mar was talking
I
about the
brought
ball
I brought it
handling.
up. I brought it up because at that point in time,
Mhm.
that's the crunch time. You need to be at your best at that point in time. If
Yeah,
you were a
I
better ball
agree.
handler, he wouldn't have got ripped.
LeBron was selling in yeah, when it came down, LeBron was selling.
If you
I
were a better ball
agree.
handler, you wouldn't have got
He
the
is a
ball
better
taken at
ball
that point
handler
in
than
time. That's my
Jordan.
point.
He's a better
Didn't
ball
Jordan
handler.
When
didn't
did you
Jordan get
see
ripped in
Jordan get the ball?
'95?
yeah,
Yeah, didn't Jordan get ripped?
didn't that
Almost went
happen
out
in
one
Yeah,
Didn't Jordan
play.
get
2005,
you
bro?
ripped?
talking about his?
That's one play.
That happened in
Didn't
1995,
the
Bro, I
bro.
wouldn't
Pistons
even
game plan
respond
was
to
the
these
push
niggas,
Jordan
bro. They
left?
just be saying
Didn't the whole Pistons
anything,
game
bro.
Y'all
It's
saying
the
about
game?
anything?
ball security, bro.
Didn't
Like
Jordan get didn't Jordan
Jordan
get
not
ripped
a
in
flashy
'95?
ball handler. They use him a flashy ball
Who is?
handler. So
I
what you
mean,
basing it
it's so
off?
funny.
You
I
know,
like
both
how
of those
he
LeBron
guys
has
are
compared it.
more
like
turnovers than
Hold on.
Jordan.
that was
So what you
neither of their
basing it off
strengths.
of?
There's like okay, LeBron.
I don't know what the fuck
He's
you
not going to
talking
break anyone off the dribble. He's going to run past you or turn it over. He can't he's not going to. He doesn't have a variety of moves. Jordan, that wasn't his strong suit either, but at least he was way quicker and he knew how to. I mean, he had a better ball handle. I mean,
No, he
Hey,
didn't.
hey,
neither of these guys are
hey,
Iverson or
I need
Kyrie.
to
But if you
address
watch,
Mar real
this is the
quick
only
because
thing that's eye test, right? He did.
Mar got zesty. He rage quit, and now he wants to crash out in the comments.
about. He's been angry
Did Jordan use
nonstop.
both hands equally as well?
Of course he
Mar
Again,
did.
don't even
Mar.
talk about
Dude,
Yes,
nothing.
watch
Like
the
what do
tape.
you be complaining
Hold up.
about?
Yeah, Mar's a crash out, bro. But shout out to Mar. I
All they do is
appreciate you for coming up.
defend things people
I
say about
know.
LeBron instead of
Oh,
talking about
I know.
basketball.
Mar took it. Johnny was supposed to pull up, so
Yo,
Johnny
Johnny,
sent
please pull up,
his
bro. Put
whipping
this
boy
guy to
Mar.
bed.
Yeah, you
Johnny
need
sent his
help.
whipping
I
boy
know,
So you
Mar.
guys
Scott.
actually got
As I
Mark. That's
proved,
impressive.
hold up, but I
No,
proved that
I'm just
boy,
tired because
somebody
you guys are
proved.
afraid of it, Johnny.
Hold up,
You
hold
guys
up,
are
hold
afraid
up,
The
of
hold
it.
link
up,
is
hold
up
up,
there
hold up,
already.
Count.
No.
Nobody afraid of him.
Yeah,
Yes, you
Afraid
guys
of him
are.
for what?
You're
For
afraid
what?
of
Jordan,
getting
This nigga
exposed.
said 4-6
FYI,
better
I'm
than
coming back
6-0.
up.
So what are you
FYI,
talking
I'm
about?
coming.
Stop it.
Unlike a
But hold
Johnny,
on, hold on,
he's
hold on, hold on,
researched
hold
it.
on,
Same
hold on,
Unlike
typical
me.
championship shit.
hold on, hold
God.
on. There was a stat that proved that Jordan had the most offhand isolation finishes in the league by far. And it was one year that they I think it was 91. I just saw this. What I do to prepare, I watch a lot of content. But if I'm gonna go by this and by Bible, that Jordan had a matter of fact, it was shout out Sports Venom. Venom, what's the name on Instagram? I'm gonna look that up real quick. But he had the most offhand isolation finishes in the league by far. So yes, Mar, Jordan did use both hands. The we done what the 90s, Jordan had no left. We done proved that with video film. We done
That's been
proved it with
debunked by like
stats.
30 different creators, dude.
Exactly. But they still
And
use
everyone
it.
who watches the film, the games.
Guys like Mar pull up and still use this dumb talking point as well as Scott, right? Scott, you think Jordan had no left?
Right.
Jordan had a left.
It's listen.
Okay.
The most offhanded finishes in league history is Kyrie
Thank you.
1, Jordan 2, Kobe's 3, and LeBron's 4.
Makes
Thank
sense.
you.
What is that stat
Oh,
from? I want to know what that stat is.
He asked the question, bro.
No, I just never heard that stat before. I'm not questioning. I just want
and
to
I
know where
mean,
to get it
Look it
you
from.
up.
would think
NBC
the
Sports.
best scorers in NBA history
NBC
could both
Sports.
use their left, their offhand, right? Yeah,
That's just
of
a
course.
ridiculous take that just got circulated.
It can get
That's what I'm
Yeah,
circulated,
saying.
Johnny.
man.
Yeah,
That's
Johnny
what I'm
Like
pushed that
they
saying.
too.
just go off of
some
shit they
random.
hear and go with it. That's all they do. That's why
Hold
you think
on,
Yeah, just
LeBron
like
can
you
do it
guys.
because
You
he
guys
go
are
off
because
shit they
afraid
hear.
of
It's,
Mar got
any,
a Mar
anything
got a
they
He
hear
question.
going
on
off with shit that
FS1,
happened.
At the
any
end of the day,
anything
y'all
on
Going
just
off with
some
shit
FS1
that
or
fucking haters.
happened.
Hold on,
ESPN, man.
let Mar have it. Let Mar have it
Y'all
real
just some
quick.
haters at the end of the day. That's all it
Oh
comes
my
Go
down
ahead.
to.
god.
Y'all gotta stop hating.
Hey, Mar,
Acting like
what color
Bron.
is your nail
Who's
painted?
won more than Bron since he
Hey,
been in the
Mar,
league? Who's won more than
What color?
Bron since he been in the
Huh?
What
league?
colors are your nails,
Who's
Mar?
won more than Bron since he been in the league?
Steph
Stop acting
Curry
like
went.
that man not a winner. Y'all
Steph
dumb
Steph
as
Curry.
Curry.
fuck.
Steph Curry.
Steph
Steph
Curry.
They
Y'all
Curry.
both
niggas
won the
dumb as
same
fuck.
amount.
He's
They
Steph.
won
both
more
won
than
the
Bron
same
won
Bron.
more
amount.
than
He's
Curry.
won more than Bron.
Bron won more than
Yeah, he's
Listen to
won
what I'm
4
asking you,
championships.
dummy.
Yes, he
Shout out to
has. He
Has
youngest
he
has.
won more
rifle.
than Bron?
Who else more
Hold
than
on.
Bron in the
Has he won
finals?
more than Bron since he been
No,
in
you
the
got
league?
He's won as
They,
much.
I mean, they won the same amount of
Y'all fucking
championships,
retarded.
They
but
won the
yeah,
same amount of championships,
Y'all
right?
niggas dumb. That ain't what I asked
and
They
you.
won
You
the
and
same
he
bringing up
amount of
beat
Steph
championships.
LeBron.
Curry.
But
You
yeah,
bringing up
Bron
Steph
still
Curry. So
got
who
more
better,
rings than
LeBron or
Curry.
Steph Curry?
I
Who's
mean, they ain't
better?
playing the league
No,
more
no,
than
no.
everybody though.
He got
So
he
what
got
you
he got
saying?
19 he got
No,
19
are
he's
you
steals
talking
not.
about
besides
one
Steph
on
No,
one?
Curry.
Y'all
he's
niggas
You
don't
not.
talking
be
about
making
one
no
on one? You
Y'all
talking
said
arguments.
about as a whole?
y'all really gonna argue Jordan being a better ball handler than LeBron?
Yeah.
Yes.
Easily.
Like, what
It's
is
not
wrong
even
with y'all?
It's
close.
not easily. It's not
Y'all
easy.
need
It's
help.
Even
I
close.
could
Scott
Y'all
could
need
tell. I
argue
help,
could
on
tell
bro.
that
you ain't
one.
never watched
Y'all
Jordan,
niggas
Mar.
need
I could tell
help.
you ain't never watched Jordan. You ain't even watched no
But Jordan
Turn the
highlights,
had
man.
game
I could
on.
handles.
tell.
If I ain't
Bro,
never
how
Jordan
old
watched
are
it,
had
you,
turn it
Mar?
handles,
You know what
but
they
I could
watch?
Turn it
You know
tell.
on
what
so I
they
can see it.
watch?
Mar, how
Turn it
old
I
are
could
you,
on.
bro?
tell.
They watch the
Turn it
cherry pick
on.
game that he struggled. Him and
Yeah.
Juan
Y'all
Boy
can't turn
and
that shit on.
Johnny.
Y'all
Right.
know better
That's
than
what they
that.
got. They got
Y'all ain't
that. They
gonna turn
nitpicked
that
the
weak ass
Jones he
shit
was
on. Y'all
bad
know
at
Man,
or
better.
how old
something.
is Mar, bro?
Y'all ain't turning that weak ass shit on. Y'all know better than that. Y'all know better than
He
that.
got to be like
Let's
22.
let's play the
Y'all know
'07
better than that.
finals. I want to
Talking
watch that.
point.
That's
Y'all
But
my
know
favorite
but
better.
finals.
Curry
Let's
won
watch
the
the
same
Y'all
amount
'07
of
know better.
finals.
championships
Don't
in us.
turn
Okay,
that weak
okay,
ass shit
okay.
on.
Ro,
And tell,
can I address
The
something?
don't turn
'07.
that
You
shit
want to watch
on.
'07, Mar?
Ro, can I address
Will
something?
champ
The
over Russell.
'07.
Why
Don't turn
you
that
going
shit
over
on.
Russell?
Ro, can can
Oh,
I
bro,
address something?
Yeah.
Like,
Hold on, you got it. You got it. Can y'all hear
Yeah,
me?
them niggas gonna act like
yeah.
Jordan a
Can you hear
better
me?
ball handler than
Yeah, I can hear
LeBron.
y'all.
Like,
Mar, hold on,
where?
Mar.
Where?
Hold on. So okay,
Mar, you
so
asked the question, we answered it. It ain't hit like you wanted to though.
right
Nah,
quick,
yeah. Well, who answered it?
right quick. So when we talking about how much did we watch, how much did y'all watch? It's the age thing is so overblown. It's I don't think it's the age. It's what did you watch? How much did you watch? You have dumbass. I ain't gonna say dumbass, but you have older guys that don't watch enough of the modern NBA, and you have young guys
Facts.
who doesn't hold on. Well, hold on. You got the young guys who don't watch enough of the older games. They go off of we done with the '90s guy. When they go off of the low, they go
To
off.
me,
Is
I
he?
go back and watch that shit because I be needing to know, like, how is this nigga better than Bron? And he ain't. And y'all can't run that shit. Run the tape right now and
He's
explain.
better on offense. He's better on defense. That's
How the
like the
fuck
whole
is he
game.
better on
Where's
offense and
LeBron better on
defense?
special
No, he's
teams?
not.
Okay,
Where's
Ro,
better?
how's he?
Special teams is
How is
crazy.
Jordan better offensively? Right quick.
More
All he
scoring
did was
titles,
shoot
more
more
versatility,
jumpers. That's
better
it.
better shooter, better 3-level scorer,
No,
better
the fuck he's
better go
not.
to move, better
No,
finisher,
Bron
he's not.
better at
bruh.
the rim
Bron's
and
a
from
better
three.
three-point
How
shooter.
the fuck is he a better? You
Bron's a
just
better
lying,
three-point
nigga.
shooter.
Y'all some
No,
fucking
he
liars, bro. Y'all
actually
niggas need help,
error
bro.
I told
related.
you.
He isn't error
Yo,
related.
what I
He
told you,
isn't
Y'all
man.
sad, yo. I don't know who
error
y'all
LeBron
think
related.
y'all
better.
He
Bro,
putting
I
that
isn't.
can't
shit
hear
on,
nothing
bro.
you
Ron,
saying.
you be
Bro, I
sounding
can't hear
super
nothing you
dumb, bro. You
saying.
don't even be debating. You just be
I'm trying to
screaming
get. I'm
like
trying
Bro,
to
dumb
get.
shit, bro.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
get an answer out
CJ,
of
shut
King
your
Ro. I
bitch
can't
ass
hear
up,
what
nigga.
he's
You a
saying.
hoe. You's a
Wild
fucking
emotion.
hoe, nigga.
Ro,
Wild emotion.
You
You're
mad
a
again?
whole hoe.
Ah,
What the fuck is
Thank
that?
Mouth
God.
ass nigga. Nigga a hoe.
damn.
Nigga a
you
whole
That's the
mad
hoe.
again,
Chronicles
Mar?
of
This the
basketball
this
right
the
Crash
there.
out,
crash
Fucking
Mar.
out. This the
hoes, bro.
crash out podcast.
Yeah.
The
Y'all
crash
niggas
out,
ain't
Mar.
shit.
Hold
He's
on,
a
hold on,
better
hold on,
YN
hold on.
man.
I had to
Why is
You the
reload.
niggas
only one that's
lying, bro?
mad though.
Okay,
Why
Don't
is
Ro.
let them
niggas
Why
What
you
is
YNs
this
lying?
listen,
on,
lying?
dog?
man.
Why
You
is he
lying
lying?
about? I
He gonna
told
Tell
you
tell
to
him,
you
get
he a
your
Bron.
better
way.
Yeah,
three-level
yeah.
scorer.
Can I
How the
get your
fuck is
answer,
he a
please?
better three-level
Yo,
scorer?
CW.
He's a better 3-level
Oh my
scorer
god, bro.
easily.
How the fuck
CW,
is he a better
CW up
three-level
here.
scorer?
He's not.
Better for the mid
All right.
range.
This nigga's
Better for the mid
yo.
range. Actually, better
Y'all niggas
finishing
mad.
when you consider
Y'all
what
You're
the
not. He's
delusional,
not
defenses
a
dog.
better
were.
finisher than Bron.
Okay,
You say he a better
Come on, man.
finisher?
Stop
Ro.
capping,
I don't
bro.
mean. Hold on, Ro. I don't mean to cut you off. I want to
No, cut his
analyze what.
dumb ass off because he's
No,
not
no,
making sense like
no, no,
usual.
no, no. Hold on, Mark. I don't really mean to cut you off, Ro. And this is nothing against what you said, but let's break down the argument right here. And I'm gonna address what's going on with the panel. So it starts with
Okay.
this: you disagree with something. You want to know someone else's opinion. You ask. So I asked Mr. Ro, why is this? Why is that? He gives me an answer. I disagree. I don't crash out. I'm gonna ask him why he thinks that. And then I'm
Uh-huh.
gonna and then even if I disagree with why he thinks that, I'm gonna tell him why I disagree. I'm gonna
Cool.
if I think you're lying, I'm gonna tell you why I think you're lying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna call you out your name. I'm not gonna just scream and say you're a liar. I'm gonna explain why you're a liar. So go ahead and finish, Mr. Rowe. Go ahead.
No, Ro, you're a
Yeah,
lying
so
bitch. I'm gonna
that,
do all those
and
things.
that's natural. And that's
Mr. Rowe, your mic.
funny. I can you one thing I could say.
Gotta
I
upgrade
use
that
my eye
iPhone 8,
test.
Ro.
Yeah, yeah. One thing I do is use my eye test to make a point, and then I'll find stats later on to just a point. Now, unfortunately, right, we
For
only
sure.
got 1 year. We only got 1 year where shooting stats were kept. Well, let's go to that year. 19. Well, 1 year, 2 years for Jordan, and that's in his prime. You also got two. You got the 2 years we came back with the Wizards, but in 96, 97. Jordan, and I looked at this. I looked at these numbers before. Jordan in the mid range, 10 to 18 feet, 10 to 3-point line. He shot
Yeah.
52% from. He shot 52%, I believe, from 10. Actually, shot better from 16 to 23 than he did from 10 to 18. So I think he shot 48. He was elite in the mid range. He was also elite in the mid range makes. And he shot. Now again, y'all okay? 22 feet because the line was 22 feet. Now I need to understand this because the line was 22 feet. Y'all think that made him that much better of a 3-point shooter? I mean,
It
actually,
made
wait,
it
96.
made most of the league. It did make most of the league. Like everybody was just directly shooting 40%
Well, I
and
will
all
say
that
this:
shit.
nobody really jumped up that high in percentage wise, but they did jump up in frequency taken. So again, I'm thinking a 22-footer versus a 23 or 24-footer. It's not that much more difficult a shot to hit a 24-footer than a 22 and a half. Because mind you, if you stand at 22 feet, you're still taking a 2-point shot.
Right.
If
It's a
your
long
toes
two
on the
pointer.
line, yeah. So you're talking about 22 and out. Nobody was literally like jumping at the. It invited players to take more. As I show with T Perfect, right? I said you show where that was the first 3-point jump in attempts because when they shortened the line and when they put the line back, people were still taking a lot. It went back a little bit, but people still took more than 13. They were taking more than they did before the shortened line, right? Okay.
Right.
Well, Jordan actually shot 37, 38% from three that year. He shot like he was a better jump shooter than LeBron. Let's keep it real. LeBron's go-to move is the paint. Now, you're going to tell me he's a better finisher. Well, guess what? LeBron plays in a weaker era where there were less shot blockers. There were more shot blockers and better shot blockers in
I'm
in
gonna
the 90s
fact
and
check that when you
80s.
get done. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
Oh,
Go ahead.
it's not even a question. Like
Go
you
ahead,
had
bro.
guys leading the league with 5 blocks a game. Can y'all hear me?
Can I tell you why? Go ahead. I can hear you. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, but there were better finishers. There were Mark Eatons. There were Mutombos. Nobody dunked on Mutombo. He not even Jordan until he finally did.
I'll
I
be
mean,
glad to
Jordan was a better
explain.
finisher. Go ahead. Now, then you tell me why LeBron was a better 3-level scorer. Because I just kind of proved it.
No. I'm not really going to focus on that point. I'm
Well,
going
I'll
to
do
go
that.
point. I'm going to go point by point with what you said. So, like the shot blocking
Mm-hmm.
thing, the lack of
Mm-hmm.
shot blocking, I can agree with that. We can obviously see that the guys in the 90s and 80s and 70s and even the early 2000s, there were high frequent, high volume shot blocking, high volume rim protection in those eras. Correct. You had more guys that you had guys averaging 5 blocks, 4 blocks, and all this stuff. You had guys like Hakeem Olajuwon dropping 10 blocks, David Robson dropping 10 blocks. But what it occurs to you, because I know you watched a lot of film, you watched the games, you grew up in those eras. Would it occur that because of the play style, you got teams nowadays? We the same people that complain about these teams shooting 40, 45, 53s a game, jacking up threes. Would it occur to you that that is the reason why there's a lack of shot blocking today? Because how are you going to block shots at the rim? How are you going to have guys running around the league averaging 5 blocks like it was back in the day if niggas are shooting 3-pointers?
That's a good point.
And these niggas are shooting 3-pointers in transition at that. Not saying that it's bad. I'm one of the guys that's like, if the game changes, it changes. I'm not going to shit on one era to whatever. But that's the reason why there's a lack of shot blocking. Why do these perimeter guys today, when they get to the basket, half of those layups is uncontested? It's not because they're not trying to play defense. They're not playing defense. It's two things. You got the high frequency, the high volume, and 3-point shooting today. And like for one, back in and before I'm gonna get back to you, Ro.
Them niggas was playing below
Hold
the
on,
rim.
hold on. I'm gonna get back. Hold on. So,
Because
Ro,
they
I'm gonna get
couldn't
back to you.
shoot.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do that without being disrespectful. So, Ro,
That's
if
you.
you
This
watch,
me.
if you watch those games, like I watched one of the games where Hakeem Olajuwon had like 12 blocks or something like that. Now, this may not mean much to some people, but I'm seeing, and even Mutombo, some of those games that were Mutombo in Denver, where he had like 9 blocks and shit like that. I'm seeing the games where he'll block the shot, he'll block 5 shots in a row. They getting the rebound, and instead of resetting the offense and taking it back to the 3-point line, resetting the offense to look for a better shot, they throwing this shit up. They keep getting rebounds, throwing it up. He keep blocking it. They throwing it up again under the basket, and he keep blocking it.
These
So you
niggas
got,
just gonna talk. They ain't gonna turn on the tape so we can see what's really going on though.
I
And that's
got
what
you,
it
man.
He
come
d-
down
he
to.
he
Okay.
literally explained it from
Niggas
the
hoes,
tape,
Roll,
man.
dummy.
but you.
I don't care. I'm calling people dumb now.
No,
If
I'll
you
comment on
Niggas
can't,
that.
hoes,
That's
man.
actually a really good point. That's 100% true, man. Like, obviously, you got players winning DPOY with like a block and a half these days, right? And it's exactly because of the style of play and like stats fluctuate based on that. The 3-level thing. That's the only thing I wanted to comment. I mean, objectively, LeBron is a better 3-level scorer because obviously he can have the mid range, but he's far better. I mean, he has a way better percentage finishing at the rim. Obviously, that's his bread and butter. But he's also taking more shots from three per volume as the decade and the style demands of the day, and he's doing it at a better clip than Jordan ever did, even in his best day.
no,
I
I
mean,
disagree with that. I
so you
disagree
can't
with
really
that.
tell
But
that Mike's a better 3-level. I mean, I would take Mike if I needed someone to score, but LeBron's a better 3-level scorer than Jordan was just objectively
What?
And
You would
see,
speaking.
and
take
see,
Mike,
got
but
and
But
see,
LeBron a
can
and
you
better
see,
look
three
at
level
guys.
it the
scorer. How
but
much
T
sense do that
perfect?
make?
Can't you look at it the
That don't
other
even
way?
make
How
sense,
he
bro.
said they space out and shoot threes, like they got high percentage because the paint more open now than it
Well,
was
no,
back then.
absolutely.
But
No,
even, but
I'm not
even
even
then,
trying to
but
comment
even
on that. I'm
then,
just saying, obviously, LeBron's playing in an era where he has to do that to fit in, like keep his to be like a potent offensive player, right? Like he's great at adjusting his game, depending on the era and his game.
How
Like
is the
his
paint more open when you could clear out a whole side back in the
they were
day?
doing that in the
The fuck is
90s.
you
Oh
talking
my,
about?
they were doing
You
that
can
in the
clear out the
90s.
whole fucking
They were
side. You
Sagging.
clearing
couldn't
out
even
the
say
whole
weak
side
side
Big
in
man
the
was
out.
sagging in the
90s.
middle.
The fuck? You couldn't even send weak side
No,
out.
no,
They were
no.
clearing
What are
out
you
the whole
talking about?
side
Niggas
in
Big
the
was
man
scared to send
90s.
weak
could
side
camp
out
in the
because they might
paint
get
though, nigga,
attacked.
and it's way more.
Illegal
yeah,
Big
there
man
was
defense.
could
no
camp,
Yeah,
camp in the
they,
paint more, and it's
but
way
you
more
couldn't
less
play
spacing
help.
back
You
then
Dumbass
too. What you
couldn't
nigga,
play
talking
man.
help
about?
without doubling.
yeah.
Nigga
Plus, you didn't have
stupid.
five guys spread out. Like obviously, they could collapse way faster than they do now because you have
ABC
like 4 to 5
typically.
shooters. I mean, I'm trying to have like the guys.
You
I'm trying to
can't
have
talk
LeBron's
that
back here.
ABC shit with me, bro.
What?
And
I mean,
besides,
LeBron. I
what?
mean, yeah. I think, like I said, I think Jordan was a more polished scorer, but LeBron's objectively better at the 3 level aspect. So I know.
Polished, yo.
I don't think he's better.
He
See, and
had
I
a
disagree
prettier
with him.
jumper. That's
I think
it.
MJ is a better
He had a
three-level
prettier
scorer.
jumper. That's it.
No, he did.
Literally.
He did
Yeah,
certain things
No,
he's
it's
gonna
not
offensively that
it,
disagree,
LeBron
man.
was
He's
What?
better
saying
than
Like
that's
LeBron.
not
what?
LeBron's.
Okay,
What?
okay,
Okay,
Mar, stop being
he was
emotional right
better at
now.
getting the
Stop being
shot. He was a
emotional.
better.
Stop being a fanboy right now.
Nah,
Be
fuck
He was
that.
objective.
better at going to either
Fuck that,
direction, getting
yo.
a
Hey,
shot.
you fucking
MJ's a
lying.
better
He was
three-level
better
scorer
in the
than
post.
LeBron.
Niggas
Like
lying, man.
certain things, he was
And
I
just
don't like
better at.
I'm not
liars.
even a Jordan guy, but
I don't
MJ's just
like
a better.
liars.
Oh God,
No, you
Mar, are
you
you one
act
of those
like
guys
Kobe
who
and
like
MJ
Y'all
fangirls
nothing?
not
again.
gonna be
No, you can't
objective
say
about
you're
the
anything good
not,
game on
about.
this
bro.
Yo,
fucking
you're not
show
about
then.
to do that.
You can't
Be
say
objective
anything good
about the
about the opposing
game.
player.
See, perfect. You
Right?
just said
Like
Braun
you
a better
don't
three
be.
level scorer, but
Nah,
you would still
nah.
take Mike.
Yeah.
Anything that's not a LeBron stat, he gonna yell
Nigga,
about.
dumb.
Oh,
No,
okay.
Y'all
stop
No,
not
being
I
a
gonna
have
be
LeBron
fanboy.
objective
over
about
Stop
the
being
Mike
a
too
game.
all
fanboy.
time, but I'm not like a biased like writer,
Yeah, me
dude. Like
too.
I
I'm
can.
not biased
T
either. I'm
perfect.
not an
Hey,
MJ
hey,
or
T
LeBron
perfect.
fan.
Hey,
I
T
just hate
perfect.
narratives.
How you gonna say Braun a better three level scorer, but you would take Mike as a
No, I
three
would
level
take
scorer?
Mike if I needed a bucket. I'm not going
Are
to
you
say that
not?
I'm going to take
Are you
if I
not
need someone to score
comprehending
If
what
you
I'm
50,000
needed a
points. I'm
saying?
mid
taking
range
LeBron.
bucket, if you needed a mid range bucket, okay, go ahead. Go
Sure.
ahead, take
Okay,
him.
okay, I'm gonna break it down for this.
I'm
I'm
putting
gonna
the
break
ball
it
in
down for
Braun's
this guy.
hand.
Since he can't comprehend it, I'm gonna break it down for him. Kyrie Irving is a better three-level scorer than Kareem. He's not a better
Hold on, who the fuck
scorer
you
than
talking to, bro? You
Kareem.
said I can't comprehend what?
You can't, since you can't comprehend it, I'm gonna break it
Comprehend
down for
what,
you.
bitch?
I don't care. Since you can't
Yeah.
comprehend it,
Right?
since you
You
can't
Pussy
crash
ass
comprehend
out
little
it,
nigga,
every
man.
day, bro. You don't
Fuck
get
Dirk
you
is
say
a
tired
you
of
better
talking
crashing
to,
out.
three-level
bro?
Did
scorer
Roe
than
die?
Don't talk
MJ,
to me
but
any
MJ
type
is
of
just a
way,
better
nigga.
overall scorer.
Kyrie
Can
a
you
better
comprehend
overall
that?
scorer than who?
Kyrie
Kareem.
is a better three-level scorer than Kareem. Kareem is a better scorer, though.
That ain't what the fuck we was talking about. So shut the fuck up. That
But
ain't
Oh,
what
that's
the
a
fuck
since
we
you
good
was
can't
that's a
talking about.
good
comprehend it,
point
I'm
though.
gonna
That's a
say it
good
again.
I
analogy.
was
Since
talking
you
about
can't
this man
comprehend it,
saying
I'm gonna say it again.
Brian is a better three level scorer, but he would take Mike as a three level scorer.
Me too.
Now he's
I
See,
would
saying he
take
would take
Mike
him
as
to
a
get a
scorer over
bucket.
LeBron.
people can't have opposing views.
Oh,
He's a
not if it don't
fangirl.
make
He's a
sense.
fangirl.
It makes
He's
Not
a
if it
sense.
don't make
fangirl.
It
Like
sense.
does
He's
make
a
sense. It
Not
fangirl.
it
if
definitely
the
makes
makes
shit
total
don't
sense.
make
sense.
sense.
It
He's
Mike
a
is
definitely
far
makes
more
fangirl.
But
like
what
sense.
you
oh
be
getting
talking about
getting
that
to his
You
makes
gonna
sense
take
though?
him
You
to
don't
get
really
a
be talking
you
about
gonna take
nothing,
him to get
bro.
a
You just be
bucket, okay.
complaining.
But that ain't what
You
you
just
said.
yell for nothing.
That's it. That's exactly what I said. I didn't say I didn't
Right.
contradict
Okay,
myself and
Run
say
it back.
Mike
I'm
was a
gonna
they
better
run it
three level
back. I'm
scorer.
gonna run
Can
it
I
back then.
can I
I'm
say
gonna run it
something
back.
about Jordan's
You just gonna
three
lie.
level
That's all
scoring?
y'all do is lie, cause y'all fucking
Scott
haters.
just
no.
put it in the best way possible, bro.
Y'all niggas is
I
haters.
agree.
Stop being a fangirl. bro.
Bro, it's
Stop
gotta
being a
be
fan,
over.
Y'all
bro.
haters.
Let
Stop
me
being
LeBron
a
let
gotta
me
No,
say
I'm
go.
not
this.
a
hater.
hater just because I don't
Stop
dick
being
ride
a
LeBron.
hater.
Who's
Just
hating
because
Let
I
on
me
don't
LeBron?
dick
can I,
ride LeBron, I'm not a hater.
let me say
Bro,
something
how is
about
niggas
Y'all
Jordan's
know
three
hating
level
people
on
scoring,
say
please.
LeBron?
LeBron the
Jordan
better
got way
three
more
level
than
scorer.
LeBron. You don't even make sense, bro.
He let Ro get up here and say Jordan a better 3 level scorer. I ain't say shit. When he hop off, he gonna say Bron a better three
Okay,
level
okay, I'm
scorer, but he
gonna
would
break
take
it
Mike
down
as
for you
3 level
again. I'm
scorer.
gonna break it
Y'all
down
niggas
for you
fucking
again.
stupid, man.
I mean, I'm sure Ro
KD is
still
a
say
better
That
that.
shit
three
is a
level
fucking
score.
shame, bro.
KD is a better three level score than Jordan.
And he
Jordan
still
is
ain't
just a better.
explain how Jordan a
He
better three
might
level
be.
scorer.
No, KD is a
Okay, so
better three
who
level.
did?
He still ain't explained that. Hey, Ro, we need you to
Thank
explain
you.
how
God
how
damn.
Jordan a better 3 level scorer than Bron. Go ahead.
Well,
I'd
I
like to
KD
actually
do
is
it.
a
did
better
make
three
my
level
talking
scorer.
points. Hold on, I did make my talking points about when we
That
had
shit
to
ain't make no
win.
sense. Go ahead.
Why didn't it? When I really be showing it, he
Bro,
shot
none of you say
50%
bad
in
Go
about
mid
ahead.
LeBron
range.
makes sense to him, bro.
Go ahead.
He shot 50% in the mid range in the one season in his prime, where he had a full team.
When
He
they start
shot
tracking the
higher
mid
from
range shit.
3-point range than LeBron's career average, and he was better.
What?
He was better at finishing. Now again, you
No,
guys
no,
want to
no.
sit
You
there and
say
LeBron
talk
was
he
a
a
better
about how
better
finisher.
LeBron
finisher.
LeBron was a better finisher.
You say he a better finisher. I'm gone, yo.
Yeah,
easily,
I'm gone.
LeBron's a
easily.
better
Come on, look
finisher
at
than
you can
Jordan.
you can
LeBron's a better
leave. That's
finisher than
cool.
Jordan.
You can
LeBron's a better
but
finisher.
we can all see the layup package, bro. LeBron got the
The
same
layup pack. I
tomahawk.
don't care how pretty it is. He's
No,
not a
you
better
know what
rim
kills me?
finisher
Hold
than
on, you know what kills me? You
Bro,
know what
why are we
kills me?
LeBron.
comparing LeBron to Jordan though? Like this shit is laughable. How
This
would
No,
is
we
what
split
they
this
want
obviously
to
LeBron's
be,
a
bro.
better rim finisher
Bro,
than
I'm
him.
sorry. We
like this
couldn't
shit
finish
is
our
stupid to
conversation.
me, bro.
LeBron's is a better
Yeah.
he's a better
Yeah,
slasher
my
than
bad.
Jordan.
My phone
Jordan.
had died. I had to go get my other
My
LeBron's
phone
is a
charger.
died.
better
Well,
Hey,
slasher
look,
than
bro, my
Jordan.
phone died too.
like this disrespectful to Michael Jordan. Like compare
No, it's
LeBron
not
to other players.
disrespectful
Not
to
Look,
compare
Michael
him to
Jordan.
Jordan.
It's
Yes, it
not.
my
is.
No, it's not.
Listen,
It's not
listen.
disrespectful.
I got a question.
Like
Do
this
y'all have
nigga
better
lost
shot
as much
blockers
as Jordan
today
won in the
or back in the
finals,
day?
bro. That shit don't make no sense. What are we
Who asked that about the
comparing?
shot
according to
blockers? That's a
Mar,
great
That's
question.
according to
that's
Mar, hey Hawk, according to
Listen,
Mar, all the shot blockers block shots below the rim. I
No, you
mean,
have great shot blockers today
yeah.
again.
I mean, that's
LeBron's a better
fine, but
slasher than
what I'm
Jordan.
asking is the shot blockers better today or back in Jordan's era?
I
Jordan's
mean, they
era.
block more shots, right?
Okay,
In
Yeah,
Georgia,
if they had better,
I would.
that's a question just to start. If they had better shot blockers at the rim back in the day, but Jordan's uh, field goal percentage at the rim was only 2% lower, wouldn't that make him a better finisher?
No,
It
no,
depends
because
because he
LeBron's
wasn't
facing
playing
better
David
perimeter
Robinson every
what?
night.
defenders. LeBron's
See,
facing
see, see
better
You
again.
perimeter
have to look at it.
defenders.
You have to look at it
Even the
holistically,
only
dude.
part,
Come on,
Hold
the
on, bro.
crazy part is the only part where it's even arguable is the finishing. And
No,
again,
it's
let me
not
tell you
arguable.
something.
What do you
LeBron to
mean? No,
become a
bro, you're
greater
wrong though,
finisher.
dude. Like, I have your back, but you can't compare
Yeah,
Jordan's
LeBron's a better
best
rim
year
finisher than
shooting
Jordan.
threes. Got to talk about his entire career shooting the three ball. LeBron's objectively better at that aspect because not
He
only
just
has he got a better
is. He
percentage, but
just is.
he's doing it in more
He's a
volume,
better
dude.
3-point shooter, better
Like
rim
that, it's not a
Yeah,
finisher.
but
knock on Jordan.
that's
It's
not
just a
really. I mean,
fact.
again, that's not
If
fair to say
LeBron can
because
shoot so good,
you're
why he don't
you're
shoot? Why he don't
No
shoot
one said
80% from the
LeBron
free
was a
throw
great
line?
shooter.
that's
Stop
not
being
that's not
idiots
fair to
right
say
now.
because you're
Well,
comparing
Jordan a
stats
good
across the era,
shooter. He's
man.
a good shooter. That's the
No one
difference.
said Jordan was never a good
You
shooter.
guys are trying to penalize Jordan for the evolution of
He didn't
basketball.
even
We're
shoot
not
threes, bro.
penalizing
It was like
Jordan at
In
all.
the
five
years
threes a game back then,
hold
bro.
on, bro,
We're
hold
not
on.
penny. Oh my God.
In the years when Jordan took a relatively high volume of shots, the lowest he's converted on, I think it's like 40%. That's
That's
when he took 3 or more shots per game. He's
yeah.
converted on 40% of his threes.
Yeah, and LeBron
Okay.
shot 40% by taking more 3-pointers.
What year? What years? What season was this when he did that?
LeBron
If
shot
you look
40% by
at,
taking more three. LeBron's
hold
just a
on.
better
that
3-point
that
shooter
makes
than
it
Jordan.
easier.
LeBron's a better
If
3-point shooter
if
than Jordan. That's just a fact.
No,
That's just a
if
bro,
you
fact.
bro,
shoot
hold on. No,
less and
hold
you
on.
miss a
Yeah,
couple
no,
more, your
No,
field
if
goal
you
percentage
shoot
will
less,
drop
that
more.
makes your percentages better.
No, it doesn't. Because if
Yes,
you
it
miss
does.
one,
What?
if you miss
doesn't
one,
matter.
it
I mean,
Yeah,
drops your field goal
if you
percentage
shoot
more.
less, that's a higher chance of you
If
not
you miss
your
one, that drops your field goal percentage more if you
by
shoot less.
50%. So if you
now,
if you
If
you
we shoot
shoot
100,
two,
if you shot 100 and I shot 50, and I made 25 and you made 24, your field goal percentage is going to be higher than mine because I shot less.
no, isn't 25 out of 50
What?
50%?
Bro, I said if I
Can
shot 100,
I hate doing? Can someone
if you
divide
shot,
100 by 24? Can someone divide 100 by 24?
that's not
That's
fucking
like
man.
24
Listen,
per important
listen.
9%.
I said the shit. I said that shit wrong. Doesn't matter. Point is, if
No,
you
it's
shoot more, you have a better chance of having a higher field goal
no. If you
percentage.
shoot more, that the reason why people were so
If you
amazed
shoot
by
more
Curry.
threes, the lower your 3-point percentage
If the
goes.
reason why people were so amazed by
Oh my
Curry,
god.
because not only he was hitting them at an efficient rate, he was shooting like 8 or 9 threes a game. That's why people were so amazed by Curry. So if you shoot more, there's a higher percentage that your percentage will be less than your peer.
Yeah.
LeBron is just a ejected better 3-point shooter than Jordan. He
No, I
just
don't care
is.
about
But Jordan's is the best scorer though. So
that's subjective.
that's not subjective. That's a fact.
It is subjective because you play in a different era.
It's
But
Right.
it's
That's what I'm
objective.
trying to tell
at
these
It's a
niggas,
at,
bro.
at the
fact. It's a
at,
Don't
fact.
even
it's
add up the same,
subjective,
bro. They
bro.
was even
It's no, it's
temperatures,
not
bro. A lot
objective.
of
It's not
Jordan.
subjective. Stop making these dumb points again. It's object.
How
LeBron's
is that a dumb point
objectively
when
a.
I say it's subjective?
LeBron's
I
objectively
mean,
a
two
better
things can
3 point
be
shooter than
true.
If
Two
you
Jordan.
things
if
can
you
be
play in a
true.
different if you play in a different era, it's
Well,
easier to
guess
do
what?
different
LeBron didn't
things.
play in a different era, so I have to deal with the cards I've been dealt
That's why
with.
that's
That's
why I
fine,
say
but that's why
compare
it's
who
subjective.
dominated their
It's
era
not
more. That's all you gotta
subjective.
do.
It's not subjective.
Instead
Exactly.
of doing all
That's
that,
a
because
fact.
say who
That's exactly what you
dominate.
need to do.
Right.
Jordan
So
stopped
in all that
almost everybody
notion
in the
that
Why you guys are
Jordan
making
didn't play
excuses for Jordan
right.
again? It seems you
Jordan
guys are
stopped
making
most of the people in the
excuses.
'90s for winning.
Nobody gotta make excuses for Jordan. Why we gotta make
Yes,
excuses for
Rogue just
Jordan?
made like a whole
For
bunch of
what?
Because we
excuses for
really
Jordan.
I'm
we
saying
He
what
said,
what
this whole
excuse we gotta
stat
make
thing
for
is a
Jordan
LeBron
though?
argument. This whole stat thing is a LeBron
"No, I
argument. So
said
it's not an excuse for Jordan.
LeBron's is the
We don't
better
care about the
3 point
stats.
shooter than Jordan.
But
That's just
Jordan's
a
a better
fact."
player.
Nah, man. You again, you can't say that. I mean, when you apply context to it, okay.
I am playing
1990. Hold on.
context.
Okay, listen, bro. 1990. Jordan shot average three per game. He converted 38%. In let's see here. Then in 1992-93, he shot three a game. He converted 35%. 95. I'm sorry, not 90. Forget 95. 96. He shot over three a game. He converted on 42%,
The
43%.
shorter 3 point line.
Yes,
Continue.
Okay,
the
well,
shorter
hold
3 point
on.
line.
Now
Yes.
see, now hold on. Okay, well, hold on. Let's understand something
Three
here.
point line is the
You
3 point line.
cannot. You hold on. But the thing is, and see, is the irony of it. You don't want to address the fact that the league has changed a lot of rules to make it easier for LeBron James to get to the basket. Yes or no?
No.
Yes.
No.
That you
No.
see that? Well, that's what I'm saying. You a damn
You know what
lie. I
I'm
mean,
saying? And not only that, the roster composition
And
of
checking
having a
out.
stretch five. Jordan never had a stretch five that keep big men out of
Bro,
the
that was
paint.
exactly my
That's
point with the
literally
rim
his.
protection thing. That's right. Keep continue.
Yeah, LeBron's faced
That
better
and that
versatile
was my
defenders
point
than
when I say
Jordan.
he's
Is
a better
Travis
defender.
still
yeah. See,
here? Is Steve Purple
it's
still
all
here? No, he
subjective
left.
stuff. It's all subjective stuff. That's the
No, it's
only
not
argument I think,
subjective.
Steve.
Oh
It is
my.
subjective. You don't.
No, it's
You
not.
Hold on, hold
no,
on.
it is.
Let me say this.
When I say
How
Jordan
can
is
you
a
make
better
that
shooter than
argument?
LeBron, that's being objective.
I can say that Jordan played against greater defenders. There. I
Huh?
mean, you said LeBron played against greater defenders.
No, I'm
I
not
said
talking
Jordan
about
played
that
against
point. I'm
greater
not talking
defenders.
about that point. I'm talking about the 3 point shooting. The 3 point
That
shooting, LeBron's
what did I say was
objectively
wrong?
better.
What you hold
LeBron's
on? There's a
objectively a better
difference.
3 point shooter than
Okay.
Jordan.
Is Steve Kerr? Did Steve Kerr got to be the greatest 3 point shooter ever? Because statistically, he is the
No, off
greatest
of
3 point shooter
percentage
ever, right?
wise, I'm not just basing it off of percentage. He takes more, he shoots more efficiently, he has more 3 pointers made. He's a better 3 point shooter in the
But
playoffs.
would Steve Kerr take more if he played in this era?
I don't know.
Yeah. See, that's
All
what I'm
right.
saying. This dude
I
is
don't know.
disingenuous. You don't put this
All right,
dude in the
bro.
corner, and the
I mean,
minute
that's
he,
a
I mean,
hypothetical. That's a
That's
I
a
can pull up,
hypothetical.
hypothetical. That's a
I can
hypothetical.
pull
I
up,
don't
It's
know.
I
not a
can pull up
hypothetical, bro.
when
The
the
fact is, we know that every player from from the '90s to now, all teams take more threes. So therefore, if we're looking at the NBA, Steve Kerr would take more threes today, right?
right.
So will
That's
LeBron?
logical, yeah.
All right,
So will LeBron
all
be a
right.
better defender in the '90s? If we're going by that logic, will LeBron be a better defender in the '90s?
That's not the same logic.
Why are
Mm,
you
I'm sure.
saying that? I
How is that
mean,
not the
when
same?
you because when
How
you
is
have
that? How is that not the
Because one is
same?
because
effort and one is skill.
because there's a lot of times
One
when
means skill.
LeBron
LeBron's
is
a
defense is
extremely.
still is a
There's
skill
Hold
one
on,
is
too,
hold on,
by the
hold
effort
way.
on.
and one is
Effort.
skill.
Exactly. LeBron
Defense
does
is a
not
skill
means
too.
exert
effort.
That's
effort.
stupid.
That's the problem.
That's a val-
He's
so
not
by that
exerting
logic,
effort.
LeBron would be
Listen,
better defender in the '90s. He does have to cover more space. There's less spacing. There's more hand checking, like you guys say. There's more
Less
physicality.
spacing, so he ain't gonna be able
right,
to operate how he want to. He like
There's
Jaden
more
like
right.
McDaniels,
play
Amen
5 out.
Thompson, their defensive abilities is not just based off of effort. It's also a skill and
yes
athleticism.
off. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
LeBron would have
definitely
been a
yeah.
better defender in the '90s. So we're going by that logic.
But no, but that
Yes,
doesn't
it
mean that
is. Yes, it is.
because LeBron James
Again, it's
is not
effort.
motivated to play defense. Yeah, he don't
Yes,
put
he
forth the
at his
effort.
prime in Miami, he was a great defender.
Then how
That's
come he
4
didn't?
years. That's 4 years out of 22,
That's
bro.
no, he has
Then how
6
come
years. No, he
Jason
has
Terry
6
and
years. He
JJ
has
Okay,
six
out
Barea
of
years.
was
22,
lighting his ass up? Then tell me
Huh.
that. Tell me how come his great defense did
Jason
not
Terry.
stop Jason Terry and JJ Barea? Please tell me that.
Why was Joe Dumars cooking Jordan with the slowest
Oh my
crossovers?
God.
What? What? Hold on, bro. I asked you a question.
No, I
I
asked you a
asked you
question. No,
how
no, no,
Listen,
no,
come
no, no.
when
You
he
don't
he
ask
was.
got
me a
six.
question
He
and
got
you don't
six
Got him.
all
answer my
defensive
question.
teams out of 22.
Got him.
See, it's funny.
It's effort.
They
It's
went to
funny
the
for the
they went to
3.6.
the
Funny for the.
accolades.
Got him.
As he start, listen, he said something about it. So it's six. He got six defensive teams out of 22 years.
He
It's
said
Yes,
something
effort.
and
about
those, and those
he said
six
something
years in
about
the
something that happened on
'90s,
the
he would
court
have
and
been
give it the
objectively
accolades.
better defended by you guys, by your guys' logic.
That's not the
Man,
I
same
mean, but
logic.
I
Yes,
mean,
Shooting
it
is a
is.
listen.
Yes,
skill.
it is.
I even
I
Shooting
say
is a
agree
as
with
as
you.
skill.
Logic.
Defense is a
as
Yes.
skill
good
with
as I
effort.
think of a player that Jason Terry is. Jason Terry is
Regardless,
nowhere
it's
near
still a
Joe.
skill.
Jason Terry is nowhere near Joe Dumars. Stop it, okay?
what's the
Okay,
Jason
why was Joe Starks
J
cooking Jordan then?
J
Why was John
Barea
Starks cooking Jordan then?
Barea is nowhere near
JJ
any of these
Barea, that's a
players, and JJ Barea was wearing LeBron James out.
You
No,
are
he wasn't.
not telling the
No, he
truth.
wasn't. Nigga,
you're
stop it.
not
Stop
No,
telling
he
the
lying.
truth. You
wasn't.
guys are going
Niggas
off of
always
ESPN
lying.
JJ
narratives.
Barrett did not lock up nothing.
That nigga YD.
Stop
Listen,
lying, man. Niggas always
no, no, no.
lying, bro.
Listen, here's
Y'all with these rich
The
MSG
Mavericks. The
narratives,
Mavericks.
man.
LeBron would have been so. To you guys' logic,
LeBron.
I'm gonna ask the question again. I'm gonna ask
Like
the
JJ
question
Barea was
again.
like that
I
So
nigga
to
told
you
averaged
you,
guys,
it,
so
it
in you
depends how
guys'
much
logic,
effort he
LeBron
gives
would
in.
have been a better
If he
defender
gave
in the
up more effort,
'90s.
yes. If he gave up more effort, yes.
He does give effort, and besides
No, he
effort,
doesn't.
it's not the only
No, he
thing on
doesn't. You
defense.
just
You need
saying
to
No,
be
he
that, bro.
doesn't.
athletic. You need to
he
Bro,
have
never
great
listen,
did,
listen,
man.
IQ.
listen, bro. Listen, bro.
Y'all
I'm
know
not
he
even.
never do.
I
It takes
don't.
effort to drive to the
Everybody on the
basket as
internet
well.
know that I'm not a LeBron fan. LeBron had all the tools to be the GOAT. He doesn't give up the effort.
He does give effort. See,
All right, bro.
oh my,
All right,
it's
bro.
so dumb. You guys are
Hey,
so dumb.
how you make 21 All NBA teams in a row and you don't give effort?
What does that have to do with the other side? What does that have to do with
I'm saying,
defense?
okay. So how do you finish
I'm
second in
talking about. I'm talking about
DPOY?
defense. You give up
How do
effort.
you
You give
finish?
up effort
Why does
on
Okay,
LeBron
offense,
have
not
the
nigga,
most
defense.
okay,
steals
nigga.
in
I'm talking
playoff
about
history?
defense, nigga. I'm saying, nigga, how do you finish second in DPOY, nigga, twice and you don't
Look
give
at
effort?
them votes. Look at the votes.
Now
Yeah,
it's
He
look at
wasn't
the
nowhere near
votes.
nigga.
close.
Now
He
let's
wasn't
look at the
close to it.
votes.
He wasn't close to
Bro,
winning that.
You
He
guys
hey,
are
was
bro,
second.
dumb.
He
because
wasn't
You
nowhere
guys
near
are
close to it.
dumb. You guys
bro,
are
because learn
dumb.
basketball, bro. Like back then, the coaches
Here we
is the
go.
one that voted.
Let's just move
The
on because
media
these
voted
guys.
for defensive player of the year. Coaches voted for
Let's just move
all
on because
NBA first team defense. So you need like learn basketball, bro. If
That's
it
I'm
was
not
nice.
up to the
expecting no
I know
40-year to be a
basketball. So you
lockdown
asked me a
defender
question. I
anyway.
answered.
LeBron would have been to
if
your
it was up
guys'
to the coaches,
logic.
bro,
LeBron would have been a better defender in
he
the
would have won two
'90s.
DPOYs. So what we talk about?
And
Are
LeBron
you?
doesn't need.
That's a hypothetical.
Now it's a hypothetical.
All
If
right.
Now I'm
LeBron
just
played,
repeating what you said.
what position?
Now it's a
I'm
Y'all
just
ain't want to
repeating
hear
What
what you
Charlie
said.
position does
compare
LeBron
era.
play?
Let's talk about what they
What
did
position
in their
does
era.
LeBron
Like
play?
who did this and they
Hey, where
ever.
you at,
Let's
CJ?
keep it like that.
That's you, CJ.
Like
What
I said,
position
That's you,
does
CJ.
LeBron
like I
Legacy,
play?
said,
nigga.
who dominated their era?
You still up here
What
crying, nigga?
position
Both
does
LeBron
LeBron
and
That's
play?
it.
Jordan.
Small
Y'all still
forward,
up here
right?
crying,
No,
nigga?
you try to use that on me there because you the crybaby.
What position does
Crybaby ass
LeBron
nigga,
play?
y'all up here crying?
No, you know on these internet
Oh my
streets as the
God, here comes
crybaby,
a
not
crash
me.
Who
out.
knows? He's
No,
small forward some days. He
every
point
single
guard some
time I
days.
poke,
No, no,
every
no.
This the
What
single
crash
time.
position?
out.
What
See,
position
here's
does?
the
What
difference
position is
between.
LeBron?
Every time I poked at Jordan's holes and I've been objective, you guys made excuses.
Hold on, Scott.
Nothing but
What
What
position?
excuses.
holes you
What's
poked at
LeBron's
though, Scott?
position?
What you say?
Hey, what's bro name? Hey, what's bro name with the Jesus in his avatar? What's his name?
Scott
Jesus.
Warrior.
Oh,
Oh, Scott Warrior. I'm agreeing with Scott Warrior today, man. Like what that nigga saying is the
They're
truth.
dumb. They're
what
dumb.
is
They're dumb.
LeBron's
Hey y'all,
position?
did I hear one of y'all say? Did I hear y'all say that MJ is a better 3 level scorer than LeBron? Did I hear y'all say that?
Well, I think MJ's a
Yeah.
better
Hell
three
yeah,
level
he's a better
scorer.
3 level scorer than LeBron.
I think
What
MJ's a better
position
three
does
level
LeBron
scorer.
play? What is LeBron's
So
position?
so
He
who
waiting on
finishes
LeBron
better?
fans to answer, man.
Hey,
Because I said small forward.
who finishes better at the rim?
No, I'm
MJ
waiting on.
front?
LeBron is better at the rim.
What we just talking about LeBron defense? What are we doing?
Who shoot the three? Who shoot the three
They
better?
they they go back to the offense because that defense
Oh
ain't a
my
competition.
Yes,
God.
it is. LeBron would have been a better defender
Hey,
in the
homeboy, hey,
90s.
homeboy. I wasn't even up here. I just got up here.
LeBron would have been a better defender. I'll tell you why
I'm just
LeBron would have been
addressing
a
Bro,
what
better
I
we
what
started
I
defender
talking
in the
about
heard.
we
Leave
started
this
90s.
talking about
3-point
we
shit
started talking about his
alone,
defense
bro.
after
Okay,
we started talking about
LeBron's a
the
small forward.
No,
Correct?
no, this is what
yeah.
you guys
I
did.
can't hear.
This no, I'm not
I
gonna let
can't hear
Who?
you
neither of
What
y'all
jump.
small
talk at one
forwards?
time, bro.
Who were the starting small forwards in the '90s?
Scottie Pippen, LeBron's gonna just is gonna give Scottie
Okay,
Pippen
okay. Who
Pippen,
else?
nightmares.
Scotty. Who else? Scotty Pippen. Who
Grant
else?
Hill, Grant Hill's like the only
Grant
person I see
Hill.
LeBron struggling
He really
with.
was. He really was a point forward though.
Richard Dumas. Okay, let's keep going.
Mitch Richmond,
Richard
he was
Deadlift
not.
Fremiff.
Well, he was a two. He was a two.
Richard
Latrell
Dumas.
Sprewell, uh,
It's a two.
Latrell Sprewell was a two.
Nah, he
He
played the
played
three.
two.
He played.
I'm
He
talking
played
He
the
about
he
two and
small
the
he
three.
he
Yeah,
forwards.
alternate. He played two.
What
He
is
was
the
two
what is
or
the
He played
competition
both.
of
He
small
played
forwards that
both.
LeBron's going up against
Dominique played there a
Scottie
little bit.
Pippen?
Dominique did. Dominique played there a little bit.
Dominique a little bit, yo. Man, bro, it ain't no small forward in the '90s that could see LeBron. I don't know what y'all talking
Oh
about.
my god.
This ain't even close.
They're dumb. They're dumb. They're dumb. They just can't.
Nigga,
Everything I say
I'm
they can't
saying
accept.
y'all can go through whatever decade y'all want to go through. Nigga, it ain't gonna be no small forward nigga that's better than LeBron. I don't give a
If
hell
I
what
said
decade y'all
LeBron
in.
would have
We were
torched
just
the
talking
80s and
about
90s, they
what
say that's
Jordan
a
did in his era,
hypothetical.
what LeBron did in his era to make it easier, so we don't got to do no hypotheticals,
Thank you.
y'all. Can we do it like
Thank
that?
you. So don't make
Thank
so
It
you.
make
don't so
everything
don't
Like
make
easier.
what?
We've been
excuses
on this
when
though.
so
Y'all
don't
keep
make
We've
bringing
been
that up.
saying
I
this for
don't bring
30
no,
it up.
you
I
minutes.
guys
said that
bring that up.
since
You
I
guys
came
brought
up
it
here.
up.
We've
You
been
No,
saying
guys
this for
brought it
30
listen,
up.
the
minutes, bro.
Ron
Okay,
thing. I ain't
so
brought it up.
check this
You
out.
guys brought it up, not me.
We can't refuse to compare eras, and then when we compare eras now, it's talk about what they did in their era.
Yeah, see,
We
because
can't say we can't.
when I brought up the 3-point shooting,
But
you guys made
Olo,
excuses.
when we
You
start
guys
doing
made
that, it's gonna be a
excuses.
lot of
Well, it's a different
hypotheticals
era. But when
that
I
people
brought
can
up
say anything
defense,
about.
oh
Like
now it
just
has
like
to
he
be
said,
in.
LeBron could play defense in that era. I could just say, oh, Jordan would be a good 3-point shooter in this era. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
it's
instead
all
of doing that
Right.
hypotheticals.
I
That
hypothetical,
was
feel
my
you. I
let's
point.
feel
That
just
you.
was
I
my
do
feel you.
what
point.
they did in their era to make it easier.
Okay,
I
so
feel
don't
you.
bring
But
up excuses when
I
don't
feel
bring
I
you.
up
don't know.
excuses when I say LeBron's a better
About
3-point
that one.
shooter than Jordan. Don't bring up
I don't know about
excuses
that
then.
one. I don't know about that one because the only time MJ was a good 3-point shooter is when the motherfucking line was moved in. So I don't know about that one, bro. I at least gotta see you do it, nigga, before I
But
say you can do
we
it.
can't
Like,
say
But
we
back
can't say
then they
Can't say
played
that.
more SI in the mid range. They really didn't play in the
Oh
3-point
my!
line. Like they
Stop making
occasionally shot
excuses.
threes, but
Stop
it not
making
hot. Bro,
excuses.
How's
shut
that an
up. Nobody
excuse?
making excuses.
bro,
I'm
Yes, it
asking. I'm
is. Yes, you
talking.
guys are.
have you ever heard of
Yo,
Reggie
bro,
Miller, bro?
if you assess a game, how is that making an excuse? That's how the game was
I'm
That's what
saying,
played.
I'm saying.
I'm saying,
No, because
Reggie
when I
Miller
brought
they
up
shit.
didn't shoot
LeBron would
a
have been
high
But
a
think
volume
about it
better
like
threes
this,
in the
YD.
in
'90s.
the
YD.
90s. And
They
when I was
didn't
Think
breaking
shoot
it
a
about it
high
like
down,
this.
volume
you
of threes
guys
in the
call it
stop
'90s.
stupid.
lying
So
though,
I'm
bro.
gonna call it stupid
Have
back.
y'all ever heard of Reggie Miller?
But he ain't
One
shoot a high
dude,
volume
they
of threes.
wasn't. The
Think about it
teams
like
was
You
this.
not
guys
shooting
haven't
40
heard guys
threes in
like
the
Steph
You
'90s.
Curry,
got dudes like Peyton
guys like
Pritchardson
Clay.
and Derek White shooting more threes than Reggie Miller and Ray Allen ever shot in one game.
Bro, hey,
Yeah,
but
You see what I'm saying? So they
Okay.
doing that on a
bro.
hey, but,
microwave.
Draymond got
So
more career threes than Larry Bird, bro.
did y'all
and
ever
James
hear?
Harden is second lead 3-pointer all time. He not
Bro,
the best, the second best
did
shooter.
y'all hear what
Top 10 though.
MJ spoke to this
He
exact
said he didn't
scenario?
like shooting. He said he didn't
Thank
They
like
you,
didn't
shooting
shoot
threes.
threes like they did. There wasn't a
thank
high
you,
He
volume
said he
thank
shooting
didn't
you.
like
era.
shooting threes. That ain't
He
mean he
said he
couldn't. He said he didn't
he
like
said
shooting
he
threes.
didn't like
MJ
he said
couldn't
he
shoot
didn't
the
like
three
it
ball. I'm
But
because
done.
it
while he
was
He
had to
couldn't
shoot
shoot the
threes, then
three
he
ball.
won.
He couldn't shoot
Why
the
would
three
he
ball.
resort to that? He won. He ain't need to
I
shoot the three.
guarantee if LeBron said he didn't like shoot mid range shots, y'all would be
Yeah, LeBron's not
roasting
a
his
good
ass.
mid-range shooter
They're like,
either.
but
LeBron's
that
not a
doesn't
good
make
But
mid-range
sense.
that's
shooter
not even
either.
LeBron's
The
strength though.
analytics
That.
say he
LeBron's
shouldn't
strength is
shoot.
the paint. Nobody like that's
Not
not even
according to
LeBron's
y'all.
strength or strong
Y'all say,
suit.
oh, he doesn't have the
mid range. He doesn't have the mid range. He's so worse.
LeBron,
He
hey,
worse than
LeBron
Jordan because he
strength is
doesn't have
Yeah,
the mid
LeBron
range.
doesn't have the mid-range
LeBron's
game. I
strength,
always
bro.
said that. Unlike you guys, unlike you
Hey, bro,
clowns, I can be
hey, when y'all
objective.
say that, hey, bro, when
I
y'all
agree
say that,
with you on that, Scott. That's what I'm
have
saying.
y'all
I
ever
agree with
seen
you on that.
y'all ever seen LeBron toe,
But do
bro?
that
When
make
y'all say he don't
sense?
got the mid range, I need to stop saying that shit,
But
man.
Scott, do that make sense if you saying he a better shooter if he don't got no mid range and he a bad free throw
I
shooter?
never said Do you guys not heard what I said? MJ is a better shooter than LeBron, but
He just
LeBron
saying
is just a
3-point
better
shooter.
3-point shooter than
That's
Jordan.
all. Just 3-point shooter.
That's all I
I agree.
said.
Oh,
That's
all
all I
right. This
said.
three
Jordan
point.
is the better mid range. Jordan is the better mid range shooter.
No,
LeBron's
MJ's
a
is
better
a better
3-point
shooter than
shooter.
LeBron. Period.
Yeah, I can't. I
Okay,
can't.
that's fine.
There we go.
If LeBron was coming downhill against the centers that Jordan was going against, his field goal percentage wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't.
Thank you.
Man, what?
Thank you. God damn.
What? LeBron would
But
have
Man,
why they
destroyed
gotta
the
look at the centers that
90s.
he
He
lost
would
to?
have
He
killed
lost
the
to
If
bro,
90s.
Tyson
bro,
Chandler,
bro,
Dwight
bro,
Howard.
bro, bro,
So he had
bro.
problems
So,
with big
hey,
men in
Dwight,
the paint.
he faced Kevin
so,
Garnett, Tim
He went in
so
Duncan.
there.
what y'all,
He
so
went in
He
y'all
there. The
saying
faced
White
MJ,
hit
KG
them.
and
They
Tim
ain't come
Duncan.
back inside.
bro, if
Yeah, but
MJ could sit,
he averaged 38 against Dwight Howard, the
that's the
defensive player of the
dumbest shit I
year.
ever heard, bro.
Let,
That's the
let's talk.
dumbest shit
Let's
I ever
talk
heard.
about it.
he
The
didn't
dumbest shit
average
I ever
He
38
heard.
against
he
Dwight
averaged
Howard.
38
Yes, he
against Dwight
did. Yes,
Howard.
he did.
You acting like
Yes,
he
he
was
did.
posting up Dwight Howard and all that stuff like that.
You said going. Don't change the argument. You said going downhill. Don't change it up now. You said
He did not.
LeBron going
Hold on,
downhill, right?
just because he's going downhill again. When the league changed the rules, Dwight Howard is not standing under the rim waiting for him. That's the difference.
What is he doing?
Li-
Right.
What
He
happened?
Rules
can't.
Hey,
he
change
LeBron
can't
though
can't
stand.
play
because
with
Listen to
they
what
nobody
I'm
got
that
saying.
can
expanded the
He
paint.
isolate by
cannot
himself.
stand in the
That's what I
paint
took.
like back in the day. The
Yeah,
rules
and
was
guess what? LeBron
changed.
was facing
yes, you
zone.
can. Nigga,
LeBron had
you
to
just
play
can't stand
against
there for more
zone.
than 3 seconds. But you can stand down there though.
LeBron
No,
had to
you
play against
cannot.
zone.
Back,
I
back.
saw Jordan get guarded. I saw Jordan.
You
I
cannot
saw.
stand. You cannot
I
stand
saw
in the
Jordan.
LeBron
paint.
had to
No,
face
You
no. I
multiple
cannot
saw
guards and
Jordan
stand
stop
get.
in the
him.
paint
I
on
saw Jordan
defense.
being
Yes,
guarded
you
in the
can,
post
bro.
one on one
You
with
got 3 seconds,
no
bro.
backside.
You just can't stay in the
No
paint
big
for
in the
more than
paint.
3 seconds,
Before
Jordan just
bro.
before
guarded
the
one
three
in the
before
post.
that 3 second rule, centers can stand. You could camp out under the rim.
Yes, and
Before
you
Okay,
that,
can
that's the
isolate
difference.
by yourself.
yeah, but back then, nigga, you couldn't even double team, nigga, from a certain. You could clear out a whole side of the floor. Like, so what is
Yeah.
that?
You could double team.
No,
You
you.
just had to commit to the
No.
double team. That's all.
Yes, and
Look at Dominique. Look at Dominique Wilkins. You mean to tell me that Dominique Wilkins could damn near average 30 in the 80s, but LeBron couldn't?
yes, LeBron would have killed the 80s.
I'm not
Come
saying
on,
I'm not
man.
saying I'm not saying that LeBron wouldn't be great
I
in
mean, he
any
would have been
era,
an
but
effective player.
I'm
You
talking
gonna
about
like
here.
Y'all
Okay,
act like
listen
y'all act like nobody
listen
called
to
So
this,
LeBron a
guys.
bum
Dominique
though.
Wilkins, Dominique
Nobody's
Wilkins could
nobody's
get to
Listen
the
to
calling
this.
LeBron
basket
a
at
bum
free
though.
will, but
That's
LeBron couldn't.
that's what I'm saying. Like
Listen to this. Listen to this. This is Jerry Colangelo, right? He was in charge of the competition committee. Okay, addressing the problem with regard to scoring. This was in the early 2000s. So in the spring of 2001, Colangelo gathered a committee of former coaches and players. Among them was Jack Ramsey, Jerry West, Dick Mata, Rob Thorne, and they knew immediately the mandate was to quicken the game. They are talking about what they're going to do to make
Yo, you just said
scoring
you could stand in
easier,
the paint. You couldn't
right?
fucking
The
stand
first
in the
thing, this
paint.
is
You had to
quote,
be
the
guarding
first thing I
somebody.
did when we met was show everybody videotape
Fucking
I
lie,
made of
nigga.
different eras in the league, right? 50s, 60s,
All
70s,
y'all
80s,
niggas do
90s.
is fucking lie, bro. You just said
Oh
you could
my
stand
God.
in the
Marn,
fucking paint. Like, just camp out in the fucking paint. No,
Dude,
the fuck you
are you
can't.
not? Why
You had to
you
be
guys notice
guarding
you don't want me to finish
somebody.
reading this?
You
You
had to be
notice you don't want me to
guarding
finish reading
somebody.
this.
You had to
You
be
Hey,
guarding
notice
Mar,
you
you
don't
somebody,
still
want
nigga.
me
crashing
to
out?
finish reading this.
Fucking dumbass nigga.
Mar, you still crashing?
this
Feelings
motherfucker
hurt.
nonstop,
He does
bro.
not want me to finish reading this. Right? 20,
Yo, shout
20
out
or
to
30
Kenneth
years
Wright,
ago.
bro.
Huh?
Tell
Nah,
Mark
shout
to come
out to
back
you,
up here,
Kenneth
man.
Wright, because yeah,
Hey,
I've been my phone been down. I had to go get some Doritos to let it charge.
same, bro,
But
same.
I saw where you was going, man. I feel you. Like you, what's so crazy is they know that scoring is easy in this era. They know that the rules were been placed to make scoring easier, and yet they didn't want to acknowledge it. And so what do? They
That's
name
what I'm
call or
saying.
crash
Like,
out,
That's
run
all
up
they
off the
did is
panel.
crash out.
Okay,
hey, bro, it's the same
Ro,
thing they doing for
Ro.
NFL. The same thing. They open up the
Hey,
office for the
Ro, Yeah,
NFL players. You
of
can't do
course, and
certain
that's why
things on
people
defense
know
that you use to
if you
do
want
it
me
King
for
to
a
name
Ro,
championship
John
people
and stuff like
Elway
understand
that.
that.
So,
and these guys off for numbers, I mean, the average quarterback can get more than John Elway in Montana and all of them. So you
right
can't use
quick,
numbers
facts.
for the errors.
Right quick.
You
That
know,
Prescott number is better than both of
right
theirs.
quick. So you
Yeah.
notice how you notice how the people always check the younger generation about disrespecting the older generation, saying they couldn't do this and all this stuff. But we willing to do the same thing for the younger generation instead of just giving the new guys credit for being talented or whatever. We just willing to say how easier it is.
Well, this goes
Discredit how
again.
good
The
they are.
NBA Jordan has
both could be
said we
true.
changed the rules to make it easier to score.
That's it. Let me
So,
see.
hey, so
This
Can't
is
what?
my
argue
thing,
that.
right? Because
This is incredible.
Like
So what
niggas
if they
y'all
change
giving,
it?
one
we
thing
giving
I
you
want to,
facts and
one thing.
quotes,
Let
and
me
y'all
hold
still
on.
arguing.
Yeah,
Hey, so
one
what if
thing
they
I
change
want
the
to
rule?
address, right? Travis told me how objectively LeBron James is a better 3-point shooter than Jordan. Okay, if you want to look at all the numbers, that's cool. Let me ask you. I'm going to ask people: do you think that Hubert Davis is a better 3-point shooter than Drazen Petrovic?
What you looking at?
Hell no.
I'm asking you, bro.
Okay.
Hey, bro, I'm asking you.
Okay, no,
Hey,
no, no,
y'all need
no.
to
Because
stop.
I asked
Y'all need
that
to
point
stop with
because
this
I, of course,
age
of
ass
course, what
points,
the
man.
first thing I did was go over the
Age ass point, bro.
all-time leading 3-point shooters, right? And Hubert Davis is 2 all time. Now I'm a Knicks fan. Right? I had Hubert Davis up until around 95, 96. So I know that objectively that's not true. Drazen Petrovic would outshoot Hubert Davis any day of the week. But the fact is, Hubert Davis has a higher 3-point percentage. Hubert Davis is second. Drazen Petrovic is 4. Do you
So
think
what
that
about the
Joe
volume,
Harris
though?
is a better 3-point shooter than Curry?
But what about the volume, though?
I think we
How
should
much of
Oh,
it
the,
is he
argue
the
is
shooting?
volume
The
is
volume is
LeBron
dependent
the
upon
more.
the
I
era,
think
though.
right,
this,
but
No,
it
no,
don't
no,
even
no,
matter
exactly
because
what we're
look at it
talking
like
about.
this
no,
too.
no, no, no,
It's about
no.
the
I'm saying,
effectiveness of
hey, bro,
Jordan and LeBron. Who
bro.
more
See,
effective?
hey,
Because Steve
hey,
Nash a better
CJ,
shooter and
why you always
passer
wait till I
than
start
Jordan
talking,
too.
bro?
That's not saying nothing.
But why you always wait till I start talking, bro?
I was talking, bro. Go ahead.
He
I
was
was saying,
talking first,
Go
then
ahead.
JD.
I'm saying,
I mean, YD, you got it after that. It's for like we get the
Go ahead.
more
You
like
got
I'm
your
it. You
saying,
got
time.
it. Go ahead.
I'm saying, what's the volume, bro? I'm saying, how many shots did Hubie Bryan take, and how many
Hubert Davis,
shots did Hubie Davis? Who y'all talking about? The backup point guard for the Knicks?
the backup shooting guard, yes.
For the Knicks? Okay, okay, I know you're talking about. Yeah, went to North Carolina. That's what you talking about.
Yep. Walter's son,
Okay,
Walter's nephew, I mean.
okay.
The head coach of the current head coach of UNC
So so if so if I
Tar
so if
Heels.
I so if I take more threes than you and I make more threes than you, like how am I not the better 3-point shooter? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
But you gotta understand this era. This is era different. The difference in the era. Terry DeHare and Basha Nakbar got a higher percentage than Larry Bird. No one believes that they're better shooters than Larry Bird, guys.
It's just
And this is
what's
what
the
I'm saying.
volume though,
You,
bro?
which in, again, because okay, here's the thing. Instead of just looking at volume, look at shot diet. These guys like Jordan had a whole different shot diet than LeBron James does. And again, you
Okay, so
talk
how do
about
you
era where the
so bro,
3-point
how do
shot
you
is
judge
used.
so how do you judge who the better 3-point shooter is?
I'm gonna lose my eye test.
Come on,
I'm
bro.
gonna use
Nah.
my eye test, and then I'm gonna hold
Bro.
on. I'm gonna use
Nah,
context.
bro.
Hold on, because I'm gonna use context. Because the reason why Larry Bird has 4 seasons where he doesn't shoot out 30% from three, because guess what? The threes that he would take in those 4 seasons, a lot of them would not line up threes. They would end of the shot clock heaves, thing like that. Guys
Come
like
on, bro.
Larry Bird would take those
Come on,
shots.
bro.
So
Come on,
you no
bro.
no that's not. It's fair to
Come on,
it's
bro.
fair to consider that
That's a fair
because you're
point.
not.
No, it's
You're
That's
not,
a
bro.
fair point.
No, it's not. No, it's
That's
not, bro.
it. Because yes, because if you're gonna take, let me just say, if 10 of his shots were into the quarter heaves, and he only took
Hold up,
40
bro.
for the season, right? I'm just saying, if you got a star player A who takes 10 shots over the season where he's throwing it up from 45 feet past half court, and he only takes 40 from the season. But in the 13, like let's say he was 13 for 30 on regular 3-pointers, and he missed all 10 of those heaves. Well, guess what? Now he's 13 for 40 and that's not the same as somebody who's
Bro,
going to take a high volume of threes on
come
setup
on, bro.
plays.
Bro, okay, bro. What I'm saying is that are you accounting for every other player who shoots threes at the end of a fucking shot clock?
But you
that's
know,
this is
but YD, what
bro. I
young
have never
disciple?
I have
But,
never heard that
but
included, bro, in anybody analysis of a 3-point shooter, bro.
what you're not
If
going
we
to understand is usually hold on to what young disciple though. What you're not going to is
I'm
usually
listening.
it's the point guard or it's the point guard or the guy bringing the ball up who's going to take those shots. It's the point guard or the guy who has the ball in his hand. They're probably going to draw up, they're probably going to let Jordan take that shot more often than enough. So a lot of his shots were 3-point heaves. Steph Curry has taken 100 and some. He's probably taken more than this, but the basketball reference official, he's taken 100 and something heaves. He's only made 2 in his whole career. Now,
That big
his
brother.
numbers are skewed by the fact that he's 2 for 109 from these beyond half court heaves. Now,
But bro, we not
regular
but bro,
drawn
we
up
not talking.
plays,
But we not talking about no. We not, bro. Are we really sitting
We
up
just talking
here?
about three
that's part
pointers.
that's part of the shot
Bro,
diet, though, young
bro,
disciple.
I'm saying, bro,
Why you see?
are we really sitting up here, bro, talking about
Yep,
end of the
yep,
quarter heat,
yep,
bro?
yep.
So
You know
how
why?
many?
Nah,
So
nah,
bro,
nah, nah.
come on,
Yeah,
bro,
we
come
are. You
on,
know
bro,
why? Because a
come
lot
on,
of
bro.
players now, hold on, we at the point where a lot of players they hold on to the ball and let the clock run out so they protect their percentages. So if this is
Come
something that
on, bro,
actually influences
bro,
stats, yeah.
bro. So you think so
And
you
they
don't think
shooting more
it's
open
so
threes.
you think it's some coincidence? You think it's some coincidence that once the line got moved in, that MJ shot better? That's the only time he shot like
He also shot a high percentage before the line was moved in as well. See that
when
you can't you gotta in
when
1991 and 90 I mean 90 was it 91? I believe in
what did he shoot?
91 he shot a high percentage, 38% when
On
he
what
shot a
volume,
higher volume. You see what I'm saying? Like y'all just act like it's one way or the other.
bro? That hey, I gotta
See,
check that,
see
bro.
again. See, that's what I'm saying. And if you're gonna use that theory, then you have to show me other players. You got to show me another player who just jumped from 34 to 45% or something like that. It wasn't a lot. It was a couple, but it wasn't a lot.
But MJ wasn't shooting no 34, bro.
MJ shot again. We can go back and look. MJ shot 36% one of these seasons of his career. Hold on. Matter of fact, let me look.
That's you talking
And
probably
He
Curry,
like the
shot
and
90s.
you said,
37%
hey,
in
bro, and you
'89.
said, hey, bro, and
He shot
you said Curry.
31% in
Hey, hold
'90.
on, hold on, real quick, bro. You said Curry, was like 2 for 200 and something, nigga, from like
From
half court
the
heat.
heave, the half court heave.
No,
Yes,
like, bro, no, he not.
yes he is. That's what it's.
No, he
He's
not,
two for
bro.
100 and something. He's two
Steph
for
Curry,
110.
bro, Steph Curry didn't hit like over 20 of those shots, bro.
You talking about half court? We're talking about when they say heaves, they talking about just throw it up. Like it's not like a lot of those. Wait. First of
I'm
all,
talking about
crazy
over
part
40
is
feet. I don't know. I'm talking about over 40 feet, bro.
okay, but then that's different than a heave. That's even different than a heave because yeah, Steph Curry does have unlimited range. But you talking about
Bro,
a heave is when you just throwing it up. You literally shooting it overhand.
nah,
You know
bro.
what I'm
No,
saying?
that's not how they constitute heat, bro.
Okay.
Like
I
anything,
mean, look,
bro.
at the end of the
Anything
bro, at the
over,
end of
bro.
the
Anything
day,
over 40
at
feet, bro.
but you
Anything over 40
but I
feet,
think
bro, is a
the point is at the end of the day, you talking about a whole different shot diet. You talking about a whole different shot diet. That's why it's like when you compare guys that shooting different errors, it's not again, Boston Knockbar and Terry DeHare are not better shooters than Larry Bird.
okay. We get
You
that,
you
bro.
would if
Hey, bro,
you
we
wouldn't go
get
to
that,
any
bro.
court, you wouldn't go to any court at any
Y'all
point in
always
your life,
say that,
YD, and pick Rock Knockbar and Terry DeHare, but they have higher 3-point percentage than Larry Bird.
but bro, we not just going by percentages, bro. Like you
That's
keep
what
saying,
that's what guys like. But wait a minute, LeBron has a 2-point percentage higher than Michael Jordan at the end of the day. And y'all gonna use that to tell me he is objectively
not
a better
really,
three
bro.
point shooter.
I'm saying not really, bro. If you take out the years that the line was moved in, like I think MJ shoot like 28%, bro.
Yeah, but again, you still talk about
But he's still
years that
error.
he shot less than one a game. That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all don't
My
understand.
thing, bro.
Yeah,
Like
come on, man.
The
that's my
91
that's my
finals,
He's
thing,
had
still
bro.
17
error,
threes.
Big bro, big bro. You shot
Niggas
less
shoot
than me,
17 threes in a quarter
bro.
now.
Bro, you shot. But I'm saying, bro, you shot less
It's
threes
similar
than
to
me,
how they
and
pass way
and you
more
did
in
it
this
at an
era in football.
inefficient
So that's what
clip.
I'm saying. It's
Like,
across sports how the games change
and
and
they
stuff, and
tell
how
their
you benefit the
systems.
offense more.
We gonna
And
give it to
y'all keep trying to
FYF to
fight it
come
like
in
it
with his
didn't. The
Johnny
game
Cochran
changed, y'all.
cap.
hey, so we don't need to compare eras, then, bro.
That's why I said
It's
this
kind of
compared
hard.
to
It really is
who they
kind of
did,
hard.
and they. Yeah, that's why I said this compared what they
Yeah,
did
bro,
in
we
their
don't need
era.
to
That's
compare
all. It
eras,
make it
then, bro,
easier. It'll
because you
take away
niggas be y'all be
hypotheticals and stuff.
I'm saying y'all always comparing
And respect
LeBron.
every era too.
Y'all always
Right.
But
comparing
they
So
Mike
asked,
and
okay, but
LeBron,
YD, they
but
asked
then
me a
when
question.
then
Why do
when
I
it comes,
think? LeBron Jordan is a better player. I said he's better offensively and defensively.
And I
And
we
ask
couldn't
me
even
why
finish
that.
that.
Hey,
We
but
couldn't
bro,
even
he's
finish
not
that.
better offensively. Look, MJ is not a better offensive player than LeBron. Like, I wish you would stop saying that shit.
I wish Roe could finish explaining why you think Jordan's the better offensive player because he didn't get to finish.
Yeah, well,
Do you
again,
know
I
what?
said
Do you know what
3-level scorer. I
offensive
think
means?
he was
Like,
a
do you know
better
what
finisher. I
offensive
think
means?
he was more count. I think he was more clutch. These are proven. These are just proven. You want to talk about
Go
better
ahead, bro.
finisher?
Keep going. Keep going.
Bro, see what I'm saying? Like somebody asked me a question, I try to answer, and I came
No,
down
I'm
here
sorry,
trying to.
Ro. I'm
I'm
sorry.
saying get it all the way out, bro. Get it all the way
Look,
out. Go ahead.
they hate it. They hate it. See, LeBron's numbers is based on the fact that he's used in a
You
very
stalling,
unique
bro.
way, where he's
You
both
stalling,
the
bro.
offensive creator and
You stalling.
finisher.
You stalling.
I'm not stalling. So wait
But
a
bro,
minute.
why
Where's
you?
LeBron's 38? Hold on. Where's LeBron's 38 in 7-5 season?
Bro, the man asked you a question, bro. The man asked you a straight up question, and you started stalling.
I'm
Nigga,
not
nigga,
stalling.
why
I
is he a
just
better?
literally
Why is he
said
a better
why.
offensive
And you
player?
keep
Why is he
talking,
a better
YD. I
offensive?
mean, come on. I'm trying to, again, I got a lot of respect for you. I'm not trying to mute you.
Man, you
But
just asked a question, bro.
okay, okay, LeBron Jordan has this season where he averaged 38, 7. He has another season where he averaged 32, 8, and 8.
Okay.
Again, I mean, and you talk about in an era where it just wasn't done. You talk about an
Okay.
era again. Jordan went and obfuscated the big man position. You didn't have wings being, or you did have George Iceman Gervin and stuff like that, but you did not have teams being built around that was successful, like Michael Jordan, like you did when you had Michael Jordan.
Okay.
Yeah, Iceman
Wasn't the
had 4
Pistons built
scoring
around
That's
Isaiah
titles.
right.
Thomas?
Say again.
That's what I was just about to say that.
Yeah, the point guard. Yeah.
Yeah, they were
I
built
think
off of depth, defense. They were
No, the
built off a
Pistons were
lot of
built around
things.
Isaiah Thomas.
Isaiah
I
Thomas,
said
bro.
most teams were built off a dominance. And Isaiah Thomas wasn't a dominant scorer.
Huh?
He was a great scorer.
He
But
was a
he was
great
the
scorer. He
number one
wasn't a dominant
option.
scorer.
He was the number one option on the Pistons though.
Yeah, which is cool. And again,
As the point guard.
that was one of the outliers, one of the few outliers in history, right? Which y'all will use as a under 6'6". But Jordan made it a norm now. And mind you, you have wings that are normally Iceman for all his success when his scoring titles didn't win anything, right?
That's team.
Man,
That's
he
not
San
him. That's
Antonio
team.
Spurs. Like, come
Okay,
on,
that's
man.
team. Okay, well, again, he was a dominant scorer. Usually, okay, right. And they usually, you also had, he was the first guy that could win scoring titles every year and still win championships. Usually, the scoring champion never won, right?
Right.
Again, offensively and defensively, Jordan was objectively better. Now, you could come up with reason. You could sit there and try to poke holes in my reasoning, but
Because you don't know
the
what
proof's in the
offense means,
pudding.
bro.
The
You
more
don't know what
defensive,
offense means, bro.
teams, the deep way, like that's
Okay,
on the
that's
defensive
like me
side of the
saying
ball.
that's like
You
me saying LeBron got more All NBAs.
Yeah, he has more
Then you go,
NBAs, more time, right, and more
but
seasons.
okay, well, don't use it. But that's what I'm saying, bro. Well, don't use the amount of defensive teams he got, bro. If you don't want somebody to use something else, bro, because that's like putting your foot in the pot yourself, bro.
Okay, so what makes Jordan better
Because
defensively
Because
on
none of that,
Jordan won
because none of those
excluding the
things.
accolades? Bro,
all NBA
I'm
players
saying,
all
bro.
excluding
NBA
I'm saying,
defense.
bro. None of those things make him a
excluding the
better offensive
accolades,
player,
what
bro.
makes him a better
That's all I'm
defender?
saying.
When you
You
don't
can
include
name
accolades,
scoring
what makes him
things.
a better defender?
He not. You're not naming what. It's more to offense than scoring, bro. So when you say he's a better offensive player, he's not, bro. He's a better scorer. I will give you
As I
that.
proven early in his career, he averaged 8 assists. If 8 assists if you might
Yeah, but
have
he didn't do
to
it for
feel
a
that
whole
8 assists is
career.
a
Thank
It's
you.
the
That's what
career
I'm
okay,
we're
but
comparing. We're not
that's based on
He wasn't
LeBron being
asked to.
the primary playmaker
Welcome
of
back,
every
Lamont.
team he's been on.
No. I just wanted to chime in on the 3-point thing real quick. And
Uh huh.
what I was going to tell Ro was, Ro, the problem is we have to use volume because volume helps us determine what guys we need to judge by that metric. So, for
Thank you.
example,
Thank you.
if you have centers like Akeem Olajuwon and these guys, they were shooting like 1 or 2 threes an entire year. No matter what their percentage was, nobody was going to look at those guys and judge them. Like nobody looks at Jordan and says, "Yeah, I'm going to judge Jordan as a 3-point shooter." He just didn't have the volume for anybody to fairly judge him. So this is why nobody we'll tease him about his percentages, but nobody realistically uses those percentages against him as a 3-point shooter. We just understand he don't have a volume for us to even grade him there. We'll just grade him as a mid-range and at the rim. So, for example, with LeBron, he has the volume from the 3-point line where we can actually grade him fairly as a 3-point shooter. The other, like Jordan, just don't. And with the
He shot
changes
three
they were doing
attempts
to
at
the
the most.
3-point line, and that's not a knock on Jordan. He can't control that, but that his just game wasn't built around 3-point shots. And
So
that's
if you
just
understand,
And the era he played
I,
in.
things are
I just
error
don't know why
related.
y'all don't
Lamont, was
accept what he
Matter the
didn't do.
same,
It
Lamont?
just
See,
wasn't his
which is
game
why we're
wasn't built
saying.
around it.
But hold on, this is why we're saying things are error related. But this is why we're saying things are error related. Because again,
That's
if we
not error related.
truly,
That's his game related.
it is no, it is
Because there were
Lamont.
other
Because
players
we
that
go,
took threes. There were players in
you
the
know what I'm
90s
saying?
and 80s that
Hold on,
took threes, and we can judge them.
Okay, cool. So then I'll
We
just
don't
use an
judge Jordan
anecdote.
as a
Yeah,
3-point shooter because he didn't shoot enough.
hold on, guys, hold on, because I
Point
got
is,
very little
Lamont, it
time. I'm
wasn't
probably
as
going to
frequent as
wrap up in a
today.
minute.
That's what he's saying.
Error related in the first finals. And then we go back. The Bulls, I believe, took 13 threes, and the Lakers took 5. I believe took 18 threes for the entire series between both teams. You now get that in a quarter. You get that in half a quarters in this game. So we all know
You got better
that
shooters
the game.
today.
No, you see that
Boom.
better shooter shit is
Boom.
bullshit. Because
No, it's
Ivan
not.
Petrovic
No,
is in
it's
the
not.
league, and if
I
you
mean,
got
I
better
just
Why
don't
do
know
you
shooters,
why
think?
you
everybody.
just.
Why do you think? Why do you think it's so much less rim protection today?
I mean, do you remember King Row when Scott Williams came on my show and he said that Phil Jackson, he said that Phil Jackson, hey, I want you to, this is what Phil Jackson told the players on the team. He said, if your name is not Steve Kerr or Tony Kukoc or Scottie Pippen, he says, if you take a 3 and you miss it, I'm fining you. He literally would fine the players on the team for taking threes if they missed them, if you wasn't one of the 3 guys that he designated to shoot them. So at the end of the day, if you did like you trying to make it like Phil Jackson understood that if it's not your strong suit, he didn't want you shooting them. But he didn't penalize Pippen. He didn't penalize Kerr or Kukoc because he knew that was part of their games. If it's part of your game, it's part of your game. 3-point shooting just was not a part of Jordan's game, and it's okay.
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
I don't know why
Let me ask you a
y'all like
question.
try to turn Jordan into this super
No one is
Thanos man that
no,
did
no. First of
everything.
all,
Even if you take away the 3-point shooting, he don't even like. I don't even think we got to even
He's
talk
still
about
Jordan
LeBron.
without
Like
the
if
3-point
LeBron better
shooting. Like
3-point shooter, it don't even
well,
matter because at the end of the day, it's about who
Hold
more
on, Lamont.
effective.
he's still Jordan even without the elite 3-point shooting. He's still Jordan.
Okay. Nobody say he was the lead.
You don't need to make
No
up
one
stuff and
said
give
he's the
him
lead.
extra attributes.
But no one said he's the lead. He was adequate. He
He
could shoot the
wasn't
3.
good. No, at the end of the
If he
day,
wasn't good,
if you really want us to grade him as a 3-point shooter, he's a poor 3-point shooter.
Lamont, come on,
Bro,
Lamont. Let me talk.
even taking Phil Jackson saying that, you really think that he would have told Jordan not to shoot or he was going to find him? He was talking to the rest of the team. He was talking to the rest of the team, bro.
But
What
they
I
don't even need to
specifically said,
shoot. They was winning.
what I specifically said
All
was
they need to
Jordan
shoot.
even said himself that 3-point shooting just was not a part of his game. This is what Jordan said out of his mouth.
He said he didn't
took
want to
away
shoot
from the other elements of his game.
it took him away from him being aggressive. So he didn't want to shoot.
So
That doesn't mean that he wasn't
that
going to
means
shoot.
it's not a part of his game.
He's
not
you're
a pure
saying
shooter.
y'all saying that like he couldn't shoot. He's a
Well,
pure shooter.
he didn't do it. To put it like this, he capable of doing it. He just didn't do it.
We don't care about what you're
I
capable
bring
of.
up the 91 finals where they only took 18.
He don't
the
have
very
the
next
volume,
finals.
King Rowe.
Okay,
He shot
again,
3
why be hitting
threes,
6 in
3
the
of them
season?
at
My
the
God,
most.
bro, this is crazy.
But King
He
Rowe,
shot
Why
3
be hitting
attempts.
If you
6
feel
in
he
the
has
first
the
game?
volume,
they're gonna give people argument points against Jordan because it's not like they can't argue too much against Jordan. So they're gonna.
if you feel he has the volume, King Rowe, if you feel he has the volume, then just compare the percentages.
It's not. No,
LeBron
I
and
know he
Jordan.
doesn't have the volume. See,
We're not
you
going to
killed me.
compare
When you say,
three-pointers.
hold on. You tell me, guys, he couldn't shoot. They couldn't shoot in that era.
Nobody said that.
You literally said that, guys. You said
No,
why
I
didn't
did
he shoot
not say
threes in that
that.
era?
Nobody said that.
Lamont, you literally said they couldn't shoot in that era.
No, I said there weren't as many
Better
great
shooters
shooters.
now.
Three
There
of
weren't
the
as
four.
many
Hold
great
on, hold on, hold
shooters.
on, hold on, hold on. Four of the guys. Wait, Hubert started in '91. Hubert was drafted in '91. Kerr was drafted in '88, '87. Drazen Petrovic started his career in '86.
Oh my
Four of the, so
god.
you said guys couldn't shoot, but 4 to 5 highest 3-point percentages
That's
were
four
guys from that era.
players. You got
Hey,
four shooters like that on
Lamont.
almost
Hold
every
on,
team
Lamont.
now.
Hold on, Lamont. How many
Okay.
threes did those guys shoot each per game? How many 3-point
Petrovic shot
attempts?
a hell of a lot. Petrovic
How
was
many
actually
attempts did
leading
they
the
average a
league.
game? How many attempts did they
Uh,
average per game?
They average league average.
How many
average league
attempts did
average.
Steve Kerr? How many attempts did
See,
Steve
it's
Kerr
funny
average?
how y'all want to use percentage when y'all want to use it.
No.
It's funny how y'all
We
want to
using
use
attempts.
percentage when
I
y'all want to
got
You
use
you.
it.
I
use
got you.
percentage.
Hold on.
That ain't
How many
percentage, bro.
attempts did Steve
Volume
Kerr
is not
shoot?
percentage, bro. We asking you how many did they take, not how many did
Answer
they
the
make.
question.
I
It's
mean, I
simple.
could go and I know Petro averaged at least five. He was one of the leaders in the league. See, this is the
Kerr.
point.
What about
Y'all
Steve
want it
Kerr?
both
What about
ways.
Steve Kerr?
No. Y'all
So
want
what
it
about
both
Steve Kerr?
ways.
No.
No,
We need
bro.
you to
What about
answer the
Kerr?
question.
Answer the question. Don't
See,
run.
Lamont.
See, I asked the question. You asking me to go look up the numbers of multiple guys with 1% battery. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to make my
Steve
point because
Kerr.
I'm not going. My point is not made off of stats.
It
The
say
stats
a
make the point.
1.8,
The point is,
1.8 per
Drazen
we
game.
need
Petrovic shot
volume.
two
Okay,
threes a
You have to
game.
shoot. You have to shoot.
Two threes a
We
game,
can't
yeah.
bro.
just call your great
Drazen
shooter
So
Petrovic
shoot
that's
shot
three
two threes
pointers.
a
We
game for
know
his
Drazen
career.
Petrovic
so
was
that's my
hella
whole point.
accurate.
You can't
That
even
nigga said
compare.
5. Stop lying, bro.
You can't
Oh,
even
so
compare like
in other words,
back
so
then
then
to now shots. The
let's stop
volume of
comparing.
shots
Say that
wasn't.
again,
If
Lamont.
we
How
know that
many?
the game,
Drazen Petrovic shot averaged 2 threes a game for his
You
career.
see what I'm saying? And how many Steve
what
Kerr
did he
shot
do
a
in his
game? About
career
the same
high?
amount. About two
1.8.
Okay,
threes.
Lamont, tell me what
His
his
1.8.
career
career
high
high.
Like
was
Let's keep it with the
1.8.
his
Nets.
career high
Around a
was
one, like
3.2.
1.8. Olo.
Great,
Stop
His
that
career
lying,
high
bro.
was 3.2.
1.8. Wow.
Elite
Great
for that
shooter.
era, which is basically elite for that
That's not.
era based
That's
on how it was played. And anybody that
Elite.
watched Jonathan Petrovic shoot know that he can hit a shot from anywhere
doesn't
on
One
the
that make
point
floor.
it
fucking
an error
eight.
thing? Doesn't that make it an error thing though?
See, these guys, they just don't get it, bro. Yo, CJ, I mean, they don't get it. They trying to use that point, and then they don't understand it also uses against them. And again, at the end of the day,
Just
percentage is percentage, right? Because if you're gonna sit there and tell me objectively,
Volume is not percentage,
knowing
bro. Would
full
you
well,
stop that?
the more you take it, and the less of those throw up heaves that are in that diet. Again, it's all about shot diet, but they want to use it, but then tell me guys couldn't shoot. I don't give a fuck. The percentage is the percentage.
Nigga, how we gonna say you can shoot when you
You
only
tried to
attempt
say
when you
that,
only make
but
one
Bro,
point?
you tried to say that shot heaves affected Jordan's percentage, but he only shot 9 for his whole career. There were some years where he didn't even
No,
take
he
a
shot
heave.
more than 9, bro. He shot more
I
than
pulled
9.
the
I don't care
numbers up,
what you
King Bro.
say. They don't have the
Hey, you
numbers
guys can go look the
officially.
numbers up. Jordan took
I
9.
sure am.
Lamar,
He took
I don't
9
trust you.
heaves
I
in his
know full
career.
well that
Jordan went on a
Jordan would
3-year
take at
stretch
least
where he didn't
10 of
take
those a
any.
season. Come on, man.
So
Hey, FYF,
Jordan was never taking those heaves. He took 9 for
hey,
his whole career.
hey,
That's
FYF,
bullshit.
where you get your
You
basketball
gonna tell me
information from? Like what site?
All you got to do, look, they have them. It's on Hoop Hype. The same status on Basketball Reference. The same status on NBA.com. The same status on
You can
Synergy.
literally use
these are the same
ChatGPT
people
for
that
most
think
of this shit, bro.
that Jordans, they was giving
shot
Jordan
less than 2
Pippen's
a
numbers,
game.
right? On defense. They
You
was
gotta get
giving
the pre. You
Jordan
gotta get
Pippen
the
steals.
premium.
Come on, man. We're
Okay,
not
so
doing
that's
that.
why I said y'all can go look it up yourself. Jordan took 9
Nah, I
heaves
mean,
his
at the
whole
end of the
career.
day, look, at the end of the day, the
Well, I
official
did.
numbers are
You
what
can
they
look it
are.
on Chat
Y'all
GPT
hold
too
on,
out
hold
there
on, 'cause I
if
gotta
you want to
mute.
look for shit quick.
I want to ask you a question, bro.
Go ahead, yo ID.
Like, bro, why you look at basketball like in such a nonsensical like manner, bro?
No, I don't nonsensical. You need to explain to me how I look at it in a nonsensical manner. I actually look at it in a very objective manner.
No, bro, no, you
Because you
don't,
don't
bro.
like the
Like
fact that I
you,
think
bro.
LeBron Jordan is the better 3-level scorer. That doesn't make my take nonsensical.
I'm saying you don't have nothing like factual like to back that claim up, bro.
That's bullshit. I just brought up a fact.
What,
I just brought up a
bro, no,
fact.
you
It's not
didn't,
down a
bro.
talking
Don't
point
you
that
need the
LeBron tried to
3-point
make.
shot? Don't you need the 3-point
Don't
shot to
you?
be
That's
better
what I'm
than
saying. You
3-level
need the
scorer?
three to be a 3-level scorer, bro.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on
You
era.
shot
Because guess
2 a
what?
game.
Hold on. Spacing spacing, especially with the triangle offense, long twos created spacing as well as 3-point shots. You think 3-point shots the only thing that can space out the floor? You're full of shit if you believe that.
Bro, that's not what we said, bro. I'm saying it's the three levels though is at the rim,
You need the
mid
three.
range, and three. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Okay,
Bro,
you're talking about
3-point
an era
shooting is
with a
the only
long
thing that
two.
spaces the floor. Why are you lying?
Like,
What
I don't even
happened?
understand what you're saying right now, bro.
Defenses won't, like, for example, a couple years ago, when the Lakers had Russell Westbrook, teams did not respect them. They clogged the paint because they knew the Lakers couldn't shoot.
We know
Thank you. Thank
Come on,
you.
bro. That's a stupid
Teams only will space
That's a
if you
stupid
have
point,
shooters.
Lamont.
If you don't have shooters, they're gonna pack the paint.
Lamont, that's a stupid point. You brought up a poor shooter, a poor outside shooter who does
No,
other things.
they were a poor 3-point shooting team.
Okay, we know that. We know that. That was
So
part of the
when the
reason why I
Lakers that
predicted
year
that
were
team.
bad, they were one of the worst.
Wait a minute.
When the Lakers that year were one of the worst 3-point shooting
They were
teams,
sorry.
everybody packed it in on them. Nobody defended them on the
It was
3-point
harder
line.
for the Lakers to score because of that.
They also packed it in on LeBron. LeBron is
Yes,
not a great
because
3-point shooter either.
what I'm saying is this, Ro. The spacing comes from shooting. You don't get free spacing just because you stand on the 3-point line. If you put a 22% 3-point shooter on the 3-point line, that's not spacing. Nobody's gonna honor
by
that.
mid-range score shooters as well.
And that's why I say,
Bro,
if you look at
you gotta
basketball,
understand the game, bro.
Please don't tell me I don't
need the
understand the game.
three.
You just
Don't
said
tell me I don't
spacing is
understand the game.
generated
Y'all
from
are-
that. You don't need shooting to space the
See
floor.
again, Jordan held a 3-point record in their finals. This stood for a very long time.
Jordan
Very
had the
next finals.
3-point record in the 3-point contest for the most misses.
See, that's a dumb whataboutism.
Individual
Because
moments don't
everybody
mean
knows shooting
anything.
in a 3-point contest is different than shooting in a fucking game, Lamont. Come on, bro.
So how come the best 3-point
But this
shooters
nigga
always
couldn't
win
even
the
make
3-point
threes
contest?
unguarded. He couldn't even make
So how
threes
come
unguarded.
They're usually the best.
So why do only the best 3-point shooters win the 3-point contest?
Bro, I can't do this.
What?
I can't do this. I can't do this. See, because if they're gonna ask you questions and step on your answers, I gotta backstage them, bro. Like I can't do this. Like you ask me a question and step on my answer. You use a stupid whataboutism. Jordan hit 6 in the finals. Why the fuck do I care? What did he hit 5 in a goddamn 3-point contest? I don't care that Kevin Hart shot better in a 3-point contest in Celebrity Day.
Do you see what you're doing? You just referenced one finals game. We talking about this nigga.
Okay, but see
career.
that the reason why, and again, I admit it. See, one thing I gotta understand, I admitted that was an anecdote. But guess what? That right before that game, they said, we're gonna make him shoot the 3. They literally said that. This is famous, right? And then he shrugged when he hit the 6, he shrugged, right? Because here's the thing, as I said, I'm gonna use the fact that you guys act like Jordan couldn't. If it was used to a different level, again, you're talking about guys that grew up in the 70s and 80s, and there was no 3-point line in high school. There was no 3-point line in college. We didn't have a universal 3-point line in NCAA basketball until
That's
1987.
excuses. You're making excuses, bro.
How's that excuse? It's no fucking excuse if there was no 3-point line to play with. Now you're telling me that Jordan actively couldn't shoot threes, and I'm gonna show you when he was there to shoot the
That
3
makes
and made
LeBron
them.
better. What you just brought up makes LeBron
No, it doesn't. How? Because he's not even good for his own era. He's not even good for his own era. Lamont was just blaming Westbrook for why people packed it in on a 23-22 Lakers.
That was
right?
the reason they was leaving Westbrook open. What the fuck are you talking
They
about?
were leaving LeBron open too. Is LeBron
They was not leaving LeBron open in 2022 more than Westbrook.
Hold on.
Bro, we
sir.
don't even got to argue
Sir.
about who a better 3-point shooter.
The only good 3-point shooter on the Lakers that year was Carmelo Anthony and Wayne Ellington. And Wayne Ellington was pretty much unplayable a lot. Their whole team was whack, and that's why I predicted that team to be garbage because they had no 3-point shooter or size.
Right, but do you hear the point that that Lamont was making? 3-pointers,
I get
space
it.
the floor.
See, what you're trying to do?
You got Westbrook
again,
and Anthony Davis shooting 20%, 30% from 3.
He didn't
And that's
negate
your
that
starting
though, bro.
lineup.
All he said
But
was
LeBron
long
the one
two
who won us
also
with
they
with
play a
them.
different style. See, this is what y'all
All he
don't
said
even
long
get.
twos also space the floor though, bro.
Exactly. Long 2 space to 4. And I showed a part where Jordan was elite at long 2s. He hit 50% of long 2s.
That's the
fifty
same thing that
percent.
they just said when they moved the 3-point line in and he was shooting 50%. Okay, that's a long two when they moved the 3-point line back. That's still space on the floor.
And that's what they see. You're gonna tell me I look at the game nonsensical? What are you talking about? Jordan was a better jump shooter than LeBron James. Period. LeBron James, that we
From
all know
three,
that is
from
one of his
three,
kryptonites.
from three,
From
He
from
anywhere,
didn't
three.
shoot as
anywhere
much, bro.
outside of 350,
You
anywhere was
said
a jump
period.
shot.
You
Bro,
just said
bro,
period.
bro.
You said he's a better shooter than.
Dude,
Oh, go
dude,
ahead. Go ahead.
Go
see
ahead.
again. This,
Go
this
ahead.
is
Anywhere
they're
outside of
not gonna
3
get
feet.
it, bro. And I don't want to do
3 feet
this.
is a layup.
They're not gonna do. See what I'm saying? Like then when I use the fact that the best 3-point shooter percentage wise were in that era that they say nobody can shoot the three. Oh, but then you want to talk about volume. Well, obviously LeBron's volume helps his numbers. The fact that he takes more, and if the 3 points is a regular diet shot. It wasn't a regular dieted shot at any point in Jordan's career. And yes, they brought the line in when he was playing baseball to get people to take more threes, and it did work. But now we're at the point where
You're not
it's
listening. Go
I
ahead though.
listen to every word you say.
Go ahead.
What
Go
am I
ahead.
what am I not hearing?
So you're mentioning. So forget the air part. You're mentioning the fact that a guy that took more threes, it helps his percentage. Correct.
Of course.
So, how many times do we see guys that attempt three threes shoot that makes maybe like 2 out of 3 or 1.6 out of 3? They shoot fifty
Okay.
percent, and the guy that makes 4 threes out of 10 threes shoots about 38, 37%.
Yeah, because of the shot diet. I could agree with that.
The guy that shoots a higher volume, even if he makes more than the guy that takes three
Uh-huh.
attempts, he shoots more, but his percentage is lower. But he still makes more than the guy that only takes three attempts.
Well, it depends. It really depends. Because
So
again,
it's really
you're
go
talking
ahead,
you're
go
talking
ahead.
hold on, but you're talking about an era. If you go back and look at those 90s teams, and you go back and look, you got one or two guys shooting the threes. Now, for Lamont will tell you because nobody can make the threes. No, it's because it was not a regularly used part of the game. You had
That's
three
not what he
coaches that
said.
hated three. Bro, you had coaches that hated the fact that there was a 3-point line. You had guys, old school guys, you're going to call it an excuse all you want, but coaches they did not want the 3-point line to come to the NBA. That was an
Bro, that's
ABA concept that was brought to the NBA. And eventually, you know what? Now in this day and age, because you can see when the 3-point revolution started. Guess what? The Golden State Warriors were the 3-point revolution. The only other point where it was a high increase of 3-point attempts was when they moved that line in. See
Bro,
what I'm
that's
saying?
not what he's
Bro,
saying. He
they're
was.
not gonna
I
get
get
this
what you're
argument.
saying, bro. He's not saying that they couldn't shoot. He's not saying that they had no ability to shoot in the 90s or 80s. He's saying that that the modern shooters are better. That's what he's saying. They're better
No,
shooters.
number one, they practice
I'm
it
about to
more.
end this
It's
notion right now,
used more.
though. This
See,
this
see again, you
this
talk
will
about
end that notion. Hold on,
if
bro.
they're better, then why their percentage isn't better? Because you want to use percentage to explain the difference between Jordan and LeBron, but you won't use percentage on the and I get it. Okay, if you're taking 10 a game, and if look, Kyrie shoots 42, then the number one, that's only a 3%
But
difference between
bro,
him and Kerr, right?
this another thing
On the
too
higher
that stopped
volume.
that notion. This was about to stop the
Say
notion
again?
that LeBron probably a better. He not a good 3-point shooter. Because this was about to stop that notion. Everybody who shoots 6,000 or more threes, even a 80% free throw shooter, and on top of that, he got the worst 3-point percentage that shot like 6,000 or more threes. So that
So
notion
here we
that he a
go.
good like
So from
3-point
his
shooter is
volume,
not
he's the
not
worst.
there. So his volume
From his
compared to
volume, he's
everybody
the
else
worst.
that shot 6,000 or more, he the worst.
See?
So what
So what are
percentage
we
did
doing?
what how many attempts of threes did LeBron shoot last year?
Well, per game, I'm gonna
Bro,
say
I'm
about what
talking about
8,
like all time.
6.
Bro, this is equivalent to saying that Jokic is better than the centers back then because he bring the ball up.
Exactly.
It
And they
doesn't
don't. And
matter.
again,
Huh?
it really is. I
The
know. I know what you're
your,
talking
the
about.
Why
coaches
would
the
somebody
coaches
say that
allow you
though?
the
That's a
coaches
bad.
they no
Shaq
they
brought the
say
ball up sometimes.
they say it all the time, bro. But
Did Shaq
No,
bring it up?
no,
Like,
no. You're
okay,
making
come
up
on,
shit.
bro.
You're making up shit.
all
Nobody
right,
ever says that Jokic is a better center than those guys because he bring the ball up. No,
They say because
People
of
do
his.
say it.
No, they
People
don't.
do
They're
say it.
stupid. They're idiots. Then
Okay.
Well,
because
that's fine. They
People say
still
it.
say it.
people say Jokic. People say Jokic. The only reason that you see people say Jokic may be better than those guys, not greater, but better, is because of some aspects of his game, like the playmaking, like the shooting. That's
Which is
it.
things that they could do
Not
back
fucking
then,
bringing
but
the
they
ball
weren't
up.
allowed to. They weren't allowed to do it. That's my point.
You
It's the
telling me?
same
You
thing.
telling
They
me? You
didn't
telling
shoot.
me Shaq? Are you telling me Shaq could make threes and shoot fadeaways, mid range shots like Jokic?
Of course not.
Did I say Shaq? I said Biggs back then. I didn't say Shaq.
But look how
Continue.
Biggs in this era had to switch to be 3 point, like Brooke Lopez, for example. He was a low post player, but as the game evolved, he became a 3 point shooter.
3-point
If he
shooter.
So I
They
if
just
he
feel
could
asked
like
move
him.
it's
like if
about
he could move like Akeem,
it's
he
just
wouldn't have
about
been a three
adapting
point
to the
shooter.
game though. That's why I say it's so hard to like analyze because even the players today they would adapt it back then. So it's all about
Right.
adapting to the game
So
because you're
so
gonna adapt
I
while
don't
you're in high
understand
school
why
and
you don't
college to the game that's going on.
why don't you
So
just
you said I
analyze
didn't get
people
that. I didn't hear you
compared to the
correctly.
era?
You said these guys wouldn't be able to adapt back then, right?
No, I said they would. I said just like
Oh,
if they was back
my,
in the '90s, they'll be able to adapt because they know what they're getting into. Just like the
Some
players
of them.
now, they'll be able to adapt. That's why I said
okay.
it's just like back then. A lot of players probably wouldn't be able to play now, like Charles Oakley, them
Yeah.
hard defenders,
Oakley's
tough
definitely not
dudes.
See,
playing.
look,
So
I want to
it's
pivot
all
because Bar,
about
you, I think, I mean, Hawk, you probably was there on Nights Out, right?
Yeah.
The great players are the great players in every era. Now we all
Yeah.
know that Jordan's volume would be higher if he played today, right? Can we agree to
Right.
that? I
Yeah.
mean, so when
Right.
I sit there and say the volume is what it is, how is that an excuse? We all know that Jordan would probably use it because he would have been trained up. You would have had an AAU ball. You would have
We're
had a
not
whole
saying that
lot.
that's an excuse.
I, truthfully, I wouldn't say that it wouldn't still it still wouldn't be as high as these other people.
No, it wouldn't be high as
He,
it, but he would definitely use it more because again,
yeah.
it's part of the game. If you're gonna be a great scorer in this day and age, you're probably gonna be a 3 level scorer. Again, like he's definitely a
Okay.
better. If you know what's so disrespectful? They say he's DeMar DeRozan.
All
Now
right.
Nah.
So
Jordan
He
all right,
had a
probably
Ro.
would have
3 point shot.
Ro.
he would have shot as
So
many threes as
what was
Kobe.
the what era what decade? I'm gonna ask you this. Which decade you consider the best mid range era? What was the mid range era for you?
Probably 80s and the
Okay, so
90s.
80s. So do you think if LeBron played in the 80s, he would go in the gym, work on his mid range, and his mid range shot would be better?
He probably would have to, yeah, because see
but
that's what I
they had
say.
less training and shooting
LeBron
coaches and stuff too. So
LeBron would have
it's
played.
like a
Hold
little.
on. Can I hold on?
Go my
LeBron would have
fault, bro. My
played the
fault.
way the game was coached. LeBron would have played the way the game was coached. Then he still would have been an elite finisher at the rim, of course. But guess what? Because of the flagrant foul rule, there is no flagrant foul rules. At some point, they're going to lay him out, attacking the basket 7, 8, 9 times. I've seen games where LeBron scores 20 something points. He hits 13 field goals and 10 of them are at the basket. No, the end of the day, no one has a higher percentage of his shots, not even Shaq, within 3 feet than LeBron James. That's crazy. Shaq shot diet again. He's taking no jump shots, but he is taking jump hooks in the lane, jump hooks in the paint. He's taking more shots out of 3 point of his percentage than LeBron James. LeBron James has, and then y'all they even show this on Go Change Kingdom, which again they use as a talking point as a positive, but he can only do that in this era where the spacing is the way it is. Where you have defense. Okay, how about the defense in 3 second rule? Because we all know if you could camp a big in the lane, which they did with Minnesota, which is the reason why predicted Minnesota. I said Rudy Gobert and Jalen McDaniels is going to impact this series because Jalen McDaniels can guard any of the Lakers 1-on-1, and Rudy Gobert is going to be there to take away the layup package from LeBron. And that's how that series played out. So imagine a league full of where every team got a Rudy Gobert and there is no defensive 3 seconds. You think LeBron's getting as many layups in that era? No, he's going to have to work on he's going to have to be a little bit more like Bernard King, where he's taking 10 footers on a baseline, shit like that. That's the way the game was played. You know what I'm saying? Like he's gonna get layups on fast breaks and layups on defensive breakdowns, but he gets a lot more on defensive breakdowns because of the way the game is played. and you can't big man in the league in the lane no more. Plus, he also uses the stretch five. That's another aspect. He uses the stretch five. He uses the Chris Bosh center. He uses the Kevin Love center to take the big man away on their defensive matchup. This is
Okay,
what
so
LeBron
okay,
James
so
has
check
done.
check this out. When LeBron averaged 30 in 2022, who was his starting five? Who was
Thirty in
the
twenty twenty two.
yeah?
Come on, bro. He was wound up. He wound up as center most of at the end of that season. Bro, there was so many different starting fives. I don't even know how to. The starting five at the beginning was AD, LeBron, Trevor Ariza, I believe. Uh, it was pick a shooting guard because they had like 15 shooting guards on that fucking roster.
No, I'm specifically talking about the center
It's
position.
Russell Westbrook.
The center position, just the center position.
The center position was AD, but AD played half the games.
Okay, so AD played like what 42 games that year,
Yeah,
and the other 42, who was the centers for those other 42 games? The other
bro,
half
it
of
was
the
either
season,
LeBron, Stanley Johnson, because they cut
non-floor
Dwight
spacing,
Howard and they cut
non-floor
Hey,
spacing.
let me cook
they
this little
traded
nigga, and I'm gonna go lay with my
AD
bitch.
DeAndre
AD played
Jordan away.
40. AD played 40 and LeBron played 56.
Let me cook this
And they
little
were
nigga, and I'm gonna
11
go
and
lay with
11.
my
Hold on, they
bitch.
were 11 and 11 when LeBron and AD played. So
Y'all
just
niggas ain't talking
for
about shit
perspective.
anyway. Hey, so CJ brought up 6K. You said niggas with 6K threes. LeBron got the worst free throw percentage, right? That's what you said, CJ?
He said, and he also said overall 3-point
No, don't
percentage.
speak for him. I'm
No.
talking to him. The
No,
fuck?
no. I
I'm talking
said
Okay,
to that
go
nigga.
pick
So
a
no,
what you
number.
no.
say?
No, I said whoever got 6,000 or more threes, I said he got
Yeah.
the worst three point percentage, and he got one of the worst free throw percentage too. I mean free
Okay, so
throw
who the niggas with
percentage too.
6K? Who the niggas that got that many threes? Name them.
All
Let's
better
go back
shooters than
to
LeBron. We already know that.
Because they're fucking guards. That's why. LeBron is 6'9",
Okay, and
260.
but they
Dumbass.
don't got nothing to do with the shot. They don't got
That
nothing to do
is
with the
not a
Dumbass
shot
nigga.
point.
volume. What the fuck are you
Dumbass
talking
nigga.
about?
He's a point
All them
forward.
not guards. What are you talking about? All them not guards.
I
Is
mean,
Paul George a guard?
Did
Is
he
Durant a
did he
guard?
use the
Is Paul Pierce a
I mean,
guard?
okay,
Is Dirk
thank
a
you.
guard?
Jesus Christ. Mark really cooked himself, bro.
They don't know what he's talking about. I'm talking about the volume shooting, like all them that shoot like over 6,000. Because I wanted to use who got them high volume instead of using somebody that got less threes than LeBron. So I put
See,
up against all the
I'm
people
gonna
who
start
got high
clipping some of
volume.
And
my content, bro.
another question for Ro.
Go
So
ahead.
Dominique Wilkins was able to get to the basket at free will in the half court offense and in transition, correct?
Okay, yeah.
And what would you say was Hakeem? I mean, excuse me. What would you say was Dominique Wilkins' best scoring year in the 80s?
I'm probably taking a guess. I don't have the numbers, but I
You
would
can go
guess
ahead.
maybe
Go ahead.
88. I would guess 88 was his ultimate
Torn
prime.
ACL.
Okay, so you said 88. Okay, in the 80s.
I'm
That
just guessing,
year,
bro.
no, you good. You good. You good. So, the year that he won the scoring title was the 85-86 season. He averaged 30 points.
Obviously, the one where Jordan was hurt didn't qualify. Yeah.
Right. So he averaged 30. He averaged 30 points. He shot 11 for 23 from the field. 2 pointers. Yeah, that was his 2 point attempts. 11 for 23, and his field goals total was about the same, about 11 for 24. So if he was averaging 30 on 47% shooting at
Mm-hmm.
6'8", at about 6'8", 215, you don't think a
Mm-hmm.
6'9", 265 LeBron would be able to do the same when
First
they
of all,
have
I never
similar
said
playing
he.
styles?
Well, hold on. I never said that. First of all, right? Dominique was more of a well-rounded scorer than LeBron.
Oh shit.
Clearly. Now, if you want to tell, if again, you're telling me a guy like him is getting to the basket at a 40, taking 40% of his shots at the basket. No, he's going to have to play differently. Now, I'm not saying, look, see, one thing I want people to understand is I'm one of these guys that believe great players would have been great players in every era, right? Because like even Giannis is going to have to figure out, like Giannis is probably have the footwork of a not necessarily of a king, but he probably is going to have better footwork. And if he had to play in the Kings era, he would have naturally had to do it.
Lottie D
Again, he's
Box.
playing in an era where he can get downhill. He's very skilled. Because remember, I'm one of these guys. When everybody was saying he had no skills, man, I was the way what he did in the 21 finals. The nigga had 50 in the closeout game. That's a record. 50 in the closeout. If you want to tell me closeout games over finals is a record, and he did a lot more than just dive into the basket. So you're gonna have to again. You're gonna have to mix. LeBron would have had to learn different moves. He would have had to learn. He would have had to play a little bit more like Melo, and there's nothing wrong with that. You understand what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with that. But what he's not getting is 40% of his shots at the basket. I'm sorry, because Kevin
What about
McHale,
Dominique? What about Dominique Wilkins?
but Dominic Wilkins was not just a get the ball to the basket type of scorer.
Out of
Dominic Wilkins,
100%, let's say we got 100% of shots here. What is the percentage of shots that Dominique Wilkins was shooting in the mid '80s that was at the basket?
I
Slash,
can't tell you, but any
if you
number
can
you're
guess,
looking
because
at is
you probably
unofficial.
watched more Dominique than I did, so I want to ask you,
I'm just gonna guess probably 15% at best, because
15?
again, he's probably 15% at best, and you talk about a lot of it on
Fuck
fast breaks,
no.
bro, bro. Dominique Wilkins was not. He's the human highlight reel, but nobody was. Dr. J is not getting. Dr. J is not getting 7, 8 dunks a game. No, you were getting 2 dunks a game at most. Nobody was getting dunks like that. Only Shaq. Shaq
I'm,
came in leading the league in dunks
I'm not
with
talking
like
about dunks. I'm talking about like in the low
okay dunks
post,
and layups.
in the low
See,
post, and slashing from the elbow or the perimeter.
okay, so LeBron played in 2 finals with no post up game. He played in two. I'm gonna say it again. He played. You talking about guys like Big Game and Dominique, and these guys had post up games coming into the league. See, this is one thing y'all need to understand. These were college players. They were coached by college coaches, so they had to figure out. You know what y'all need to do? Look at Len Bias. I looked at his documentary and how Len Bias added layers to his game every single year at Maryland. Shout out to Wiley because in them he played with Len Bias as a freshman at Maryland. Len Bias added an aspect to his game every year. So by the time Len Bias was drafted, and he would have showed you he was the more like Len Bias was at first just a dunker. Then he was able to hit that stretch pull up. LeBron doesn't even have a great pull up game, guys. Come on, man. Dominique, you go back and look. Dominique did. Dominique had the mid range, bro. It's not even close. Nobody could sit there and get most of their shots. Nobody was not going to let you at the pro level, especially with again. As we said, me
What
and said the best
what
shot
what
blockers
year
of
was
all
y'all
the
looking
time.
at? What year was y'all looking at for
He
Dominique?
was
Because I
looking at
didn't see
85,
86, the year that
86.
Jordan was hurt.
85, 86 in the paint. He shot 38%.
38% in the paint, right?
38%. Yeah.
And
38% of his shots in the paint, right? That's
Yeah.
and
not at 3 feet.
what was the hardest defensive stretch that LeBron played against? Like, what was the hardest era? Would you say the 2000s when he came
Probably,
in?
probably.
Whoever looked up that stat, I want you to go to the 05-06 season where LeBron was 20 years old, averaging what, 32 points that year. Um,
No, he didn't have
what
a
was
32. Did he? Okay, you
yes,
might be. He
yeah,
might have.
yeah, that was the year. That was the year he was second in MVP voting behind Nash. Look up the field goal percentage around the rim that year,
Okay, hold on.
or whoever looked up that stat. I don't know who did it.
Okay, he averaged 31.4. Okay, which I'm not going to nitpick that.
The percentage in the paint. That's what I'm looking for.
Hold on, look at shooting because we fortunately we have those numbers for LeBron. His field goal percentage by distance, where he shot 70%, he shot 69% from 0 and 3, and he shot 35% of his shots were within 3 feet.
So we got 35 for Bron, and you said 38 for Wilkins, right?
Yeah, and you realize his prime
No, no,
years
no.
in Cleveland, those numbers even went up higher.
Did you say
But you wait a minute,
35% of his
hold on,
shots, or he
wait, wait,
shot
wait, 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 wait. Wait, yeah, because we talking. If you go talk about within 3 feet, that's at the basket. 3 feet is that's the restricted area. He didn't say that Dominique shot 38% of his shots in the restricted area.
Nah, I
No,
said in
no,
the
no, no,
paint.
no. I'm talking about like the makes. You said he meant like the field goal percentage or attempts? What was he talking about?
Nah, it was a percentage of shots.
Oh, okay.
Percentage of shots, and that's at the basket.
And then what about LeBron percentage of shots at the basket in 06?
But it's 35% at the basket. Now I don't know if he's saying Dominique took 38% of his shots at the basket. I'm not. Is that what
Nah,
you're
it,
saying,
it
Hall?
just it just said in the paint, bro.
In the paint, which is different.
Yeah,
Paint
I
can
don't
go
even
out to
think they
15
kept those
feet.
metrics. I don't think they
Think
kept
about
those
that, bro.
metrics.
Paint could go right in front of the foul line.
Yeah, I'm like talking like if he when you
Dominique
dump it
was one of
down.
the most dominant finishers, but he was not getting that percentage. Again, as the LeBron goes later in his career, which is odd. About the year, what a lot of people consider his last legitimate championship in 2016, he shot 46% of his shots at the basket. That's almost half. That's unheard of, especially for a guy who should be in the midst of slowing down in his 30s. But again, I'm not going to give LeBron, I'm not going to say LeBron took steroids and none of that. No, it's just the fact that no, it's just the fact that guys like Kevin Love on his team stretch out the floor, keep the basket open, to keep big men out of the paint. And that's basically what it is. And that's what's kept LeBron's shooting numbers efficient. It's not because he got better shooting outside of the paint, because we all know LeBron at this point is a decent mid-range player. He never was a great mid-range player. Jordan was a great mid-range player, and I got the numbers to prove it in the 1 year that we have where they measured his official mid-range distance.
I'm not arguing that. I'm talking about like the guys the dominant forward scores of the
You
80s,
talking
like
about in
the
the 80s?
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm telling you, bro. I'm
English,
telling you.
Wilkins.
I keep it funky, bro. I think he'll be a faster Karl Malone.
I'm
And
not
even
arguing.
and even if you look at Carmelo's limited shooting numbers, he ain't shooting that much at the basket. Come on now.
Nah, he mid range.
How much did okay, let me look it up for myself. So I'm trying to okay, you said Malone, right?
Yeah.
And Malone came in the league what year? 84, 85?
And he came in '85, the year after Jordan.
And what
Yeah, because he was supposed to go to Chicago.
I'm gonna look
Fuck.
up Malone's scoring averages from 86 to 90. Is that okay? Okay, so his rookie year,
14, 15,
okay,
20,
so 15, 86 and 87, 22 and 88,
28. That's when he
28
became the elite scorer.
and 89, we got 29. And then 89-90 season, we got 31. So you think that LeBron would be similar to that?
Yeah, I
If
believe
he
so.
developed his mid range, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
If he'd have been able to play better pick and roll where he's not the guy with the ball in his hand, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I've seen LeBron, especially during the seasons that he played center, via the season 2022 when he averaged 30, when he played center a lot, he was very, very efficient in the pick and roll. He played a lot of pick and roll with
But
Westbrook.
you want to
He
know
Taylor
something
Horton.
else about LeBron? I mean, about Malone? Malone has higher field goal percentages, despite the fact that we know he's not getting. Now, the mailman was the mailman because they say he could deliver the ball to the basket. He did get dunks, but he was not getting dunks at that level. And Malone had to develop a nice little 15-footer.
No shit.
His phone probably died.
Yeah. Looking up them damn stats.
My bad.
No, I mean, look. Well,
There
as
you
we
go.
know, you know what's crazy? This past season, and I'll give LeBron credit because he took his lowest percentage of shots at the basket, only 24% for his career. There's no other season where he's even under 30. So he actually did put some mid range to his game, but if you notice, he didn't get to 25 a game for the first time since his rookie year. So,
So he wouldn't have been able to get the amount of putback buckets that Wilkins and Malone and those guys were getting because it wasn't all mid range shots and it wasn't all
LeBron James, and
dunks.
if he played in his era, in the Jordan era, he would have went to college. That undeniably, because they were not draft. I don't care how good he was. They were not drafted an 18-year-old in the 80s. They would have done it in the 90s. They weren't doing it in the 80s. They weren't because they didn't think you had enough maturity to even be in the league. This is a
Okay.
fact. This is a fact. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that didn't happen. Number one, there was a time when you had to declare hardship to even go into the draft. You had to declare family hardship, which was an embarrassment. Like your family, wait, you can't get a job because you got to remember this too. The college degree was thought to be just as valuable as an NBA contract because the NBA players weren't guaranteed to make millions. See, I got to remember a lot of things changed off of this. And it changed. Let's keep it real. It changed because of Michael Jordan. Now Jordan is the reason why everybody's getting guaranteed millions. They weren't getting guaranteed millions coming into the league. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, no. So it's a whole different conversation, man. Because you talking about a league that came in when you came into the league, they guys was flying commercial. They weren't no team fighting. Just they were 7 footers sitting in commercial. Not even first class. Maybe the star players would get first class once you consider the star.
Kareem.
But you talking about
That's
big
why
seven
Kareem
footers
cussed out
sitting.
Bob McAdoo for sitting in his seat.
Yeah, they would want to sit at the emergency row so they could stretch they got big ass legs out. Come on, man. This
I
is
just
this is
think
the
it's
deal.
funny, and I'm not blaming you for I'm not talking about you, but I think it's funny how like we got Jordan said that LeBron could play in any era, and then you got some of his fans that say he couldn't. They say LeBron wouldn't even
And
last.
mind you, they
And I
don't do
don't
go.
agree with that. Here's my thing. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm not
You could
blaming. I'm
call
not
me
saying you do it. I'm
yeah,
not saying you do it. Go
Nah,
ahead.
I just don't think that he would do what he's doing now.
He would. He
yeah. He
would
would have
kill
had
the
to switch it
'80s.
up.
He would kill the '80s.
Oh
No,
He
man.
would
okay,
kill
you
the
saying that,
'80s.
but he would have had. I'm gonna tell you
No,
this. He would have had to be a more well-rounded player. See, one thing.
no.
One thing I think is funny is y'all use that he was never coached, but he never submitted to coaching.
Yes,
See,
he
to
did.
shout out to Rex on Lights Out. He always said Jordan went and found the best coaches. Jordan wanted to go to NC State, but he felt they wound up finding that Dean Smith was a better coach than Jim Valvano. You understand what I'm saying? And Jordan, wanted Doug Collins to be his coach. He played for Bobby Knight in the Olympics, so he took from the better coaching minds
Why
to
he did?
even be a better, well-rounded player.
Why?
LeBron James has never submitted to strong coaching.
Yes, LeBron submitted to Spoelstra.
Bro,
No, he tried to
he
get
wanted
Spoelstra
supposed
fired.
to fire my dude.
Yeah, yeah,
And
and
Wayne confirmed this.
yeah,
He didn't
and
submit to
after
anything.
after
Pat
the
Riley
first
said no.
and after the first and LeBron and did not LeBron submit to Spoelstra?
No.
He did.
What?
Didn't. He
No, he
finished
never
his
Yes,
really
he
contract and
did.
left.
did. He
He never
did.
really did.
No, he left.
See
He
this?
left because he just wanted to go back to
See, first of
Cleveland
all,
and
Spoke,
finish
he
his
didn't
chip.
even think. If you're going to tell me he submitted to great coaching, he didn't think Spoelstra was a good enough coach to coach him the
Yes, he
championship.
did. He didn't respect Spoelstra, but after the first
Okay,
year,
so
they
you're going
had
to
a
tell
great
me he submitted
relationship.
to a strong coach. So Jordan
They did.
respected Dean Smith. He
It
respected
didn't.
Bobby Knight.
It probably didn't happen the first year. Well, it didn't happen the first year. LeBron didn't respect Spoelstra, but after the first year,
No.
LeBron,
Once
but
he let him
LeBron
take over
submitted to
the offense,
Spoelstra.
that's when he started respecting him.
What?
The first
See,
year he ain't.
I think, you know what kills me? I think y'all always want it both ways. Y'all want to say LeBron didn't have strong coaching. Then when he
I
played
never
more
said
strong,
that. I never said that. I never
I
said
mean,
LeBron
really,
never.
well, hold on. Dwayne Wade was the guy that talked him out of it, even going to Pat Riley. He said, bro, or even trying to push it, the issue. He said, bro, you don't want to play for Pat Riley. Pat Riley is like, because obviously Dwayne Wade knows, right? Pat Riley was a monster of a coach when it came down to conditioning and all that shit. LeBron didn't want to deal with that. LeBron doesn't like to practice.
Yes, he does.
Famously said by
What?
another NBA
LeBron
All
was
Star,
that team.
Isaiah
Whoa.
Thomas.
Well, LeBron doesn't like to practice.
Yeah,
Team. He don't like the
tell me
team
Isaiah
practice.
Thomas is a
Yeah,
capper.
he'll be.
He
Bro,
said,
he
I've
Nah,
never
never
this
been,
said
dude,
hold
practice.
on,
this
hold
dude
on.
be in the gym 4 hours before the game start.
You talk
He
Like, he don't
said
like to
it's
working
a
practice.
out,
team, bro.
working out and practicing is two different things,
He
guys.
practices.
Mm.
LeBron James does not like
Teammates said
practicing.
Yes,
that
he
they
And
don't
does. Yes,
practice,
he
bro.
does.
His teammates have said they ain't practice.
Is Isaiah Thomas lying? He said, I've never been on a team that practiced as
D
little as
Wade
this.
D Wade said LeBron was better in practice than in games.
That's fine. But that
Okay.
was in Miami,
What do you mean
bro.
that's
You
That
can't
was
fine?
in
control
Miami.
Miami.
That was in Miami when you're doing things the Raleigh way. And LeBron famously left the Raleigh way over milk and cookies. I mean, look, that's
No,
another story.
he didn't left the Riley
LeBron
way.
doesn't
He didn't.
practice on the Lakers. He doesn't like to practice with the Lakers.
Did
No,
people say the Lakers don't practice well
AD
either?
said that they didn't like to practice like that. AD said it out their mouth.
There's
who?
plenty of
Thank you.
teams these days that don't like probably don't that they say the same thing
See,
about.
it's so funny because y'all using
Yeah, I mean,
Jordan
I
smacking
ain't
up
really gonna
Kerr.
knock it because as long as you show up to the game and perform it, I can't really like you feel me as
Yeah,
it
hey,
that's
that's
their
shout out to
life, so
Allen
I can't
Iverson,
really
right?
knock it.
Shout out to Allen Iverson, right?
Why you
But
guys think LeBron wouldn't? What was gonna hold LeBron back in the '80s, not dominating that era?
Coaching. His coach telling
see,
him to play in the system.
No,
But you
what
can't
was
just
his
say
game?
he was
Don't tell me
dominant.
something
What way?
like
Like with stacks
what
or
was
like
his
with
game?
winning? Like
Like
which
like
way?
But
What
what
see,
you
but
talking?
what
see,
in
but
his
see,
game is holding
I
him
would
back?
rather hear that. Whoever said that the coaching in the system, I would rather hear that than to say he's just not good enough
Yes,
skillfully.
I
yeah,
would
Nah,
rather.
nobody
but
said,
Yes,
see,
bro.
hold on.
This is the thing, though,
LeBron is
bro.
the
Listen,
transcendent
I'm not.
talent.
I'm not a Bron fan, bro, but I'm not gonna deny that he's a great player.
Thank
However,
you.
if he had a coach and he worked on the deficiencies in his game, he would be probably the GOAT.
Yep.
He just doesn't.
But
There's a lot of
you're
he
deficiencies in
right.
his
did
But
game
that's
have
the
a
that
thing.
does not
what?
work.
But hold on. Please listen when we say this. The problem is that he didn't have to add these certain things to his game to take it to another level. He could do this whole layup package, shooting 40%, shooting 47. Like, bro, that's absurd. You're in your 30s. You're now taking almost half your
LeBron did
shots
work on
within the
his game.
basket.
LeBron
Nobody,
did
no,
work on
no,
his
not
game.
the best big men have never been able to have that much. That even Wilt never took 50% of his shots, 46% of his shots at the basket.
LeBron shot 48% from the mid range in 2018.
Okay,
Okay.
check this out. Check this out. A 20
Mhm.
year old, a 20-year-old LeBron who couldn't shoot in '06 in the physical 2000s. Some people consider that one of the toughest defensive eras, and he still not forget the fact that he was second MVP vote. Forget that. Still averaged 31. Then the year before that, as a 20-year-old, he averaged 27. Mind you, this is a little LeBron that has a lot of weaknesses in this game. It gets
That's a
exposed in the
fact.
playoffs. Can't shoot in the
Mhm.
2000s. Defensive era. We say Kobe played in the 2000s defensive era, but
Yeah,
he still averaged 30. Why couldn't he do this in the 80s?
He would
because of
But
destroy
you
the
the way
No,
that
no.
they
See,
you
play,
just
none of
bro.
us
proved
have
it.
ever said.
You just
I
proved it,
think y'all
Aqua.
need to
He would have been
understand.
doing
Please,
the
y'all
same
get,
thing,
hold on, let
putting up
us
stacks
finish
and
what we
losing.
all asked that question. Because none of us has ever said he couldn't get the numbers. We just saying he would have had to do it a different way. And if he didn't learn those skill sets, and guess what? He probably would have been a type of Grant Hill, 20, maybe a 25, 7-7 guy, but he's not getting 30 because he's
what,
not
bro?
getting
What
that
do you mean
many.
a different way? The '80s is a faster pace. There's more transition in the
Oh,
'80s.
Scott, you're not understanding. You're not understanding.
The
He's
game is
not getting
played a
that
different
same
way,
shot
though.
diet.
What do you mean same
Scott, you're
shot
not
diet?
understanding.
I am. The
He's not getting
'80s
the
is a
same shot
faster
diet. And if he
pace.
didn't, okay, I'm gonna say this again. If you go and look at there's a limb bias. Please, I want you guys to look at the limb bias documentary. They did a really good documentary. I watched it on YouTube, I believe. If it ain't YouTube, then it must be Netflix. Len Bias added every year. He added an element to his game, and Len Bias is considered one of the greatest of all time. Better finisher than Jordan. If I would have expected LeBron to have more of a limb bias. He probably would a little bit more better him ball handling and passing, but I would expected him to be more of a limb bias than what it was in his era. Because again, in his era, he did not have to add a mid range because he's in an era where the coaches don't even want people shooting mid range anymore. Obviously, right?
He did at a mid-range game.
Meanwhile, I see
Okay.
guys like Anthony
He
Edwards,
did at
Kevin
a
Durant,
mid-range
Brandon
game.
Ingram, Devin Booker,
Shay,
Mitchell, Darius Garland, Shea,
Jalen Brunson,
Jalen Brown, Brunson. It's a
Tatum,
lot of high
Tatum
level
are in the
players
And
mid-range
in
how
too.
many mid
the
range do they got shoot? Hold on, I want you. I'm glad y'all make that point because the most elite mid range player. Hold on. The most elite mid range player in terms of volume is either Kevin Durant or DeMar DeRozan, right? Do you understand that guys like? Hold on, you understand that Steve?
Like LeBron added, like, go ahead.
Kawhi Leonard. I can keep going.
Keep going.
Okay. Who else?
Embiid, Joel
Oh,
Embiid.
Embiid. Yeah, Giannis worked on his
What you
mid-range
talking about?
game.
Players that's
No,
better
we
mid
can't.
ranges than
No,
Okay,
LeBron.
not Giannis.
no,
We
because I
can't say
made this
Giannis,
point on
bro.
that fire.
Hell
Hold on,
no,
hold on.
we can't say
Because
Giannis, bro.
we're going to wrap
Giannis
up.
worked. But Giannis has a respectable mid-range game now.
It's not respect. No, I
Yes,
can't
It's
give
not
you
yeah,
that.
yeah,
respectable.
No.
See, you know what
I don't
kills
no.
know.
me? Y'all keep calling it respectable mid range.
Who is y'all? You no hell no.
Okay, all right. Got LeBron fans,
Giannis
right?
doesn't have a
And I
respectable
want hold on,
mid-range
hold on,
game.
hold on, hold on. Please, let me finish this. What you consider because I can look at the 96, 97. This is why they call me Mr. Lloyd Vaught, right? Lloyd Vaught shot more mid range and shot it almost at a better clip than Kevin Durant, who is an elite mid range player now. I'm just saying, Lloyd Vaught. That's a name I hadn't thought of since fucking 96. And I looked at it, I was like, whoa, shit, Lloyd Vaught was like, bro, I'm gonna put it this way. For me to consider you an elite mid-range player today, you gotta make at least two a game and you gotta make
One question when you
45% in
finish.
the mid-range, right? Two a
One
game and
question when you finish.
45%. There's only 9 players in the league that qualified last year. Two
Well,
mid-range makes at 4.5 a game. I mean
Question.
45%, I mean. You know how many
Question.
players in the 90s and 96 alone qualified for that same number?
Right quick.
Like 45? And Steve Kerr was one of them.
yeah, I'm not
I
counting
mean, come
Steve
on,
Kerr.
bro.
I'm not counting Steve Kerr, bro.
But I'm just saying, all I'm
Row.
asking is for two makes. All I'm
Row.
asking is for two makes and 45%.
Row.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
so you're what you're implying is that these guys today are taking less mid-range shots. They don't take as
Of
many
course,
mid-range
by
shots,
nature.
right?
By
Okay,
nature,
so
by design of the
is
game,
it
yes.
is it because they can't or they're just not taking these shots?
No, it's because mid range, like Jeff T famously said, I took a mid range and the coach pulled me to the side and said, "We don't take those in this on his team." So the coaches are designing plays not to take mid range. The only and then if you notice, hold on, but if you notice, the only hold on, if you notice, the best scorers in the league are the only ones that still take mid range. The Jalen Brunsons, the Kevin Durant's, the DeMar DeRozan, guys that like. If you're
Giannis,
not taking a high volume of mid range unless you're an elite scorer, but an average player, they want you playing three and D. They want you taking 3-point shots or go to the basket, and that's the difference of the game. So this is all we're saying. Like we're not saying that great players won't be great players in every era. They would have figured it out. That's the nature of this game. Yeah. And I believe Jordan would have definitely proven to be a
Giannis has
better
a respect
three-level scorer if he played in this era. But he played
for
in a different
anyone.
era.
For anyone watching Giannis mid-range stats, he took 100. He took 283 field goal attempts from the mid-range and made them at a 44% clip. That's
So he
respectable
doesn't
mid-range
qualify. He
clip.
doesn't qualify by my
Well,
era.
that's
He's
subject.
not even making two a game. You see, you do the math, Scott. No, this is
No,
this
No, no,
past
no, hell
season.
no,
that's a
no, that's not
respectable
correct.
mid-range game
I'm
for
assuming he
Giannis.
played 80 games. I don't even know how many games he played,
He
but
played
he's not even
67.
making two a game. Again, I'm asking for
67. He
two
played
makes.
67 games.
Okay, so then that still gives him like less than two makes a game. I can
Okay,
do the
that's
math
still
quickly
a
in my head
respectable mid-range
because
game.
So
he's
how many
taking
mid-range
four.
shots is he taking per game?
He's taking about
I,
four a game of the math of my head, about
And how
4.1
many
or
and how many
4.2.
and how many is he making out of those four?
1.9, 1.8.
That's still two.
No, I mean, again, you need to
that's a
see again. You're talking
Giannis
about
has a
guys.
respectable
You're
mid-range
talking
game.
about most guys in the league who, what any type of scorers would make 4 or 5.
So even if you do that, okay, you add 10 instead of 9.
You know, Jordan won a scoring title in '86, in '96, right?
Correct.
He's getting about 17 of his points from the mid range alone.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
That's his game.
No one's denying that Jordan
But
is like
that's
a
what I
That's
top
mean,
three
though.
Jordan's
mid-range
But
game.
shooter
that's
of
what I
all
mean.
time.
You're talking about 16, 17 from an elite scorer. Basically now, the guy making the most mid range of the game is 3.8. Who that's like 8 points a game at most.
I think it just gets overblown that the mid-range doesn't get used today. Even when I say that mid-range was used more
I
back
mean, the
then.
numbers clearly show that it's not used as much, and fewer players are using it. That's all I'm saying.
Name
And
I,
some of
again,
the
that's it.
last few years.
I was like,
So an elite score in the year of 2025 in the NBA. Let's say he takes 20 shots. You with me, bro?
Yeah,
He takes 20 shots, and you said how many mid-range shots would be the average attempts per game for an elite scorer today? How many? You did the
I'm
math. How
asking
many?
two makes and 45% field goal percentage. And I mean,
How much?
not
How many?
44.8. I'm asking 45% because guess what? That's what they consider you somewhat of it. This is why again, you got to remember, they don't want you to take it because they think that the 3-point shot will be a more efficient shot. They would rather you make 33% of threes than 45% of middies. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's 33% is still one per shot taken. 45% is point 0.9
I
per
got an
shot taken.
explanation for that when you get done.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm just the math formula, as I said.
You good?
But
You
they
good?
would
So
rather you take the three because it's mathematically a better shot to
I
take.
got one more reason. I got one more big reason.
Go ahead.
And this is when I watched the film. So okay, so like the guy, you saying the coach is
Yo,
telling,
Scott, mute that.
yeah, it's an echo. So the coach is telling these guys to take less mid range, as you said, correct?
Yeah.
That's something I see that. I see that when I watch the film, I see that the number one option on these teams are the only ones that's frequently taking mid range shots, correct?
Yep.
And right. And I can see that the coach, based on the film, the coach is telling these guys to take a lower volume of mid-range shots, and they don't want the players to fall in love with the mid-range shots. Because
Uh
now,
huh.
because the closer you get to the basket, now you making it harder for that inside out scoring point guard or big
Cool.
or
Yep.
whoever to drive to the lane. This is where we go back to
Understood.
that. This is where we go back to the logic of it being less rim protection, and LeBron, when you see LeBron go to the basket or any elite slasher go to the basket, half of the layups are kind of less contested or uncontested, correct?
Yeah. Understood.
They
Understood.
do. So the 3-point shot, the the amount of 3-point shots that are taken in the game, and this also accounts for transition as well. The reason of the amount of 3-point shots and the lack of the mid-range game, being getting aggressive going to the basket sometimes, is because they want to space it out. That way the Giannis's or the Fox or LeBron or whoever can get to the basket, and you can say receive less contact, but they want to
Of
create
course.
more quality looks at the basket for guys.
Cool,
It's
cool. You're right.
maximizing. It's
Right.
So
maximizes
you get
players'
you know what you
weaknesses.
did,
This is why Steph is
Olo?
so valuable.
Olo, you gave me the what, and you gave me the what, not the what. Well, you gave me the why, not the what. Because again, at the what, when you're going to discuss the what, well, look, with all that said, you do realize that the San Antonio Spurs were an elite mid-range team when they won. You also know who was an elite mid-range team when they won their championships? The Golden State Warriors. The Golden State Warriors, because of course they having KD and Clay and Curry, who could all shoot and kill from the mid-range, as well as hit threes. Well, of course, that's naturally going to be right. But so now you talk, and then oh, wait a minute, you know, who's another elite mid-range scoring team? The Los Angeles Lakers. They won 5 6. So the teams that still were able to hit mid-range, well, basically the majority of the teams that's won in the
The
2020 in the
the
20 in the
Lakers in
21st century.
the Lakers in the 2000s, they were more like a modern team. They were more like a great 3-point shooter team than a mid range team.
You had Kobe Bryant, Bean Bryant, bro. They were
That
elite with
Kobe, and that
mid-range
was
scoring.
Kobe, and that was it. I'm not gonna call that
No, do you
elite
think
mid.
Kobe was the only guy that could hit middies on the Lakers? Are you kidding me?
Who else could get you consistent
You,
minutes?
you okay? Let's go. Ron Artest and Metal
Ron,
World Peace in
Ron,
a second. I mean, Trevor
Ron
Ariza was
Hart.
pretty decent in mid range. Paul Gasol. Are you kidding me? You think Paul Gasol didn't hit middies? You think everything was he because he wasn't hitting threes?
He was in, he could stretch the floor a little bit, but I'm not gonna
Yeah,
call
but
that
he
team an
wasn't a
elite
three
mid
point
Mid
shooter.
range.
range shooting, bro.
He was a mid range shooter, sir. Their
I
best
know.
two players were mid
I
range
say he could
scorers.
stretch the floor up to like the
Steve
elbow.
Scott, you got a lot to learn, man. Again,
Mid range. He
again,
said to
your
the
best.
elbow.
Yo, I want you to. It's funny because FYI played this one time before I pulled up. I mean, before he let us talk. And Ray Allen, one of the best 3-point shooters of all time, right? Who did Steph Curry take the record from?
Right.
Ray Allen. It is arguable that in a 3-point contest or any shooting contest that Ray Allen might be the best perfect form 3-point shooter of all time. But he even said I never took a 3-point shot to open a game. My first shot was always going to be a mid range. And I preferred taking threes, which is so funny because the most famous three he ever made, right? The one that saved LeBron's legacy was off an offensive rebound. He said, I like taking my threes off an offensive rebound because usually they're going to be wide open and I got all data to line the ball up. So again, you talk about a
I don't.
mid. You talking about Boston? Oh, the Boston Celtics when they won. You got Ray Allen up. You got Ray Allen, Garnett, and
Paul
and
Pierce.
Paul
Uh,
Pierce, who are an elite mid range scorer. That's what I'm saying.
but the Heat were a
This is why
great three
LeBron
point.
had a hard time beating them
The
because
Heat were a
again,
great.
he's
The
not
Heat
able
were
to
a
go
great.
to shots that they were able to make regularly.
What?
It
No, the
wasn't that they
Heat
were
were.
just a better.
The Heat
They,
were a great 3-point shooting team. The Heat.
see again, okay, they were a great 3-point shooting team, but as I'm telling you, guess what? What do you think the majority of Dwayne Wade's how many thousands of points did Dwayne Wade score? What do you think the
And Chris
majority of his
Bosh.
points were?
I'm talking about the overall
Mid
team.
middies. I
Mid.
guarantee you the majority of
No, it was
Bosh.
Dwayne
mostly in
Wade's makes were
transition
Bosh.
middies.
defense.
Bosh is mid range, bro.
I can give you
I'm telling you,
Bosh.
bro, y'all gotta learn, man. And I'm not look. Shout out to LeBron for actually getting this late in his career. Maybe if he got it early in his career, the weaknesses of his game would have never been exposed as much as they did. And he would have won more. But you know what? He did it, and he never really had to because he was able to play certain styles. I'm not again.
Yeah, he's
His game would have translated. We all agree to that. It just would have been a lot of differences. You know, I mean, it would have been just a lot. It would have been a lot of differences. He would not have never had a season shooting 46% of his shot from within the basket. I'm
Yes,
sorry,
he
that's
would.
just not going to
Yes,
happen in earlier
yes, he
eras.
would. He would destroy the 80s in transition.
Well, listen, man. If y'all want to go all night, I can't. I know C Dub. Unfortunately, C Dub has to end the stream for me because I don't have it on mobile. I don't know why I can't end the streams on mobile. But if y'all want to keep kicking it, y'all can. I'm about to go to bed. It's like 4 o'clock local time. So I'll catch y'all,
It's
man.
3 where I'm at.
Yeah, I'm in Brazil, so I'm a time zone. I'm 2 time zones ahead, but we don't do daylight savings over here. So y'all have a good night, fellas.
All right, bro.
Salute.
All right, bro.